Flabbergast that like button. Let's get the algorithm ticking. Today's topic is very clear. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, nor your belief. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, nor your belief. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, nor your belief. That is the subject of today's conversation. As you're coming in, do me a favor, tap the screen, tap the screen. If you disagree, come up. If you agree, I don't really want to hear anything from you other than yes, sir. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, nor your belief. Not your God, nor your belief. I think this is a really easy one. No one could really argue with me about this, right? Like, if you can argue that you take something with you when you die, please come and tell me what you take with you when you die. Oh man, isn't it awesome that we have something such as TikTok to give us this great opportunity to tackle such great topics and subjects? Why are you so burdened with your life when you wouldn't even take your sufferings with you? You're not going to take your pains. You wouldn't take your suffering. You will not take your love. Neither would you take your hatred. You will not take your victory. Neither would you take all your losses with you when you die. That is an absolute fact. A fact of reality. So I welcome anyone that has an opposition to this statement. If not, you must concede that not even your gods are something you can take with you. Now, if you come up here, you stick to the subject at hand.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, good morning. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. PhD holder.
Yeah, hello, how you doing?
I can't hear you, man. What's up?
I'll get No, I'm cool. Are you getting me? Hello?
For some reason, I cannot hear the guest. Oh, man.
You're not
It's not
getting
one
me?
thing, it's another.
Hello? Hello? How can this guy be saying that? So, ask him. Hello?
I'm sorry, I have some technical difficulties.
Are you getting me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up?
No, I'm doing good, bro. And you?
So my question is, are you in agreement or disagreement with the topic I have upstairs?
No, I disagree with that, bro. Like,
All right, if you
100%
disagree with me, I
disagreement.
want you to go straight to your point. I want you to listen to me very carefully, okay, good brother? I want you to go straight to your
Yeah.
point. Why do you think you would take anything with you when you die? Explain.
Because I'm trying to fulfill the reason I was created for. And I know one day I will die.
Are you
That's
a,
why I'm saying I disagree with you.
are you a Christian?
No, I was a Christian before, but I'm a revered Muslim now.
You're a Muslim. So
Yeah.
does it not say that when you take nothing with you that you brought to this world?
Yeah. I mean, you
According to
physical
Islam,
body.
according to Islam, do you take anything with you from this world?
Yeah.
What do you take with you?
What's more important? Let me come this way. What's more
Answer my question.
important in you?
Like I said, go straight to the point. What do you take with you from this world when you leave this world? What do
You
you
did.
What are deeds?
the things you've done in this world.
How do you take the things you've done
Like
with you?
if like the way you're saying is you're saying that you go to straight.
How do you take the things that you've done? How do you take actions with you?
I was trying to like explain it. Then you said that I should go straight to the point. Like I was trying to explain it.
Because I don't really want to dabble in unintelligence, my good brother. So unless you don't know what you're talking about, if you do know what you're talking about, do me a favor and just tell me, how does a person take actions with them when they die? Explain it based on what we understand death to be. How do you take actions with you?
Yeah, you take it through your soul, because when you are die,
what is the soul? Did you bring a soul from this world?
Yeah, you were born with a soul.
Have you ever seen a soul?
No.
How does your soul take anything with it? How does the soul carry things? How?
Because my holy book tells me.
Give me practical reality. How does a soul take things?
No, if I can't quote from what I believe in, then I can't answer it. I need to quote from my Quran.
Obviously, you cannot answer it, because guess what? Your belief system is based on fantasy, which is not realistic. If your belief system was based on realism, you'll be able to express yourself fluently, straightforwardly, without any breaks in your voice. Obviously, you can't understand what you believe in, right? So thank you for your time, brother. I appreciate you, okay?
No, I need to like quote it from my
story.
My scriptures.
I've just asked you a direct question and I require a direct answer. So I'm not really interested in talking to somebody who doesn't really have a good understanding of what they believe in. So you cannot give me straightforward answers. I don't want you to sit down here and lecture me. How does a soul take something from this world? Just tell me the process. How?
So I can't answer the way you want me to answer. So
you cannot answer the way I want, my brother, because you want to know why. Go and ask yourself why you cannot answer that way. Because I've not even asked you a difficult question. I've just asked you a simple question, right? If somebody say, look, I'm taking water from their house, you imagine that they're gonna take the water in a cup. You're gonna take it somehow, right? There's a way to take it that if someone asks you, hey, show me what you have, you can show them. So you telling me that your soul can take actions from this world? How? If you don't know how, you might need to go and re-examine your religion. But like I said, thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate you, okay?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very, very simple topic that can help your mind come back to reality, right? I'm trying to help you disconnect your mind from thousands of years of superstitions accumulated in the human mind that pretty much disconnects the average human being that believes in superstitious gods and beliefs. You cannot take anything from this world, not your God, nor your belief. So it doesn't matter which God you believe in, you're not even going to take it with you. You're not even going to take yourself with you. Because when you die, it is nothing but nothingness. So if there's anybody that disagrees with me, come forth. I really want to test your intelligence today, right? You guys are so smart. You're so amazing. You're so spiritual. So come up here and express yourself. Any takers? Because if there aren't any takers, then it proves my point, precisely what I'm talking about. This is an antidote. What I'm giving you today is simply an antidote. This is how you unravel all religious delusions, right? You need to ask them precise questions that does not allow them to digress, to jump hoop from left and right. If anybody on here can tell me how you take anything from this world, come up and tell me how you take it. What's up, man?
Hey, bro.
What are you? Are you a Muslim, Christian, or non-believer?
I don't know. I'm in the middle like you are.
Well, I'm not in the middle. I know exactly where I'm at.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Don't worry about what I believe in. Just address the topic upstairs. You will take nothing with you when you die. Not your God, nor your belief. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay, if you agree, brother, there's no argument between me and you. Thank you for your time, okay?
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Yes, that's right. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your God nor your belief. Where are all my religiously motivated people? Where are all the people of God? Come forth, bring your wisdom. Let us test you today. Today is the day of reckoning. I'm going to beat you up with the truth. I'm going to undress your mind and expose your ignorance. Today is a day. If you tell me that you're going to take your soul with you, you sure as hell be able to first of all tell me exactly how a soul takes something, and when you figured out that souls can take something. How do you even know you have a soul? Oh, don't worry, y'all. Be patient. While you're patiently waiting, tap the like button. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. I'm doing good, demigod. I'm doing good, my brother. There's not much going on here other than re-educating religious folks. This is religious therapy. What's up, Precious? What's cooking with you? Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We should be at 20,000 likes by now. That is the only way we're going to summon the wise religious folks, the great and awesome, fantastic, full of intelligence religious folks that can tell us how you take something from this world when you die. If you agree with me, you might as well log off, go about your day. This is not a place for you. No, it's not possible to be Bakangalized after death. Because there's nothing that happens after you die. Once you're dead, that's it. This is your only life. Not only am I giving you wisdom beyond comprehension, I'm freeing you from your own ignorance and your own delusion. You get it? You will take nothing with you when you die. Not your God, not your belief, not your righteousness, not your unrighteousness, not your unholiness, not your debts, not your enemies, not your friends. You ain't taking nothing from this world when you die, and there is not a living human being in this world that can argue with me on that subject. If there is, come forth and let me whoop your ass with the truth. Let me bamboozle you with realism. This is pure realism, okay? I'm operating within the realm of reality. I'm a very realistic fellow. And if you are unable to be realistic, you're going to come up here and you're going to mumbo jumbo. You will bite your tongue a few times and you're going to gasp a few times. You would stammer, stutter a few times. Who knows? Let's see. Let's see who's standing in line.
Bakanga.
What's up, man? What's good, brother? What are you?
Whatever. I don't think you want to talk about it. So let's go to your topic.
I've asked you a question, sir. Just tell me, what are you?
I'm a Christian.
All right. My statement is you will take nothing with you when you die from this world. Not your God, nor your belief. Do you agree or disagree?
I would rather say no one knows. Actually, no one knows what
happened. If you don't know, doesn't mean I don't know. I clearly know. You're the only one.
So what happened after death?
Say that again?
What happens after death?
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. What's your proof?
Nothing was happening to you before you were born. What was happening to you before you were in your mother's womb?
I don't know. So is that how it's going to happen after death?
It appears to me that your problem is ignorance, my good brother. If you don't know what was happening to you before you were in your mother's womb, that means you just don't understand the world. You don't understand human beings. You don't understand.
So tell me.
Before they were born.
Teach me.
I've told you. It's very simple as that.
So no one knows.
No, let me give you an example right now. Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
All right. What is the name of your fifth child?
I would say Rose.
What's Rose doing right now?
I don't know, but...
Yeah, you don't know because Rose lives in your head.
Yeah.
Of course, Rose is not doing anything right now. And the fact that you're not honest enough to say that shows that you, my brother, you are so deep and lost in the labyrinth of your belief. My good brother, I mean no harm when I tell you this. Your problem is ignorance. You just need to educate yourself just a little bit.
About this topic doesn't really matter. I'd rather go to science.
Well, you can go to science on your own personal time. Thank you.
It benefits you doing this.
It doesn't really benefit me. It benefits you if you put your brain to work. Are you using your brain right now?
Well, how is it helping me in my physical life?
Are you using your
brain? How does it help me in my physical life? How does it really matter in my physical life? Now? What I'm doing, I'm relaxing.
Are you using your brain right now?
I'm relaxing actually. When I'm relaxing, what do I do what does my brain do when it's relaxing?
You do not need to complicate, my brother. Are you using your brain right now?
I'm Our brain is active 24
Brother,
hours,
answer
even
the
while you
question.
sleep.
Are you using your brain right now, good brother?
Yeah, I'm using it.
Okay, fine. Now, does the Bible not say you take nothing from you with you when you leave this world?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what it
If
says.
the Bible says, when the Bible says you take nothing with you, how can you possibly take your belief with you? How can you possibly take God
It's
with you?
just a belief.
Brother,
It lives in our
answer
head. It's a
the
belief.
question.
I agree with you.
Listen to the question carefully, okay? If you agree with me, then there's no need for us to be talking. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're messing with the topic.
Brother, if you agree with me, that means that you understand that your belief and
My
everything
point
you
is,
do
you don't know
is
what
only
happens
as
after
useful
death.
as you are alive, right? Once you die,
You
you
don't
take
know what
anything with you.
happens after death. Likewise, me, I don't know what happens after death.
Brother, you don't know what happens after death. I know what happens after death.
What happens after death? I just ask you.
Nothing.
Prove it.
Have you ever seen a dead man doing anything?
No.
Okay, that's the answer. If you cannot figure it out from there, bro.
That's why I said it's just a
Not
belief.
only is your problem a lack of
So that's why I said it's just a belief for the Christians. It's a belief, nothing more.
Is a
It's
gullibility.
nothing you should be, it's not a topic you should be talking about. It's just a belief we have.
Brother, I'm talking to you right now, right? If it's just a belief for you, good, congratulations. If it doesn't matter to you, good, congratulations. Thank you for your time, okay?
Belief doesn't matter in the physical world. It has
Okay,
nothing
good
to do
job.
with your reality.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for your time, okay?
All right.
All right.
My belief doesn't affect your reality.
bro.
It's just my
That's
personal
great.
belief.
That's
I own
fantastic.
them like my
Brother,
property, my inward property.
brother, I'm not arguing with you. I already said thank you for your time, okay? Thank you for your time, okay, brother? You will take nothing with you when you die and leave this world. You can argue with yourself. You can argue in your brain. You can bend it. You can twist it. You can take it up. You can take it down. You ain't taking nothing with you when you leave this world. That invalidates all religion. That proves that all religions is BS. All religions that promise you, especially religions that promise you an afterlife, is BS. What's up?
My brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. What are you?
My name is Julius. I live in Minnesota.
Oh, I didn't ask you what your name was. I said, what are you?
I'm a Christian.
All right. I want you to answer the question. Do you agree with me that you would take nothing with you when you leave this world?
I agree with you. Don't take anything with you.
Say that again.
I agree. When you die, you will not take anything with you.
All right. So you don't believe in heaven and hell, right?
I believe in heaven and hell. Hell is
so if you don't take anything with you, how do you end up in heaven?
The only thing will take with you when you die is only curse.
But the Bible says that you take nothing with you when you die.
You take nothing with you on this earth.
Listen,
okay. Let me go to your point.
The Bible says you take nothing with you when you leave this world, right?
Yes.
Were you born with Christ, or did you find Christ in this world?
I was born with Christ.
So the day you were born, you had Christ with you?
Yes.
Where? Where were you born?
Because.
Brother, where were you born?
I was born in the spirit.
Brother, when were you born?
I was born in the spirit.
That's not what I'm asking you. Use your brain. When were you born?
As he said, he asked me, it's a caution.
When were you born? Tell me the year and the month that you were born, bro. Come on.
No, this I don't show. I gave you the month. I don't give my year. I was born August 2nd.
What year? What year?
You don't have to know the year.
If you don't want to tell me the year, thank you for your time, okay?
1985.
If you don't want to tell me the year, you can go. Thank you for your time.
1985.
1985?
Yes.
On the day you were born, what did you believe?
I believe that God exists.
On the day you were born?
Yes.
You think that babies believe?
Yes, because baby was an angel of God.
Oh, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. There's no need to argue with you. Your problem is just a malfunction of the brain. Thank you for your time, okay?
Brother, you need help.
Well, I'm not the one who says that babies believe. You're the one who needs help.
Because you was an angel. You was an angel. You was a creation of God.
Go and look at yourself in the mirror. Thank you for your time, brother.
You was a creation of a God in heaven.
Bro, I don't want to hear your stories now. Listen, bro.
Go to the book of Genesis.
Brother, you've already said that babies believe. That tells me how your brain works. Thank you for your time, okay, brother?
Go to the book of Genesis, brother. Don't cut me. Let me go to your point. Let me educate you.
Good, brother. There's no need. There's no more time for you to give your point.
We're saying at the end, educate one another, brother. In this salvation.
Good, brother. Thank you for your time.
Salvation.
Yeah.
You need Jesus Christ.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Now you can go. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks.
The
Bye.
ridiculousness is quite embarrassing. You are an embarrassment to the human brain and to human psychology. You will take nothing with you when you die, not your belief, not your God, not your heaven, not your hell. All those fantasies that live in your head, you're not going to take none of that with you. What's up, man?
Night.
What are you?
What am I?
You heard me. You don't have to repeat the question. Come on now, go straight to your point.
Oh, there was topic I'm looking at. Will you take nothing with you when you die?
What are you, brother? What are you?
I'm a man.
What religion are you?
No religion.
You believe in God?
No, that's not an illusion.
All right. Do you agree with me that you will take nothing with you when you die?
Definitely. Definitely.
Sorry, bro. Too much noise in your background. Maybe those kids might even understand the world better than you. You would you will be taking nothing with you when you leave this world. Where are the proponents of, oh, you're going to go to heaven, your soul, your spirit? Because listen, if you're a Christian and you believe that you take something out of this world, you are the clear definition and the manifestation of a contradiction. That's why your whole life is backwards, because you are living in a contradiction. What's up, man?
What's up?
What are you, brother?
What am I?
I asked you the question, my good brother. You don't have to repeat it.
I'm a follower of Christ.
Do you believe that you take anything from this world when you die?
Do I take something?
Do you take anything with you when you leave this world?
Nah.
So you can't possibly take Christ with you. You can't possibly take God with you because you weren't born with those. You found all those things in this world. And your Bible says you can't take anything with you. So heaven and hell is useless to you.
I can take Christ with me. He's always with me.
Well, how can you take Christ with you if you found Christ in the world? Did you find Christ before you were born, or you find Christ after you were born?
You find him when you gain knowledge.
Bro,
when you have understanding.
Did you find Christ after or before you were born?
He's always had him in me, but I didn't know
Christ after or before you were born, my good brother?
Before.
When?
I don't know when. He planted his seeds.
So if you don't know when, how do you know if you found Christ before?
Because when I learned about Christ, I felt it.
Is that what the Bible says? Where did you get that from?
Where did I get what from?
Where did you get that you had Christ with you before you were born?
It's in the scriptures.
Give me the chapter and verse. Give me the chapter.
Christ is always with us.
Give me the chapter and verse.
You gotta look it up.
No, you say it's in the scripture. Give me the scripture. If not, you're just a liar, bro.
I'm not a liar. I don't have another device. I don't have a.
Tell me the scripture that says that you had Christ with you before you were born, and I will pull it up.
I don't have the exact verse right now.
All right, then go down. When you find the scripture, you can come back, okay? Because I'm very confident that you're lying, because I know the whole Bible, and there's nothing in there that says you had Christ with you before you were born.
God is always with us. What do you mean? He says that.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
What do you mean? He does say that. I just don't know.
Verse.
I don't know the exact scripture.
All right, so thank you for your time. You're just lying, bro. Next guest. Just so you know, I'm not really ignorant about religion, okay? So if you think you're talking to somebody that's ignorant about religion, you bamboozled yourself. You just scammed yourself. Hello, what's up?
Good morning. Why are you so angry?
If you're confusing my behavior for anger, I don't blame you. But your perception, you're entitled to your perception. Now tell me, my good sister, what are you?
I wanted to ask you, what are you believing? Because I read this.
I'm asking questions. That's kind of like the format of my show. So with all due respect, just answer my questions and we'll get along just fine. What are you?
I'm a child of God.
All right. So you believe in which God? Muslim God or Christian God?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. All right. That's great. Now, I say you will take nothing with you when you leave this world, not your God nor your belief. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't have to take God with me because God is everywhere.
Sister, I said you will take nothing with you when you leave this world, not your God nor your belief. I simply want to know if you agree with that statement or you disagree.
I came with nothing and I go with nothing.
All right. Did you come with God in this world?
He sent me into this world.
No, I mean, that's not what I asked. I said, did you come with God in this world?
He sent me into this
Sister,
world.
you said you came with nothing. Did you come with God in the world? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking if somebody sent
God
you.
is spirit. God is spirit. He's
I
everywhere.
understand all of that. Just answer my question. Did you come with God in the world?
He gave me the breath of life. Of course, He's with me.
Sister, congratulations. Whatever you think God gave you, that's not what I have a qualm with.
No. Don't ask such question.
Into the world.
That does not make any sense.
All right, sister, if it doesn't make any sense, thank you for your time. I appreciate you, okay?
Yeah, thank you. What are you believing?
You guys are grossly confused. Don't worry about what I believe in. I ask you a question, just answer it. This is not quite complicated, y'all. Listen, I'm telling you, don't come up here and begin to bite your tongue. You're going to embarrass yourself, okay? Because I'm not asking very difficult questions. My questions are quite simple and give you the opportunity to give me straightforward, straight to the point answers. Hello, Julius. What's up?
Who are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, brother. What are you?
Christian.
All right. I say you will take nothing with you when you come to the world, not your God, nor your belief. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I came in the air with nothing. I will go with nothing.
Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I said I came to the world with nothing. I will go with nothing. I disagree.
I'm asking you if you agree or you disagree with the statement. I didn't say repeat the statement. I said, do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
You disagree. So tell me, what do you take from this world with you?
I would take Jesus Christ with me.
All right. Does the Bible not say you came with nothing and you will live with nothing?
The Bible says you came with nothing, you will live with nothing.
So let me ask you a question. Did you come with Jesus Christ into the world?
I was sent by him.
No, I didn't ask you who sent you. I said, did you come with Jesus Christ into the world?
Yes.
When did you get Jesus?
True, by my faith.
Did you have faith when you were in your mother's stomach?
My faith, yes.
You had faith in your mother's stomach?
Yes.
When you were a baby?
Yes.
You had faith?
Yes. Ask me why.
You're sure you had faith?
Yeah, ask me why. Yes.
No, I'm not going to ask you why. I know exactly why. You have mental issues, bro. Thank you for your time, okay?
It's not mental issue. I'm educated something.
It's okay. It's okay, brother. Don't worry, bro. We don't have to argue too hard now.
I don't have faith in my mother's stomach. I'm going to be existing in my mother's stomach.
Easy diagnosis. You think I'm a fool? I'm not trying to argue with you about obvious things. If you give me an irrational answer, you're disqualified. You're not smart enough. Hello?
You don't invite me. Oh, Bakanga, my man.
What's cooking?
Nothing is cooking.
Do you agree?
Good evening from here.
Do you agree or disagree with my statement?
I agree with your statement. We are not taking anything from this world.
Now, I salute you. You have a fantastic day. You are qualified.
Yes, you are doing a good job. So sometimes it's good to just hear your voice.
Thank you. I know that. I appreciate you, my good friend. I appreciate.
Yeah, keep it up. Yeah, keep it up. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, sir. Good night.
Good night. Where are all the religiously indoctrinated people? Why do you guys run from simple questions?
Yo, it's John 1:1. Go read it.
John 1:1?
Yeah, go look it up.
John 1:1 says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. It don't say nothing about you.
So what do you think that means?
Huh?
What do you think that means?
That's just plain English. It means exactly what it means. It says
okay,
in the beginning
there
was
goes
the
your
Word.
answer.
Bro.
I just gave you the answer.
Bro.
So now you're trying to justify what I just gave you an answer.
Again, okay, brother, I think your problem might just be basic English comprehension. It says, John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Are you the Word?
Right, exactly. We have His Word in us.
Are you the Word?
We have the Word in us. So
brother, are you the Word?
We have the Word in us.
Bro, I've answered a simple question. Are you the Word, yes or no?
No, we're not the Word.
Okay,
but
so
we have the Word in us.
What is the Word? What is the Word?
We have the Word, His gospel, His knowledge.
What is the Word?
His conscience.
Bro, just answer my question, man. If not,
I just told you that our conscience.
What is a word?
The Word is the gospel.
I didn't ask you what is the Word. I said, what is the Word?
I'm telling you what the Word is.
No, I'm not asking you what the word is. I'm asking you what a word is. Word.
A word is English. Word. You're speaking word.
What does word mean?
A verb, adjective, pronoun.
What does word mean?
I just told you.
What does it mean?
So now you dunking me.
Bro, what does word mean?
I just told you.
Say it again.
The word
Bro, I said to you, I'm not saying the
Word,
word. I'm not saying
pronouns,
the anything.
adjectives, those are
What?
words.
Listen, okay, check this out, bro. I'm gonna slow it down for you, right? I'm gonna ask you the question very clearly, so please don't misconstrue what I'm asking you. What is a word?
A verb, adjective,
All right. So
pronoun.
you had a verb with you when you were in your mother's womb?
Huh?
Did you have a verb with you when you were in your mother's womb?
I guess so. I got the word of God.
You guess so?
Yeah, if that's what you want to
So
say.
what word were you speaking when you were in your mother's belly?
Nothing. I had to learn the word. The word
How did you have to
of
learn if you already
humans.
had it?
Of humans, I had to learn the word,
All right,
but I
thank you for
already
your
had.
time, okay, brother. You've been disqualified you've been qualified as unintelligent. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, okay?
You stay ducking me.
Ducking
Stop
you. Bro,
ducking.
of course I'm gonna duck the foolishness.
You don't want the smoke.
I don't want the smoke of insanity. Of course. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to watch something here, okay? Because this is not just for show, though it might be a show, okay? I want you to observe the irrational method that these people's brains work. Because you might think I'm here to provoke you. You might think I'm here looking for trouble. But I'm just showing you something that is very consistent in the minds of religious people. They don't dwell in the real world. Religious folks do not live in the real world. They live in a world that they have made up in their heads. That's not sustainable. That is not a healthy way to live life. What's up, T-Say? Hello?
Hello, Bakanga.
Yeah, my good brother. What are you? Yes, sir. What are you?
It's cool. I'm happy to be here. I've been following you through message. I haven't had opportunity to be on audio. I believe every word you say.
Well, bro,
I believe every word.
So you're saying that you agree with me?
Of course, I agree with you. Every word.
Bro, then there's really no room for us to conversate today. So
I'm just happy to be here. It's okay. We can. All right. Thanks.
If you want a conversation, my brother, you have to come back another day. I appreciate you, okay?
All right, no problem. All right.
You will take nothing with you when you leave this world. Taylor, I ain't bringing you back out, bro, unless you're going to come and make some sense. Don't come and express some buff. Listen, I have no interest in talking to somebody who doesn't have basic English comprehension skills and basic common sense. That's it. If there's no one to talk to, I'm going to off this thing and go about my day. But if you guys come up, you better talk and make sense, okay? Just have some basic common sense. It has nothing to do with religion. Having basic English comprehension skills have nothing to do with religion. What's up, man? What are you? No, I didn't say how are you. I said, what are you? All right. I have made a statement. I said you will take nothing with you when you die. Not your God, nor your belief. Do you agree or disagree? Oh, wow. And you're a Christian? And so tell me, do you believe you're going to go to heaven or hell? I'm asking if you're going to go to heaven or hell. You're a Christian, right? Yeah, I understand. But you're a Christian, right? But you are a Christian, right? Yeah or no? Well, it seems like people say they can't hear you anyways, my brother, so I'm going to drop you, okay? Come on, y'all. Just exhibit a little bit of sensibility, y'all. Come on now. What's up, man?
Yeah, are you still a Satanist?
Just answer my question. What are you, bro?
I am.
All right, next guest. I told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? Something is wrong with these people. Like, it's about time that we really help people move away from this religious stuff. Brains. Look, very good job representing religious, brother. You're doing a very good job, okay? You're doing a very great job. What you're doing right now is precisely proving myself. You don't understand. Oh, this guy deserves to be blocked. Your intelligence is so overwhelmingly low. You deserve to be loved. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. What's up, man?
How are you doing?
You can see how I'm doing, brother. What are you?
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Do you take anything with you when you leave this world?
Yes, I do.
What do you take with you?
I take my soul with me. I do. I take
your soul with you.
I can.
How?
How do you know? How do you prove your claims? You're just making an empty claim.
Good brother. I asked you a very simple, non-offensive question. So please do me the respectable favor of just telling me, how do you take your soul with you when you leave this world? How?
Because my soul.
I didn't ask you why. So you cannot answer me with because. I said how.
I'm answering. Listen to me. I take all my deeds with my soul.
How do you take them with you? How?
How do you have the knowledge you have with yourself? How do you have it?
Because I have a body.
No, without your body, you can still have. You have consciousness.
No, without my body, I have nothing. That's just common sense.
I have consciousness.
If you don't get it, bro, if you don't get it, there's no need for me to argue with you. Answer my question. How do you take your soul with you when you leave this world? If you cannot answer, bro, I'm going to the next guest. I don't have
my
time to
consciousness. You can't answer. I'm telling you with my consciousness.
All right, next guest. If you're not smart, please just watch the show, okay? Don't feel the need to come up. I'm not gonna entertain buffoonery or slow brain activity. If your brain is beating like one beat per minute, too slow for me. What's up?
What's up?
What are you? Oh, it's the same guy? You got multiple accounts, huh? Well, guess what? Bring them all up, bro. Bring up all your accounts. Bring them all up. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Ladies and gentlemen, in as much as we're having fun, if you guys haven't yet realized that you wonder why organizations like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all these extremist organizations, you wonder why human beings cannot get along. It's because some people are genuinely suffering from mental illness. Some people are suffering from mental illness. And that mental illness is a direct consequence of institutionalized, legalized buffoonery and superstition. The entire religious system gives people the legal permission to act like human beings that have no brains. I want you to imagine what such people are capable of. You wonder why there's violence in the world? What's up?
Hello, how you doing, Bakanga?
You can see how I'm doing, bro. What you got for me?
Yeah, actually, basically, I'm here to say that, like you've been saying, religion is the worst opioid given to the poor, especially people with.
I get it, brother. I don't want to go into any other topic that's not related to my topic upstairs. Do you agree or disagree with me?
What are you gonna take when you will take nothing with you when you die? Actually, you will take your whole body. What part of that you don't get it? You will take your whole body with you. You will be left nothing on the earth. That's what you're gonna take with you.
Well, where are you gonna take it to?
To the earth. You're gonna just take it to the bacteria or to decompose you.
Okay, good. Congratulations. Thank you for your time, okay?
Yeah.
Oh man, there's no way not a single person has been able to make a single valid point. Sometimes I bet against myself, okay? Sometimes I come up here on the internet and I'm like, okay, today I'm gonna run into someone so smart, it's gonna leave me flabbergasted. But I keep running into people so slow, so unable to live in the real world. I am flabbergasted. I come up here to be flabbergasted by wisdom, and yet I'm flabbergasted by foolishness and slow-thinking human beings who live in cuckoo gaga land. It's not funny. The madness is not funny. 200 years from now, your children and your grandchildren will look at you and they will be laughing at you. They're like, wow, do you know there was a time when adults used to play with imaginary friends? Jerome.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Man, you can see how I'm doing, bro. You coming down here for some of that smoke or what?
Well, I mean, I just got on live, man. I seen you popped up on the feed, so I'm just seeing what you got going on, man.
I ain't got much going on, bro. I'm over here like looking at religious people with the truth, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm digging the hat, man.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm in a cowboy face right now, man. I'm doing that Southern soul cowboy.
Yeah, yeah.
How's that for you? Jerome.
What?
Hello? Where'd homeboy go?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. How's life treating you, man?
Whoa. It's good. It's good. Life's treating me well, man. I'm about to be back in Dallas, so.
Man.
Yeah.
What do you think of my topic that I got?
What's the topic today?
I say you will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, nor your belief.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely correct. I'll agree with you there, man.
Of course. You know, and the way I see it, bro, it invalidates all religions, all beliefs, any belief system. In fact, anything that human beings think of, do, or imagine, you can't take none of that with you. That's like, for me, that's the antidote to deconstruct every religious mind.
Yeah. Well, I think you have people that are just selfish and they believe that, you know, that they're more than what they are. You know, they believe that they're here for a reason. You know, everything is for a reason, you know.
And so when you look at it innocently, bro, I don't really blame them, especially due to my own Christian experience, bro. People got so much shit going on in their life, they can't afford to be realistic, you know. They got to make up all those delusions so they can handle the stuff that's going on in their life. But bro, we're in 2024, bro. Like, we have so many resources now. You don't need to depend on being delusional in order to get along in the world.
That's true. That's true.
You know,
Yeah.
and those delusions is what creates extremists. People who are extremists. People who are extremely intolerant of other people. People who cannot go to sleep because of what somebody else is doing in their backyard. You know what I'm saying? As human beings, I just see it this way. As we grow up and we become more civilized, we just got to get to the point where we understand that religion is as uncivilized as the fact that people used to ride horses back in the day. It's just useless now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. It's funny. Like sometimes I can speak to, you know, very religious people, you know, about certain scriptures or certain things in their own book, you know, and it's funny how they don't, a lot of times, a lot of people just don't read the whole book. You know, they just read what they want or read, you know, what they're told.
99% of Christians have never read the Bible from beginning to the end. In fact, 99.9%. That's so embarrassing when you think about it. That's so embarrassing. It's like a dude out here doing maintenance. He ain't never read the maintenance manual, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, bro, man, I'm doing a marathon today, man, but I do appreciate you, Jerome, coming out, man. I still got that thing that you texted me about, man. I definitely hit you up when I get to that point, man. So
All right. Yeah, let me know, man, because I'm always willing to help, you know. So
hell yeah, bro. You know, that's how when we gotta come up, we gotta hit up anyone that's willing to help out.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
What's up, my good brother?
All right, man. You take it easy.
In Dallas. Where you at right now? Waco?
I'm in Dallas at the moment, but I'll be in San Antonio by Monday. So
where at Boeing?
Yeah, Boeing. Yeah.
All right, man, making that big money, huh? I see how it is.
It's just a little bit.
Man, but you got to come to the airlines, man. That's where the real money's at.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm thinking about going to Southwest here soon because that's where the family is.
They pay good. They pay good. They top out like in the $60s or $70. I think so.
Yeah, right now, and then in a couple of years it'll be more. So.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Jerome, bro. I'd love to talk to you for more, just cause you're my homeboy, man. But let me deal with this religious folks, man. You should come on there, bro, when I get a panel on here, man. So you can spit out some of that wisdom, bro.
Of course, man. I'm down. Just let me know.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out to the hat.
I'm digging the hat, man. I'm digging.
I know, bro. You always been a hat guy too.
Yeah. Well,
all right, my good brother, man.
All right, I'll get off, man. I'm glad I got to talk to you, man.
Peace to you. I know, bro. That's crazy, right? How you can talk to people you ain't spoken to in a while just on TikTok, man. That's crazy.
Connects everybody, man.
That's facts. That's facts, man. Appreciate you, man.
All right, I'll see you, man.
For sure.
See if I can get off of here.
Hey, we can see you, man. You take nothing with you when you leave this world. Not your mama, not your papa, not your children, not your money, not your sorrows, not your suffering, not your depression, not your depressive thoughts. You ain't taking nothing with you when you leave this world. Not your Jesus, not your Muhammad. You ain't taking none of that BS with you. Anything you got, that's why you got to live your life for the moment. Stop worrying about the afterlife. The afterlife is a scam. There's no such thing. You ain't even taking life with you. When they say you're not taking anything with you when you leave this world, that means you're not even taking life with you. You're not even taking life with you. So there can be no afterlife. Because you ain't taking nothing. You ain't even taking no after anything with you. How is that so difficult for you guys to understand? I know that those of you who get it, y'all get it, right? So I'm pretty much beating a dead horse talking to y'all. But those of you who are religiously indoctrinated, those of you who are religiously handicapped, you have been handicapped by your religious beliefs and you don't even know it. Just because you wear a nice suit and go to church every Sunday, or you cover yourself up and go to the mosque, doesn't mean shit if you can't answer this question that I'm asking you today. Nothing will you take with you. People have come up here and they've said, oh, you take your soul with you. Then you ask them, how do you take your soul with you? If you don't know what you're talking about fundamentally, you can't even hang in a conversation with me on this subject, okay? That's why every time I ask you the question, you want to digress. You're jumping hoops, left and right. Ladies and gentlemen, oh wow, 43,000 likes. Good job on y'all, man. Tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Man, this dude's taking forever to load, man. What's up, man? Taking forever to load. you think your Mbola now, bro. Your Mbola is gonna go into the grave and it's gonna rotten. you're not even gonna take your Mbola with you.
Hello, Bakanga.
What's up, man?
I'm good. I called. There was one time I requested for your show, and when I got in, you were not taking like people who were agreeing with you at all.
It's
and I just had to drop.
It's practically the same thing today, bro.
Yeah, and I understand because I respect what you do and you put in a lot of work, and no one should take that for granted. You're here sometimes for like 9 hours, 11 hours. Sometimes I go to sleep and I wake up and I'm like, this guy is really trying to get his message out to the world.
Time is the currency of life. I invest my time into this because it is important. Some of you might underestimate this, but every single person listening to me right now, I am in your head. I am in your head. My words go deeper into your head than you even think. Especially you religious people. Religious people cannot resist me. Cannot. They are attracted to my words the way a bee is attracted to flowers. But thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate you. Okay, if we're not disagreeing, I'm going to go on to the next guest.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say something, Bakanga.
Brother, I wish I could let you say something, bro, but it's probably not going to have anything to do with the topic. So you definitely have to catch me on the day when I'm not doing this format, okay?
Okay, I guess I'll try the third time.
Yeah, I was on yesterday for 9 hours. You didn't come up even one time, so
I was watching for that time, but you were taking oppositions as well.
Yeah, but at some point I made a panel, so just follow me, man. You see, you get your chance, man. I appreciate you, though, my good brother.
All right, thank you.
What's up, Wendy?
Good night. This is not Wendy. This is Wendy friend.
All right, Wendy
I just want.
What's up?
I'm good. I just want to ask a question. Yes, I know we take nothing with us, right? Okay. But this thing that is inside of us, right? Because we're not the body. But where does that go?
There's nothing inside of you that is not your body.
So we are the body, so we're not spirit then.
No, spirit is just an imaginary concept that people made up because they can't understand the electrical aspect of the human body and the internal workings of the human body.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's called a body. A body is like a combination of multiple things, but they are all physical things that make up your body.
Okay.
I think what she's talking about is the breath that is in you when you're dead. It's gone, right?
Even the breath is physical. It's just air.
It's just air.
Oh.
Okay.
I never look at it like that.
You never look at it like that?
No.
It's because you follow the old religious narratives, right? Religious people have the tendency.
Because it's still in your head.
Religious people have the tendency to mystify things that are not mysterious. They take very simple things and make them mysterious.
Oh.
But
okay.
If you want to solve this problem, you have to simplify it.
I missed that. Go again?
Thank you for your time, Wendy's friend. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Good night.
Good night.
You take me down.
I hope that this is not too overwhelming for y'all. What do you guys mean? The volume is low. Y'all can't hear me right now? You can't hear me right now? Yeah, sometimes I bring up some guests and they have something wrong with their microphones and it intervenes. So if it's low, just do your best to listen. If not, you just skip that section of the show. The questions I'm asking are not really too difficult to process, right? And for your own personal mental health, listen, y'all, for your own personal mental health, for your own sanity, you want to try your best to be realistic, especially when you find yourself in moments in life when you have problems. The first thing I think about when I have a problem is, I can't even take it with me. So why do I need to worry about something that I'm not going to take with me? That calms you down. That gives you the ability to then perform what is known as critical thinking. So you need to be realistic in order to be able to think critically. If you're not realistic, you will find yourself usually thinking about what you believe every time something is wrong. That is how some of you end up with the whole spiritual narrative. Oh, it's demons, it's devils. Somebody, especially if you're African, somebody in my village cursed me. You go to church and your pastor told you that your grandmother is the reason why you can't have babies. If you are an African person listening to me right now, and you still believe that nonsense, that somebody can use witchcraft to affect your life, your brain has been destroyed. It's just there as a passenger. In fact, your brain is just a passenger in your head. It's not contributing at all. If you still believe that somebody can use witchcraft to make you not get a job, if you still believe that somebody can use a witchcraft to torment you in your sleep, you are living in a movie. Your brain has manufactured the movie, and you are the actors in those movies. In the real world, there is always a realistic explanation for every circumstance and every situation, even if you don't know the realistic answers to the problems that you have. So when you have a problem, you need to first of all begin by investigating what is realistic. If somebody told you that the reason why you don't have babies is because your grandmother in the village put a hex on you or put a curse on you, that's not realistic. That's not realistic, so you can eliminate that option. If somebody told you that the reason why your husband cheated on you is because somebody put a spell on him, that's not realistic. It's called seduction. It's not called spells. If another woman seduces your husband, that just means that she's appealing. She appealed to his sexual desires. It has nothing to do with magic. It has nothing to do with witchcraft. Those are all tricks. This is the core of what governs your life. If you ever find yourself praying, in fact, let me tell you something. This is how you know that you're not a realistic person, okay? When something happens to you and you begin to pray, you have already disconnected your brain from reality. That is how you will know that you're not a realistic person. It doesn't matter which religion you practice. If something happens to you and the first thing you think about doing is to pray, what you have done is you have made your situation 10 times worse. That prayer will destroy your ability to solve your problems. You might as well flip a coin. If you are unable to see things as they are, obviously you will be believing in imaginary beings like Jesus, Satan. Is it not strange to you that you have never seen God or the devil? Is it not strange to you that you have never seen God or the devil in every situation that you face? Ultimately, you will always find a human being somewhere along the way, but the gods and the devils that you are blaming and worshiping, you never find them anywhere. When is it going to click in your brain that there is something psychologically wrong with that thought process? I'm going to let that marinate in your brain. Most of you religious goats, you're afraid. You're afraid to come and face Bakanga. You don't want to get your ass whooped. What are you doing on TikTok? Go and get a job. If you're going to be on TikTok, you better come up and let me whoop your ass. Don't be a scaredy cat. Nobody's going to visit you. If you think you can see ghosts, if you think you can see dead people, you have mental issues. It's all mental issues. Listen, you need to go and see a psychiatrist. If you think your grandmother visited you in a dream and you think that's real, in fact, if you think dreams are real, if you had a dream and you thought it was going to happen, something has malfunctioned up there, okay? Your brain is like wiring, like a radio. If you twist the wires and the wires break, it will disrupt the entire signal. It will disrupt the entire function of that mechanism. Stop worrying about how things made themselves. If you want to know how something was made, you first have to know what it is. If you want to know how something was made, you first have to know what it is. You have to have a solid, fundamentally realistic amount of knowledge of what that thing is. If you don't know what a human being is, you might be prone to imagine things such as human beings having souls and spirit. You do not have a soul and you do not have a spirit. You are entirely your body. There is no astral realm or astral anything. Those are all fantasies manufactured by delusional human beings throughout time. It's addicting like a drug. Pure entertainment. If you are suffering in life, it's not because there's a God out there punishing you. Listen, suffering is a natural part of life, just like temperature is a natural part of life. Think of suffering like temperature. It depends on the circumstances in that environment. If the circumstances around you are conducive and hospitable, you would suffer less. If the conditions around you are not hospitable, you would suffer more. Just like if it is cold outside, you might freeze. If it's too hot, you might dehydrate. It's not because God is punishing you if you're dehydrating. It's not because God is punishing you if you're suffering. Those are all lies. Those are all lies. And the biggest of all lies is that by believing in somebody that you read in a book, somehow you will be saved from something that you're not even suffering from. How can I cure you from a disease that you're not even sick of? How can somebody cure you? Answer my question, y'all. How can somebody cure you from a disease that you're not sick of? Use your brain. The only thing that they're curing you from is your money. Especially you Christians. In fact, if you've been a Christian for more than 20 years, I want you to calculate how much money you've given to your church. You could have retired by now. You could have retired by now if you add up all that money that you have been donating to your church. Where do you think that money is going? You really think that you give? Oh man. This is crazy. I want you to understand one thing, y'all. When you give money to church, you are not giving it to God. You are giving it to people. That is the reality of the situation. When you are giving money to church, you are not giving to God. When you are doing something for somebody, you are not doing it for God. When you are tempted by something, you are not tempted by the devil. When something good happens to you, it is not a blessing from God. When something bad happens to you, it is not a curse from God. They are the natural circumstances of life, which are neither good nor evil. It is simply unfortunate. That's what fortune is. You need to understand fortune. Fortune is when you find yourself at the right place at the right time. That's what it means to be fortunate. Unfortunate means you find yourself at the wrong place at the wrong time. Or should I say at the right time? You find yourself in the wrong place at the right time. You'll be unfortunate. In every circumstance in your life, in fact, let me give you one of the clues on how you can solve problems in your life, okay? This is one of the thought processes. When something happens to you that you want to know why it happened to you, ask yourself this question. Was I in the right place at the right time? If you were not at the right place at the right time, that's already, you need to continue investigating down that thought process. You need to continue down that path of investigation. Very simple. Very simple. If somebody broke into your house, were you at the right place at the right time? If you had a car accident, were you at the right place at the right time? What are the decisions that you made to lead you into those circumstances? Everything that happens to you in this world is a product of your own choices. Everything that happens to you in this world, since the day you were born, is a direct product of your own choices. That means that you are the reason why things happen to you. But when you die, you don't take any of it with you. Jesus died on the cross for my sins. Okay, show me your sins. Jesus died on the cross to set me free. Set you free from what? Allah is God. Who told you that? The deception is not necessarily meant to end your life. It's meant to domesticate you. So you have undergone the same thing that domestic animals undergo when they become domestic. If you believe in God, you are what I call a domestic human. You have been domesticated. Your entire belief system is the thinking process of a domesticated animal. Just ask yourself, which animal are you on the farm? Are you the goat, the sheep, the dog, the cow? In fact, most of you religious people are pigs. You are the pigs on the farm. You eat anything that your preachers give you. You just eat it. Even the psychologically stinking stuff you eat. And you wonder why you have... Listen, y'all. One of the direct consequences of not being realistic is that it will always lead to more problems. Okay? When you find yourself in a situation and you are not realistic about the situation, you are only making the situation worse. So every time that you think that witchcraft is the source of your problem, you have made your life worse. Every time you think that by going to church and praying, you're going to solve your problem, you've made the situation worse. It will never, never be better. you just keep suffering and suffering and suffering. That's why people in church have to continuously pray, because they always have problems. You continue to have problems because the solutions that you are using to solve those problems are also problems. You cannot use problems to solve problems. You cannot use a problem to solve a problem. This is not to say that people who don't believe in God don't suffer, okay? No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that by not believing in God, all of a sudden, all your problems will... No. But when you start believing in God, the first thing you're going to obtain is peace of mind. If you genuinely stop believing in those fantasies, the first thing you're going to gain is clarity. There is something called clarity, right? Everything becomes clear. Everything will just make sense. Everything will make sense. I'm telling you, the moment you stop believing in God, the moment you understand that, okay, the God possibility is actually an impossibility. Because some things are impossible in the world. There are some things in this world which are impossible. That's one of the biggest lies I've ever told Christians. With God, all things are possible. No, that is the fattest lie. That is the most overweight lie they have ever given you. All things are not possible in the world. That's not real. In the real world, some things are possible and some things are impossible. So anytime you're trying to solve a problem, ask yourself, is the solution possible? Do I have the resources to make it possible? Is there evidence that this is overwhelmingly impossible? For example, if you find yourself on a ship that is sinking and your solution is you want to walk on water. Is it possible to walk on water? No, you would drown now. You might want to find a lifeboat or find a safety jacket, a life vest. If you are hungry, is it possible for you to eat a stone? No. It's not possible for you to eat a stone and quench your hunger. If you're thirsty, is it possible for you to quench your thirst by drinking sand? No, that's impossible. So you have to be realistic so you will know. If you're not realistic, you will not be able to know what's possible and what's not possible. Oh, man. Some of you. Look at that.
Look at that.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Same stuff every day, man.
That's what's up. I just want to say what's up.
I know you just want to say what's up, man, because, you know, I'm only taking the smoke today. So shout out to you, my good brother.
Yeah, I'm good too. You enjoying the show, man. Do your thing. Look at that.
Thank you. Look at that. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
What is the major difference between a child and an adult? Children don't know what is realistic, right? Children don't understand what is realistic. They don't understand realism. An adult is a person who understands realism. So an adult can think critically. But not every adult. There are many adults whose brains still function like the brains of a child. Not because they're not adult, but their mentalities have never matured. You are immature. When they say you are immature, that's what they mean. That means you are thinking unrealistically. When a child goes to sleep at night and he sees a shadow in his closet, he will think that it's a monster. But an adult knows that a shadow in the closet is not a monster. Because there are no monsters in the world that go into people's closets. That's just not realistic. So an adult is not scared of the shadows in the closet. But some of you are grown as hell, fully developed human beings with brains that work like that of a 5-year-old. If a leaf shakes when you're walking at night, you begin to run because you think it's a demon. You think it's a demon. It follows. It follows. That is the reason why you are so miserable. And that misery is what makes you think you take anything with you when you leave this world. No, 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 no. You ain't taking shit with you when you leave this world, y'all. you ain't taking shit with you. Make peace with that fact and watch your life be transformed. Make peace with that fact and watch yourself be at your best at all the time. If you are 5 foot, if you are 5'1", or let's say you are 4 feet tall, you are not dunking on a 23 feet basketball court. You're not dunking. I don't care how high you can jump, you ain't dunking. You might as well get a trampoline, but you ain't doing it in a real game. You get what I'm saying? You're not dunking. If you don't know how to speak French, you're not going to have a conversation in French. That's how reality works. That's how critical thinking works. It is time to scrap your gods. It's time to throw them out of the window, and it's time to see the world as it is. You know how sometimes people say that the world is not fair? Of course the world is not fair. But who's to decide that it's not fair? It is 100% fair. Because it's not even about it being fair or not. You will be discriminated against. You will be cheated. You will be scammed. You will be lied to. You will be deceived. That's how life is. There is no hellfire where God is going to punish people who cheated you. It doesn't matter how bad a person is in this world. They're not going to know hellfire. And it doesn't matter how good you are. You're not going to know heaven. The only mansions there in heaven are the mansions of bullshit that are living in your head. The only happiness that you're going to have in heaven is the bullshit that is in your head. And if you are afraid to change, if you are afraid to better your life because you're trying to please the religious people in your life, you are precisely the type of person I say has been domesticated, right? So you haven't just been domesticated by the system, but you have been domesticated by the people in your life. You have been tamed. You are a tamed animal. You are in a cage of your own making. The people around you can become an obstacle to your mentality when you allow yourself to participate in delusional activities in order to satisfy people's egos and people's expectations of you. If you die today, none of those people in your life that you're trying to please are going to go with you. You're not taking your children with you. You're not taking your husband with you. You're not taking your wife with you. You're not taking your father with you. If you don't have a job, go and get one. Make some money, but you're not going to become a millionaire just by believing it. Nobody in this world ever became a millionaire by believing it. That whole law of attraction bullshit is bullshit. Law of attraction is entirely bullshit. Law of critical thinking. You should follow that one. Law of reality. Law of being realistic. That's what you should follow. Go and sit in your closet and think and believe so hard that you're a doctor and see if you ever become a doctor. Nonsense. Go and sit in your house and, oh, I'm righteous. I'm chosen by Christ. Oh, we are the servants of Allah. I submit to Allah. No, you're submitting to bullshit. You are submitting to man-made bullshit. It's not even natural bullshit. Man-made bullshit. If what I'm saying right now is offending you, ask yourself why. If every word coming out of my mouth right now, if you disagree with it, you probably have mental issues. I don't care what you've accomplished in your life. If you disagree with anything that I'm saying right now, it's indicative of mental issues. So I'm not insulting you. I'm just helping you discover your condition. You have given in to despair. Do you know what despair is? Despair is hopelessness. Let me tell you what hope is, okay? Hope, true hope, is when you have confidence in what you can do. True hope is when you have confidence in what you can do, not in what other people can do, not in what somebody else can do, especially not imaginary beings like gods and devils. If you don't have confidence in your own ability to think and solve problems, you would find yourself in a state of despair. And what naturally follows is that you will constantly be begging. You will be constantly begging, right? In the religious world, it's called praying. Every time you find yourself praying, is because you have become hopeless. It's because you no longer have the ability to solve your own problems. So now you begin to wish that reality will change to favor you just because you want it to. It ain't gonna happen like that. It ain't gonna happen like that. You are not gonna get the job because you prayed. You're gonna get the job if you meet the qualifications and if you are the best candidate and if the people who are reviewing the job like you. That's what makes you get the job. There's no supernatural power out there that's disrupting reality. Every time you pray, they're like, okay, look, oh, it's about to be a car accident. I'm just going to take the guy off the road. No. Come back to the real world and get out of religion. Get out of false beliefs. I'm even saying beliefs. Get out of believing altogether. Of course I'm right. Can I be wrong? It's impossible for me to be wrong with the things I'm saying right now. Because I'm talking to you from reality. I'm speaking straight up realistic facts. If you have never seen an alien, either you are speculating or you are living in cuckoo gaga land. When we think of aliens the same way we think of Superman. Now, if you think I'm wrong, and all you can do is sit in the comment section and say I'm wrong, that's indicative of your mental illness. Because if you think I'm wrong, you come up here. Let me ask you questions. There is no religious person out there that can answer the questions I ask. That is how you investigate. That's how you interrogate, right? Have you guys ever watched the videos of interrogations when you're interrogating a criminal? Oh, hell no, Venus. You ain't trying to play that game now. Venus, you're not trying to play that game now. You're not trying to get your ass whooped now.
I think that when you die, you take your consciousness with you.
Are you trolling or are you being serious?
No, I'm being serious. When you die, there is this aspect of your brain that cannot necessarily, be compared to consciousness. It's called mind-body dualism, and it's what Descartes believed in. He believed that there was a separate entity from your brain.
Well, good for him, but he was 100% wrong because we have never found a separate entity in a human being, have we?
But the thing is, just because we haven't found it, it doesn't mean it's completely impossible.
Well, actually, it is completely impossible because, like you said to me, hey, man, this radio doesn't have any speakers in it, but we're going to hear sound coming from it. Nah, you're not going to hear sound coming from it if it doesn't have speakers in it, right? Like, hey, this phone doesn't have a battery, but it's going to work. No, it's not going to work. This car doesn't have tires, but it's going to drive. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you want to know why the difference between that and the brain is? It's because we aren't exactly able to connect consciousness to the brain. We just know that it's an emergent property of the brain. But this entirely
it's conceptual. Consciousness by itself is fundamentally conceptual. It's not tangible and it's not realistic. It's a concept that allows us to describe, you know this already, Venus, to describe the chemical and electrical processes that take place in the brain. But as a substance called consciousness, something that can be quantified, qualified, moved from left to right, there is no such thing.
But consciousness isn't something that you can move in that sense. It's like, how do we know that people without brains aren't necessarily having thoughts? We can't prove that they aren't thinking.
People without brains.
Yeah, but like people who someone who's born without a brain, someone who only has half of their brain.
Without a brain, even if the brain is defective.
I mean, like someone who only has their brainstem. I know the brainstem is a part of the brain, but the parts of the brain that we associate with so-called thoughts and emotions.
The entire brain is necessary for thought and emotion.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you remove a part of someone's brain, they're still able to recover. Like other parts of the brain can take on that.
Because the brain has redundant systems in it. In fact, that is the way that we actually build different apparatus, right? Like in an airplane, do you know why an airplane has 2 engines, but it can actually fly on one? It's redundancy. That's how you call it, redundancy. An average airplane, like the passenger airplanes, has 3 batteries, but it only needs 1, right? So yes, there is redundancies within it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's still not tangible, it's a brain. So you're not quantifying a piece of consciousness. Like I said, what I'm saying here is almost like if consciousness was a thing that we could quantify and qualify in some form, then what you'll be saying will be something beyond conceptual, right? But consciousness is a concept that describes awareness, and awareness is dependent on a specific apparatus and design of a specific thing. So the brain has to be 100% physical before the process or the phenomenon that we call consciousness takes place. If you disrupt the system, the process ceases.
What do memories look like?
Memories don't look like anything, because memories describe the process of storing information within the brain. Almost like you asking me, what does data look like in a computer? What does a software look like?
It looks like coding, like it's a coding. That's what it looks like in a computer. But what I'm trying to get at,
of course, there might be a process to it, but the human being doesn't have a digital aspect to that projects that information. But the inner works of it is taking place in the CPU, the central processing unit, right? And there's all these networks that allow you to display it on the desktop. That's why it's called a display, right? But human beings don't have that display, so you can have a visual representation, but they have an internal display. So the person, the apparatus itself, can process that information and can distinguish that information within itself from what is outside itself. But that is uniquely dependent on how the brain is structured.
Do you know, what is your definition of consciousness? Do you know what like an internal monologue is?
But the dictionary defines consciousness as awareness.
Yeah, I understand that, but I feel like, what is it that is looking through your eyes, you know? Or like, have you heard of an ego death?
It's not that there's something looking through your eyes. Your eyes work almost like a camera, right? So your eye has
But who's looking through the camera?
There's no who.
That who is you, though?
You're the machine. The machine itself is projecting and receiving, it can convert light, right? It's reflection and deflection of light. And then that light can be interpreted, but so the way the brain is wired, that light can be interpreted. It's a sensor. It's pretty much a sensor. It collects data and stores that data, and then that data is processed, right? And the data is all tangible. It's all within the physical realm, what we call physical, whether it's quarks of light or it's atoms, it's all tangible. And when a person dies, what that means is that the apparatus and the specific building blocks that make the person have been disassembled. So that person is no more. For example, if I disassemble an airplane, it's no longer an airplane. It ain't flying. It ain't going nowhere. That airplane doesn't go anywhere once it's been disassembled. So a person dying is like a disassembly of the human body.
Do you know that 40% of people don't have an internal monologue? And that is what a lot of us would consider some sort of...
Everybody has an internal monologue. You cannot be a person without an internal monologue. Even people who have mental issues have internal monologues.
Yeah, but there's people who report not having an internal monologue. Some people just
You cannot
function...
report that you don't have an internal monologue if you don't have an internal monologue. You see, it's actually in the process.
People sometimes think in images. They don't necessarily think with words or narrate themselves.
The monologue doesn't have to only be based on sound waves.
Yeah, but that's what a monologue is, an internal, like talking, like internal voice. That's what a monologue is.
Yeah, but it's not really a voice. It's not a literal voice. The monologue is not literal.
Yeah, I have a literal voice in my head that talks.
No, that's not a literal voice. It's not a literal voice.
Yeah, but I literally talk to myself in my head and narrate everything that's going on in my life. But there's people.
But that's not a voice in the sense of, it's almost poetic in nature, because you're comparing it to what you call a voice, right? The voice is the specific pitch and frequency of sound that comes out of a person's mouth or from an animal's mouth. That's what a voice is fundamentally. That's why in music, voices are separated in soprano, tenor, and alto. Those are the different types of voices. Bass, right? You don't have a bass in your head. It's a thought process. There's a mechanism within your head, right, that allows you to process information internally. It's self-awareness, and it's all dependent on how your neurological network is wired.
It's like when you read a book and you're reading the book in your head, how exactly does that voice that's reading the book sound?
It's not a voice. That's what I'm saying.
So what is it? What is it then?
It's data being processed.
Yeah, but what does that data sound like in your head?
There's no sound to it.
Yeah, but you're thinking about sound as in like longitudinal waves. I'm thinking about not like necessarily sound. I mean, like how exactly, what is the characteristics of this thing that you hear in your
That's
head?
why I
Like
was saying that you're not
what's the
hearing it
certain,
because hearing needs your ears. Your ears needs
yeah.
It's a function of the ear, right? So in your internal monologue, it's the data within yourself that is being processed. You just have the ability to be aware of it.
Yeah, but like, okay, I get what you're saying.
It's literally electrical impulses. No sound at all.
So what exactly goes through your mind when you're reading a book?
What's going through my mind when I'm reading a book?
Like when I read your title, in my head, I can hear, you will take nothing when you die, not your God, nor your belief. Right. I can hear that in my head as I read it.
No. You cannot hear that. You're not hearing it in your head. You're
not with my ears. I can perceive it.
You're processing it in your head. So check this out, right? For any internal monologue to be possible, you need data. How do you collect the data? Using sensors. Your sensors by sight, by hearing, by smelling, or by tasting. And then that information travels through certain neurological networks all the way to different parts of your brain that then processes it. Human beings have the ability to intentionally take part in that processing, in that process. The same way as you can breathe subconsciously and you can breathe intentionally. It's almost like when you make up your mind that, okay, I'm going to breathe. Then you start calculating your breath. You can calculate your thoughts as well. The same way you do with your breath. You can even do it with your heartbeat. So people who do like certain sports, right? They say slow your heartbeat down. You can intentionally control your bodily functions.
Do you think that people are 100% in control of their thoughts all the time?
No, that's a skill. That's a skill because we're not trained to do it from a very young age. But a genius is a person who has a higher percentage control over the thoughts, right? Because thoughts are an autonomous function of the body, but it can also be manually controlled, almost like your breath. Your breath is autonomous. It's necessary for the life process. Think about it. Your breathing is necessary for the life process. So it's one of the things that you learn how to do as soon as you're born, you learn how to breathe, and then it becomes muscle memory. But at any given time, you can take control over the process. So the same thing is true with thinking. That's what critical thinking literally is.
It's like in terms of breathing, it's like, can you take control of your breathing if, for example, you have something like lung cancer? I think in the sense where if we're talking about like thoughts, some people have, diseases like aphantasia or OCD, which is, obsessive compulsive disorder, which can lead to them having thoughts that are unwanted or that can lead to them not being able to imagine anything. Like when someone has aphantasia.
That's why it's a disability. That's why it's a disability. That OCD is not independent of a mental malfunction. There is something wrong in the wiring. That is like
but sometimes people can't always. We don't know what causes OCD. No one knows what causes that. The person with OCD's brain under an MRI OCD, looks the same.
OCD is very, very easy to know what causes OCD. In fact, it's actually in the definition of the word, right? Check this out. Actually, not even the definition of the word, but it's actually in the words themselves. Now, what is OCD? Let's just break it down one by one. You will see what causes it. What is obsessive compulsive disorder?
It's where it's like there's different kinds of OCD. There's OCD where you have unwanted thoughts, and then there's OCD where those thoughts communicate to you in a way where they want you to do something.
What does it mean to be obsessive?
To be like very, very engaged with something, very interested in it.
Obsessive is when you are when curiosity, you have a curiosity overload, right? What's happening in a person's brain when they become obsessed with something? They become tunnel vision. So that's actually a lack of the ability of multitasking. So some people cannot multitask mentally. That's why some people are not geniuses. A genius is a person that can solve problems. He can run multiple simulations in his mind, right? Some people, once there's a thought in their mind, if they cannot qualify that thought by making sense out of it, their brain doesn't allow them to go to another thought. Even something basic as driving, right? Some people can think of something else. You can literally be driving and you're still driving and you zone out. You're thinking about what you're going to do at work. Some people can't do that. Some people, if they start thinking about what they're doing at work, they forget how to drive. They literally do. So it's
that's
a mental malfunction. That
doesn't have to do with OCD though. Like someone with OCD. Someone with OCD can multitask. They can. The point is that they're having too many.
It depends. It depends.
They're having too many
on the
tasks in their brain. That's the
depends
problem.
on the extremity of the OCD. You're correct. You're correct. Listen, check this out. It's tunnel vision, right? So the average human being should at least be able to process 5 to 10 thoughts in a second. 5 to 10 thoughts. Some human beings can barely handle 2. Some human beings, the worst case of OCD is one thought, right? Like you put that shoe down, but that shoe just doesn't look right to you. Like you can't do anything else. So you can't think of anything else. You just want that shoe to look a certain way, but you cannot get it to look the way you want to. So you're stuck on that one thought. And then you keep trying different ways and it's not working because there's one thought that's overwhelming and taking over the entire thought process. And it is directly related to your state of mind, which is your emotions. So it works in almost the same exact way. That's why it's called obsessive compulsive. So there's an obsession that compels you into a state of disorder, right? Disorder means there is no specific thought pattern. So when you're thinking, you're not really thinking. Like the thought is, there's just one thought in your head, and that thought is not matching your reality. So you become disorderly.
Have you ever?
That's why I said it's literally in the definition of it, almost like.
Have you ever argued with yourself in your head?
It's not. I don't argue with myself in my head. I just run different simulations. So I look at different things in my head all the time. Even right now, as I'm talking to you.
Yeah, but like, do you ever like? Okay, people with OCD sometimes have thoughts that they argue against. Like they have 2 internal monologues. It's like people who also have like, you know, sometimes schizophrenia-based psychosis, where they're arguing with like different parts of themselves or different like parts of their personality. They begin to like argue with those different parts. Like the OCD part of your brain, like hear me out.
It's all electrical.
Yeah, but you don't know that though.
No, we
Because
know
if
that.
you,
We know that. We know that. Okay, check this out. Okay, if you go into engineering, do you know how an electrical circuit works?
yeah.
Okay.
You got positive and negative charges.
You can put a circuit in parallel or you can put it in what? Series, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the human brain is wired in certain ways. And there is something called a short in the system, right? Anytime you have an electrical network, you can have a short in the system. A short is when you have a temporary overload of electricity that the network cannot handle. And that causes a disruption of whatever that mechanism is designed to do. Human beings have shorts in their brain all the time. Even a brain fart is a short in the system. It's literally electric. Go and study what Elon Musk is doing with Neuralink. You'll see. They pretty much have that science down. The human brain works just like a circuit.
Okay, I got one more topic for you. Have you heard of an ego death?
A what?
Ego death.
I mean, I haven't heard of it, but the meaning of it is probably in the word ego death. I know what ego is and I know what death is. I can kind of put it together.
It's like okay, so to reach an ego death, it requires a certain amount of psychedelic. And once you take enough of this, you're at a state where you have no connection to the part of your brain that is responsible for your memories. So your cerebral cortex, the connection to that part of
that's brain damage.
Okay, but it's not brain damage. It's temporary. It doesn't.
Yeah,
the
it's a temporary disability.
Yeah, but the thing is that people typically consider themselves to be their memories, or people consider what it is to be themselves to be the memories. It's like a bit of a philosophical, discussion where people wonder
I can tell you how memories contribute to your sense of self, right? But when you think of a self.
I'll ask you this. Without memories, do you still have a sense of yourself?
No.
Yeah,
because memory is one of the necessary components for self-existence, right? And what is a memory? A memory is a bank where information is stored, and that information is now used to compare with new information that is received in order to establish actions. And then there are certain patterns that develop. Those patterns become habits. Those habits become behavior. And those behaviors form what we call character. So your character, your behavior, and your personality is directly related to the amount of information that is stored within you. That is why the human brain naturally creates room for more information to be stored by doing a self-deleting process, right? Recycling information. That's why we forget some things. Naturally, you don't try to forget. Forgetting is not something that you go out of your way to do. Like nobody tries to forget. Once your memory, that's why the human brain is actually a memory bank with a capacity. It has a capacity. Though it works at quantum levels of speed, though it has a lot of storage room, there is still a capacity to it. So your body naturally, the way it's wired, will naturally forget. People who are geniuses are people whose brain can store significant amount of information, and they have access to it because they have certain habits and patterns of thought that allow them to access that information. Some people get overwhelmed by information, right? Like you have to, if you read a book, if 10 people read a book, 2 people are going to remember more about that book, and yet they all read the book. Why is that? Some people don't have space in their brain to store information. Some people are mentally disconnected. Some people are overwhelmed. Some people are absent-minded. That means they already have other things in their minds, so there's no room. That is why in the ancient practices of meditation and stuff like that, part of it is like calming your breath down. What a lot of those therapy does is that it creates room. It allows you to forget things that are unnecessary, so you can create room for new experiences.
Yeah, I get that. But like going back to the whole topic of ego death, and ego death is basically where you experience a complete loss of your sense of self as you're no longer connected to your memories. When you're no longer connected...
Alzheimer's and dementia.
Yeah, but it's not... Let me explain to you why it's different. Because when you come back from, you know, an ego death, you remember being at a point where you were like completely like nothing. Like you were completely... Me personally, I've never had an ego death, but it's complete loss of your subjective self-identity, where like you no longer have your thoughts and your memories. You're just simply a thought. Like you're just...
I'm saying that anyone that does that will suffer permanent brain damage.
There's been studies, there's no link to permanent brain damage after taking that much psychedelics.
That's kind of hard for me to believe because the conclusion critically follows, right? Because you are describing a condition that is quite similar to what we know as dementia or Alzheimer's, or when people suffer blonde head traumas, like...
Bukanga, it's called a trip. It's called a trip. It's not...
Don't you know people who have had accidents where they hit their head really hard on the steering wheel and they just forgot? That's an ego death. When you forget that,
Bukanga, that's not an ego death. That's called memory loss. And I understand what you're saying.
It's like, you not saying that? Didn't you say that an ego death is kind of like a memory loss?
It's a complete loss of memory. It's like if someone has, but these memories have not disappeared forever. These memories eventually come back to you, and you realize that you were at a state where you had no sense of self.
Check this out. That follows. Okay, check this out. Okay. My computer has a memory, but my computer, the memory is not the screen. If I cut the link between the memory of the computer and the desktop, when I push the button on the keyboard, it will not display. So Alzheimer's is a permanent disconnection of the memory from the self-awareness of what the person will consider consciousness, right? Self-awareness. That's a permanent. The ego death, which is induced by psychedelics, is a temporary disconnection.
But what do you think? Okay, I'll ask you a question. I'm not sure if you'll have an answer for this, but what do you think goes through someone's mind when they have no sense of self and it's just their monologue, it's just their processing units? What do you think goes through their mind? Like, do you think that they have thoughts? Do you think that they have an internal monologue?
No. What goes through your mind when they experience that is almost similar to what goes through your brain when you're dreaming. You lose all sense of time, place, and self. Because in your dream, you don't really know where you are. You don't really know how you got there. And you don't know what time it is, right? That is indicative of brain function. So
unless you have lucid dreams.
Check this out. The human brain actually does it naturally. The reason why your body goes to sleep, right? Everybody knows that the body needs to rest, and resting is a self-reparation thing, right? Where your certain bodily functions cease temporarily so that it can regenerate, so the body can distribute energy and repair itself. And the brain is also part of that condition. So yes, the reason why you lose your sense of self when you're dreaming and why you lose your sense of time when you're dreaming is because those parts of the brain get disconnected. Your brain literally disconnects it. And
would you believe me if I told you that in my dreams, I sometimes check the time, or in my dreams, I know where I am, or in my dreams, I have memories?
Let me give you, okay, check this out, okay? I'm going to prove to you that that's not what it is. Check this out. So you said that in your dreams, you check time. Tell me the last dream that you had where you check time.
Well, in the last dream I had, I was on a train with my cousin and we were trying to go to this night carnival. So I checked my phone to see if I'd gotten paid yet, because I get paid at 12 a.m. on the dot because I get this.
Huh? What was it in the dream?
Where?
Because you have to fundamentally understand what time is, okay, right? I will never check the time to see if it's 12 o'clock if I don't know what day
Yeah,
it
but
is.
what was your question though?
I said, you say you check the time to see, you say you check the time, right?
Yeah, to see if I got paid yet.
Yeah, were you conscious of what year it was?
No, I didn't know what year it was.
Were you conscious of what day of the week it was?
Yes, because I get paid on Thursday, so I knew it was a
So in
Wednesday.
the dream, you knew it was Thursday.
No, I woke up and I was wrong, but in the dream, I don't mean that I had like.
That's what I'm saying. In the dream world, you were on Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Though,
And
but
then
I
you were
still.
checking the time on Thursday to see if you're getting paid.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But you didn't know what week or what month it was.
No, I don't mean like I.
Neither did you know what year it was.
No, but it's like kind of
Right.
things.
So
Let me explain. Let me break it down a little bit for you though. But like in the dream though, I only remember things that are relevant to that dream. Like I only remember my preferences, like things that I like or things that I don't like. Like in this dream, like I'll remember things that are completely relevant to that exact moment. So if I need to, if I need money, I'll remember, oh, I have a bank account. So I'll go into my phone or I'll like check my pockets or check my wallet for money. But I won't remember things like the year, like family.
Right. So that's the equivalent of losing your sense of time, because your sense of time has multiple pillars. Your sense of time is not a line. Your sense of line is your sense of time is a shape, right? That has multiple angles to it. So to know what time it is, you have to know what day it is, because time is measured in days as well. You have to know what week it is. You have to know what month it is. That's why we have units of measurement. That's how we measure time.
But time is an illusion, and I had my own concept of.
No, not in that context. Time is the way we measure time is not an illusion.
Yeah, but it's like the concept of time is illusory.
Conceptually, time is a concept. It's just an idea. But but practically, time is following the patterns of the calendars that we've set ourselves. We have 360-day calendars. We have 10-year calendars. We have 24-hour calendars. We have 1-minute calendars, and we have 1-second calendars. And we use those instruments, those real instruments, to quantify the motion of time, or of the concept of what we call time. But that motion and those tools, that's real.
Yeah, but in my dream, I had my own concept of time, one would say. Like,
but that concept of time that you had in your dream has nothing to do with the real concept of time in the real world. Right?
But what's the real concept of time?
The real concept of time is that today, as we speak right now, this is Today is what? Saturday? What's today?
But yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, what's today? Hold on. No, today's Saturday. Today's Saturday, right?
In wherever you are, it's Saturday.
Today's Saturday, and the time right now is 5:48. You know what that does to me? Once I know that it's Saturday, it's February 3rd, Saturday, February 3rd, 2024. That gives me a sense of direction. That's how my brain organizes activities that will be done, right? And it gives me an organized. If I did not have a way to organize, I would not know what to do. I will have too many things to do, but I'll not know how to prioritize what I need to do.
Do you have lucid dreams?
Lucid dreaming, I understand what a lucid dreaming is.
Yeah, but do you have them?
Of course, I have lucid dreaming all the time. Listen, when I tell you about dreaming...
No, but this is relevant. I'm getting to a point, though.
I was so obsessed with dreamings. The things I have been able to achieve through dreaming is just amazing, because I said to myself one time, I thought to myself sometime, when I was trying to investigate what dreams are, when I learned that your brain is always thinking, even when you are asleep, and your dreams are simply the thoughts that are going through your brain. That's why it's called subconscious, right? So you're not actively doing it, because it's like breathing. Just like you don't control your breath while you're asleep. You don't control the impulses in your brain while you're asleep. Check this out. Is it possible for me to obtain the same amount of rest while still being conscious? Yep. Some people call it astral projection, right? Where
that stuff isn't real.
Huh?
Astral projection isn't real.
Conceptually, it's not real, but practically, it is. There's a sense of reality to it. Let me tell you how.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Let me tell you how. So, dreaming and sleep. Sleep is when the body goes into a complete state of relaxation, where to the point where you lose self-awareness. But you can go into a state of relaxation without losing self-awareness. So, if you are the type of person that can just sit still on a chair and slow your heartbeat and slow your thought process, you can still get the same amount of rest that you get. In fact, they teach that to soldiers. Soldiers that fight on the battlefield, they teach them not to go into deep sleep. If you're a soldier who goes into deep sleep and in the twinkle of an eye there's a bomb, you're going to be slow to react. So part of the breathing techniques that they teach them, because sleep has everything to do with breath, right? That's why some people snore when they're sleeping, because they cannot sufficiently breathe through their nose alone. They have to open their mouth to catch up, because their heartbeat has slowed to the level where their nose is not enough to bring air. So they have to open their mouth and start going. and that's natural, right? Because the body is forcing itself to stay alive. Some people die in their dreams because they literally suffocate, because they relax too deeply. That's why if you're sick, if you notice when somebody has an accident, they tell you not to let the person go to sleep. Because if a person whose body is already suffered some type of trauma goes to sleep, they're not going to wake up. Their body's going to shut off like a system. It's like a light switch, right? Like if some of you have light switches in your house, I bet you've never experimented that. Have you ever tried to slowly turn off the light switch to catch the exact point when the light?
Yeah, I've done that.
Right. So you will notice that you can actually move the switch a little bit in the direction of the off button without the light turning off. But until you actually reach to the point where the circuit actually opens, that's when the light turns off. Because it's a circuit, right? The switch has to open. It has to make contact for there to be flow of electricity. The same thing happens to the human body. So if you relax to the point where you completely open up those switches, so there's some switches in your brain that turn off, right? And I'm going to give you proof that the switches turn off. Part of what stops working when you're asleep is not just your sense of self. Sometimes you can't even feel the environment around you, like temperature. So if the temperature is like room temperature, you can't even tell if it's hot or cold.
Yeah, I don't have temperature in my dreams.
Right. And sometimes if it's too hot, you wake up, right? So anything that stimulates your senses would bring you out of that relaxation. A loud noise, a bright light, extreme heat, extreme cold. So the only thing that can wake you up from sleep is to stimulate or to overload a specific sense. So if you want to wake someone up from sleep, especially if that person's body hasn't completely gone through the metabolic process and fully rested, you induce a loud sound. A loud sound will wake up anyone from sleep.
Are you able to voluntarily wake yourself up from a dream? Are you able to just sit up and wake up?
Hell yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I don't get people who have to pinch themselves.
Let me tell you how. Everybody in this world wakes themselves up from sleep when they are getting close to the point where they're going to die. Like when your body functions are about to shut off completely, you wake up. But the way that manifests in your brain is usually with a falling sensation. Have you ever had a falling sensation in your dream?
I used to have those, but I don't really.
Good. That's indicative of fatigue. That's fatigue. So if you're the type of person that, like, if you get so tired that you sleep and you go into, your body needs to go into deep sleep to repair itself, you can accidentally pass away. You know, that's why sleep is very important. You can pass away.
I sleep like, I don't get too tired, so I haven't had that problem in a little bit.
Right.
But
So once your heartbeat, that falling sensation is actually directly related to your heartbeat, right? If your heartbeat is slowing to the point where it's about to go like tick, 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 it's about to be a straight line, your body would discharge a bunch of adrenaline, an adrenaline rush, and you will get up and you will see your heart beating really fast at that point.
Yeah. Like when I had a lot of caffeine, I used to have problems like that until I just stopped drinking caffeine entirely. But yeah, I got one more topic. Have you heard of the placebo effect?
Of course, I've heard of the placebo effect.
Yeah, I'm looking at a study from Harvard that mentions how they used a placebo effect for people who were having migraines. They gave someone a sugar pill and told them this will alleviate your migraine in about an hour or two. Now, these people, some people reported actually, not having a migraine anymore, but it didn't work for everyone. It's about the people.
Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you, a placebo effect is a technique, is one of the techniques of hypnosis. You know what hypnosis is?
Yeah.
Okay. If I put you in, because you have to understand that people who do placebo effects already understand the human mechanism, right? The human body already has natural defense mechanisms against anything that comes against the bodily functions. Immunity, for me to say. So if you go outside and it's too cold, your body will start to produce more heat naturally. If the heat that your body cannot produce if it's not sufficient to warm you up, then you need to artificially cover up. That's why some people spend enough time in the heat that their body actually catches up, almost like an antivirus, right? Their body actually develops the ability to produce enough heat to sustain them in those cold environments. Meanwhile, if you're not used to being in that specific cold environment and you suddenly find yourself in an extremely cold environment, your body cannot produce enough heat. The same thing is true with like headaches, any condition really, even cancer. But placebo effects might not be able to completely get rid of cancer unless it's literally at the very beginning stages, because the cancer cells multiply faster than your body can fight against it naturally. That's what medicine is, okay? Your body has a natural defense against any disease, even HIV/AIDS. But when the body cannot keep up with the rate, when the rate of your body's defense system cannot keep up with the rate of multiplication of whatever that virus or that foreign thing in your body is, then you need an artificial help. That's why we have medicines, penicillin, antibiotics, right? Antibiotics strengthen your antibodies. So your antibodies can fight better, can multiply quicker also. Because your antibodies, the way they multiply and they die after a while, but they just keep producing. And the more active they produce, the more they are ready to fight against any disease that comes into your body, especially something like influenza, right? That's why influenza is not around anymore, because we've developed a very good immunity. The average human being is born naturally producing antibodies that fights influenza all the time. The same thing, even with COVID and all these things that have come into the world.
Are you aware of the fact that you're aware, or are you just aware?
That question can best be answered philosophically, right? I am aware. So I don't need to be aware of the fact that I am aware, because I am aware.
Yeah, but we're aware of things that aren't aware. Like we're aware of things that aren't aware. So are we aware of the fact that we're aware? Check this out.
That is why you are everything. Every experience is part of what makes you you, right? Okay. I'm actually going to teach you guys, because at this point, actually, we're going to tap back into my topic, okay? It is a complete lack of understanding of what I'm about to explain to you that makes some people think that we have souls and we have spirits. Your entire experience is as much part of yourself as the part of yourself that is having the experience. So you are not separate from your experiences. So the moment I grab this bottle, it's part of me now. The moment I see that bottle, it's now part of what makes me me.
But that begs the question though, because so you're telling me if you lose your memories, you're no longer you?
Yes.
Who are you then if you're no longer yourself when you lose your memories?
You're a complete new, like you're a brand new human being.
So do you think that if someone commits genocide and then loses their memory, that they should still be punished?
No.
Okay, that's consistent. I see what you're saying. That's very consistent.
No,
I agree.
Listen. If Jeffrey Dahmer suddenly loses his memory, what are you punishing? You're just being a sadist. You're just being a sadistic, because the whole point of punishment is because that person's self-awareness and that person's memory of his crimes would serve as a way to show that person that there are consequences to what they have done, right? So punishment is not really, you're not punishing a person's body. Even when the punishment is induced on the body, you are punishing the person's mind. So yes, if I have a car accident, if I rob the bank and I hit my head, you take me to court, they're gonna send me to a mental hospital. That's why people plead insanity. When you plead insanity, that's because you're not sound-minded, right? So you cannot punish someone who is not mentally sound. That's why you shouldn't beat your kids. That's why talking to your kids, finding ways to have verbal punishment is better than actually inducing physical.
Yeah, I agree with that. Corporal punishment is crazy. But like, okay, one more question. I promise this is the last crazy question. What was it? It was a really good question. Okay, let's say you were born again and you had the exact same memories. Would you be the exact same person?
What do you mean by born again?
Like if you were, let's say we're gonna I wouldn't say rewind your life, but let's say someone was born, they had the exact same DNA as you, and they went through the exact same situations you did. Do you think that they would be the exact same person as you?
If someone is born having the same exact DNA as I do, having the exact same experience that I do, that's not a person that was born, that's me.
So if you have someone who could, let's say someone coincidentally exists and they were born, but you already exist, right? They were born like, I don't know, they're like half your age and they've had all the exact experiences that you had up to the point where, let's say you were 17. Would that person be you or are you you?
You're talking about me.
No, but you're you. That person would say, no, you're talking about me. Who's
No,
who?
there's no. Let me show you something. Okay, that is the amazingness of life because
Who's who?
no two people can have the exact same experiences because experiences are measured not just based on the experiences themselves, but when the experience is had. So if you have the same exact experience as me at a different time, it's not the same experience.
Yeah, but I'm just engage
the timing,
this
the place,
hypothetically.
everything has to be the same. So for someone to have the exact same experience as me, they have to be born on the same exact day as I was born, to the same exact parents at the same exact time, and they have to make the same exact sound as I made. They have to go through every single thing, and the same exact people that influence my life at the same exact times have to influence them, and that can only be me. That's what makes me me. That's how I know I am me, because I can distinguish my experiences from other people's experiences. That's part of our self-awareness.
But I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's just say in a world.
Hypothetically, that's impossible. But
Yeah, but that's
hypothetically,
why
that
it's-
would still be me. That would be a clone of me.
Yeah, but I'm kind of getting to like the theory of parallel universes. That's what I'm kind of hinting at. If someone is like born at the exact same time as you and has the, let's just entertain this for a second. If someone,
Actually, let me tell you something. What you're talking about on the mind frame, in the world of imagination, or on the sphere of imagination, that's actually quite realistically imaginary. So there are multiple universes conceptually. So every time I have the ability to make a choice, there is a version of my life that I can imagine that continues on if I make the opposite choice of what I actually did make. So as part of the decision-making process is that when I have two choices to make, I have to be able to picture how the rest of my life will continue with decision number A and picture how my life will continue with decision number B. And let's say I choose to make decision number B, 10 years from now, I can still turn around and observe how my life would have gone had I made decision number A. If you chose to date somebody, 10 years later, you can see the difference of how your life could have been had you not dated that person. Had that person made you rich, made you poor, or made you miserable. So yes, in the world of imagination or on the mind frame, human beings can process different universes. So yes, every time I think of my life and I wish that something was different, I have just pictured a complete different version of myself.
okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions. There's definitely a soul, guys. Don't listen to him, guys. You have a soul. You have a soul, and when you die, it goes up to heaven. And you
I know
know
you
what
were
you
trolling.
you
I know
drink
you were
milk and honey. You
I know you
drink
were
milk
trolling,
and
but
honey.
listen, you're smart enough to play that role because some religious, gullible people have those questions, but they don't have the courage to ask them because they don't want to look stupid and they don't even know how to place it right anyways.
The streets are going to be made of gold. You're going to have a mansion. Your mansion's going to be bigger than everyone's mansion. You're going to drink milk and honey.
Milk and honey. You're going to drink goat milk and maggot honey.
Even if you're lactose intolerant, no, you still drink milk. Nah, you're still going to be forced to drink milk.
You're both making a
You're going to
big
have
mistake.
diarrhea in a golden toilet.
What's up, man? What are you, man?
You're both making a big mistake. It's Uncle Rory checking in.
Hold on, Rory. I'm asking you a question, bro. What are you?
I'm a religious man, my friend. Catholic.
Which
I am a Roman
you're
Catholic.
right?
Of
So
course I am.
that's what I'm asking you. Do you agree or disagree with the topic I have up on the screen?
Oh, my friend. You're confused. You're like a...
Brother, just answer the
You are
question.
like
Can you stop?
I don't want to argue with you, bro. Please, just answer. Do you agree or disagree with the topic upstairs?
You will take nothing when you die, not your God nor your belief. Of course, that's wrong, my friend. Science is proven.
You don't have to talk like you're on Reddit. You don't have to talk like you're a Reddit
Science-
mod.
It's okay.
My friend, I am
his,
from Shropshire. My friend.
Those are his insecurity. If he doesn't talk like that, he wouldn't feel like himself. So let him feel that
Now
way.
we're just attacking and
Check this out.
we're saying things. It's
Rory.
not true, my friend. You
Rory.
You're
Bro,
both
stop talking.
trapped
If not, I'm
in a
going to drop
dark
you, bro. If
cave.
you want to talk, just respond to my questions directly. I will give you room to answer, okay?
Very
I have no
well.
intention. I have no intention in fighting with you or anything. I want us to have a decent conversation, but I'm still the host of the show. So don't try to veer the conversation away from what I want as the host of the show. If you're
All
able
right.
to conversate with me within the parameters I've set, I'm willing to have a great conversation with you, right?
Very
You said
well.
to me that you disagree with my topic above. Now, I want to ask you, what is it then, based on your understanding, that you think we take with us when we die?
Oh, my confused friend. You know, you're like trapped in a dark cave with no way out. No, at first you might feel panic and feeling the weight.
Does Bro think this is a poetry?
You have been certified as a confused orangutan. Your intelligence level has been deemed gorilla level. In fact, that's a disrespect to gorillas. Comparing you to a gorilla is disrespect. I just told the man, please, let's have this conversation. Oh, my confused friend. Hey, whatever drugs you're doing, my brother Rory, stop doing those drugs, man. Just answer a simple question when somebody asks you a simple question, bro.
Bro, what was that? Come on.
I'm not bringing
That's
you
not
back up,
real.
Rory. Rory, you think I got mental illness like you, bro? Why should I bring you back so you can come and do the same exact shit, bro? Why, bro? Come on, man. If I took you down, you don't have to send your request again. Don't worry about sending a request, bro. I'm not adding you. What's up, Fekem Bell?
What's up, my bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. Do you agree or disagree with my topic above, brother?
I don't know.
Eh?
I don't know. How can I know whether I took anything with me?
So you don't know if you're going to take anything with you?
I mean, I don't have any opinion. I don't know whether I have to take something or not. So.
Oh. What do you know?
The only thing I can know is I can die. I will die because I can see people are dying, but I don't know whether.
Good. That's very good. Very good. The people that you see that are dying, do you see them taking anything with them?
I didn't. That's why I say I don't know.
No, I'm asking, bro. Do you see them take? Have you ever seen a
I
dead
didn't.
person?
I didn't say anything.
Have you ever seen Michael Jackson? Did you see what Michael Jackson took with him when he died?
No, I didn't say anything.
Exactly, bro.
Don't take the suitcase.
So that's how you know, bro, because if something doesn't happen, there's no need to say you don't know. You know exactly what happens. Nobody takes anything with them. We don't witness that. It doesn't happen in the real world. It's like you saying, do people become Superman after they die? Well, I don't know. Obviously, no, you know. People don't become Superman after they die. You know, people don't become angels and grow wings after they die. You know. You know, bro. Don't sell yourself short. You know, you're smart enough to observe the world and see what is happening. When I'm asking you if you know, I'm asking you based on what you can observe in the world.
But we don't know for sure, so how can we know whether they took something or not?
Sure, bro. We know for sure. In fact, we know 129,000% for sure that when you die, you don't take anything with you. You're dead. You're done.
What if though? Like, what if? Have you heard of? I'm sure everyone's heard of hard solipsism, where we can't disprove the fact that we could be in a simulation, or how we can't disprove the fact that we could be a brain in a vat. Let's just
in a simulation, because there are certain parameters necessary to be in a simulation, right? Because simulation is a man-made idea, and if we're in a simulation, then there will be direct evidence for a simulator. Not only that, they will be able to replicate the simulation because simulations necessitate a specific pattern.
Not in that sense. Not in that sense of a simulation. A simulation being some sort of like, this is like a very popular issue. It's like, it's not necessarily a simulation, but we can't prove we're not a brain in a vat being like, you know, simulated to have a certain experience. Because as far as we...
No, we're not. Because experiences are tangible, right? Experiences are tangible the way we had them. Like we have a way to quantify and qualify the experiences we're having. And we know these haphazard things about them. That's why living things are the only things that... If you look at the definition of a living thing has the ability to reproduce. It has the ability to grow, and it has the ability to die. The patterns are so specific that there's no other way other than what you're observing it to be. And it doesn't appear out of thin vacuum. There is a continuous process, right? So human beings produce human beings. You will never see a human being that just pops out of the sky.
Wakanga, have you heard of the fact that the only thing that you can be certain of is the fact that you're thinking? You can't prove to me that you're thinking, and I can't prove to you that I'm necessarily thinking.
Oh, I can prove to you that I'm thinking. What is thinking?
Yeah, but having thoughts, you can't show me your thoughts. Like, I can't look at your thoughts.
Listen. I cannot.
You can behave. You can say that you're behaving.
My thoughts.
You can show me things that you do in real life, but you can't prove to me that you necessarily had that thought.
Yeah, I can show you that I have my thoughts. If you know what thoughts are. You see, unfortunately, people don't understand. Your actions are not separate from your thoughts, because thoughts are just ideas, right? If you want to know what a person is thinking, look at how they are acting. Your thoughts is directly connected. It's like the umbilical cord. Your thoughts is your actions. Yeah, and that's why if a person is not aware of their actions, right? That's because the person is mentally disoriented, because they're not even aware of their thought process. But what is going on in your mind? You cannot do something that you're not thinking, even if you're not intentionally controlling it.
Okay, I urge you, please look up the problem of hard solipsism, because there hasn't been anyone to solve it in the history of philosophy. So maybe... but you didn't just solve it. We're talking about different things. I'm talking about the fact that you're having thoughts. You can't prove to me that you're thinking. Okay, just listen to me for a second.
You're talking to me based on what is the definition of a thought?
That's the thing. A thought is like the things that you imagine. Like, it has to do with your imagination, like the things that you picture in your mind, or the things that you conceptualize. That's what a thought is.
I'm going to show you something. Okay.
Just look up hard solipsism. I don't want to change the topic.
No, you're not changing the topic. It's like you saying that, how do I know that sugar is sweet? Do I know
No, but sugar is something we can both taste. Your thoughts are not something we can both see.
Can you tell that sugar is sweet by looking at it?
No.
How do you tell that sugar is sweet?
You can actually measure something's level of sweetness.
Okay, we measure thoughts by actions. So
yeah, but thoughts.
So the thoughts are like the sugar, and then the actions is like the tasting.
But the thing is, I think about plenty of things that I wouldn't necessarily do. Like, thoughts are not directly connected to actions. It's like people who have OCD, they can't always act upon their thoughts. And there's people who have, like, I think about world domination. I think about, beating up that person I really don't like. But that's not going to mean that I'm able to actually do that.
It always does. Listen, okay?
I haven't beat her up. I don't want a felony.
That's why we have something called habits, personalities, characters, and behaviors. Those are different quantifications of thoughts, right? A person's personality is directly connected to their thoughts. Like I said, the thought is a process. A thought is not a thing. It's a process of information. And that process is observable by observing the way that mechanism is moving. Right? It's like the software. You can see the software based on how the hardware moves and works. You know, if I hit the letter M and the letter M comes up on the screen, I just saw what happened.
Can you show me that you're thinking of imagine a purple apple right now. Can you show me that you're imagining a purple apple?
The moment you said to me a purple apple, I couldn't have heard you and understood what you said without imagining it. So the fact that I'm confirming to you that I heard you, you can see that I'm imagining a purple apple.
Yeah, but what if I told you to imagine a purple apple and instead you imagine a blue one or a red one? I'm not imagining one at all.
Because you cannot imagine colors. So when you tell me to imagine,
I can imagine colors. I can visualize things.
No, you cannot. Let me tell you something. When you tell me to imagine the color blue, I just think of the word blue, but I cannot put an image to it.
Really?
No, you cannot put an image to it. Even the image that you think you're putting, close your eyes and see if you can see blue.
It's not that I can see it, but imagine a blue square.
You're not putting an image to it. The thought itself is just data. So the thought doesn't take a shape or form. So you cannot see the color blue when you think of the color blue. You simply imagine. And check this out, okay? The best thing that you can do probably is to tap in your memory bank and pull specific objects that were blue that you saw. So if I say if you tell me blue, I might think of the sky, or I might think of a sheet or a cloth that I saw that was blue. But I still have to picture a specific object that I saw that was blue. So, but you know that I'm thinking of the color blue because I have demonstrated the ability to understand what you have said. So the moment you said to me, boy, I know what a boy is, and you know what a boy is. So if I know that you understand what a boy means, then you can naturally picture what a boy is. That's how.
This isn't solipsism. You're not getting what I'm saying. So just look at the problem of solipsism, and then you'll see what I'm saying. Because maybe I'm not articulating it properly. But when we think about solipsism,
I actually get exactly what you're articulating, right? It's almost like the same problem of seeing temperature. Can we see temperature?
No, that's not. It's not the same problem because let me explain. Thoughts are a metaphysical phenomenon. Like having thoughts is like, we can't prove that animals have thoughts. They have instincts. They act upon their instincts. But would you consider those instincts to be thoughts?
Can we prove that it's cold? How do you prove that it's cold?
You measure it with a thermometer. You measure the temperature.
Why do you have to use a thermometer to measure it?
Because you can't, you yourself cannot feel, you can feel if it's hot or cold.
So check this out. Okay, the instrument that you use to measure thoughts is people's actions. That's what I'm telling you. It's the same exact principle. It's not complicated. Anyone who's trying to complicate it is trying to take something that's actually simplistic and mystify it, right? Because by principle, a thought is a process, just like temperature is a process. Fundamentally, a thought is not a thing that you can see and quantify objectively, or how do I put it? I'm not even say objectively, dimensionally. So you cannot give it a place, time, or shape.
The problem is you can't demonstrate your thoughts aside from your actions. That's the problem. I can't prove that you're not listening to me. That's why.
The action is the thought process. The action is the demonstrable part of the thought process. It's impossible to act without thinking.
Yeah, but it's possible to think without acting. But it's possible to think without acting, though.
Impossible.
Yeah, but you don't have to always act upon your thoughts.
You always do, even if the action is to sit still. Sitting still is an action.
Yeah, but you can have different thoughts that cause you to think still. You can't demonstrate a specific thought. That's the problem. Check
this out. When you say demonstrate a specific thought, there is no such thing as a specific thought anymore. Like there's no such thing as a drop of a river. The thought process is like a river made up of multiple molecules of water or multiple.
Then we're defining thoughts. We're defining thoughts differently. Then
no, we don't need to define it. We just need to observe how it happens. Your thoughts flow continuously, like a river.
But that's not what I consider.
Of a river, right? You can build a dam in your mind. You can build a dam. You can redirect the flow of the river. But your brain is always thinking. It's always thinking. So yes, you can identify specific points in the thought process. That's really how you distinguish thoughts, right? By identifying specific points in the thought process and maybe adding more information based on whatever you're experiencing in that moment. But the thought process itself is a continuous flow that begins the moment you are conscious and to the moment you die. That's it. It never ceases. It's like your heartbeat. Your heart never stops beating completely, right? Your heart skips, but the beating process, the blood is pumping through your veins. It's flowing. If the blood stops flowing, it coagulates, and then decomposition begins. The decomposition process begins. The same thing is true with your thoughts. Your thought is like your brain. It's like your heart. It's continuous. It doesn't cease. So you cannot define the heart by one single beat. You have to define it by the continuous motion of beating. It's emotion. So thinking is emotion. It's not.
Just have a look at the problem of hard solipsism, then get back to me. That's what I can explain.
I just solved it.
You didn't solve hard solipsism. If you solved it, you would have a Nobel Prize. Maybe I'm not describing the issue properly to you.
Everybody in the world knows that Beyonce is not the best singer because the best singer is probably in some village in Indonesia, right? Of course I just solved it. Yeah, just because I don't have a Nobel Prize doesn't mean I haven't solved it. I just solved it.
But Kanga, that's not the solution to hard solipsism because you're defining thoughts as something that is different from what they actually consider to be thoughts in a philosophical notion.
Okay, so hold on. What do they consider thoughts to be?
Like you're saying thoughts have to be continuous. Like you're saying thoughts have to be continuous, but you can distinguish.
Are you not thinking right now?
Yeah, I am, but you're
okay. So is your last thought disconnected from the current thought that you're thinking right now?
Yeah, but I can think about different things. Like thoughts flow continuously, but there is individual sections of thoughts that you have. There's different things that you think about.
What makes the thoughts appear different at the different points in time? But the
Because
thought
you
process
think about
itself,
different things.
the thought process itself is continuous. Just like every heartbeat is different, but the heartbeating process is a continuous process, right?
Exactly. Now you
Right.
understand what I'm
So,
saying. I'm not talking about the process. I'm
check
talking
this
about
out.
the individual things that make it up.
You cannot examine a specific point in the thought process without taking into consideration the process itself. If you isolate a specific point in the thought process from the entire process of itself, that's not a thought anymore. You have made up your own thing. And
So what is it then?
something you made up.
What is it then?
What is what?
What is the, if you can't isolate a single thought, what happens if you have a single thought about something? Like I can look at...
It's impossible to have a single thought about something. That's what I'm telling you, because it's a process. So you can only idealistically say that that's what it is, but you cannot practically make it so.
Thoughts are definitely contingent upon your memory, but it's definitely possible to have different thoughts. You forget things, you remember things, you think about different things. That's the whole point. The thought process is like dominoes.
What I'm saying, right, Venus? What makes what you are calling different thoughts is not the thoughts themselves, it's the specific point in time that you are observing the thought process. Just like if I can only see the left side of the river, that's not the whole river. I know that already. But yes, I can talk about that part of the river that I'm seeing. Oh, look, there's a tree on that side of the river. Yes, so that makes that part of the river unique. But it doesn't separate the river from the entire flow of the river. That specific part of the river that I'm observing is not the whole river. That's not the river. That's just a part of the river, right? And if I begin to try to argue and form ideas about that specific part of the river without taking into consideration the current and the rate of flow of water and the depth on the entire river, then I'm just making up stuff.
Let me try this from a different standpoint. You know the laws of logic, right? The laws that we have to presuppose, how we have to presuppose that contradictions can't exist. We have to presuppose excluded middle, which some people argue, and we have to presuppose identity, that everything is what it is. Where do you think we get these concepts from? Where do you think we get the concept of, where do you think we get these forms from, the philosophical forms?
I can answer your question very easily, right? Actually, I just put up the definition of thinking.
Thinking is different from thoughts. Thinking.
No, I'm gonna read the definition of thought. Thought.
Yeah.
Right. Thought. That's it right there. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay?
It's inverted for me, so I'll just search it up now.
No, let me see if I can if I can mirror it.
It's like it just says here.
You see the definition of thought?
Yeah, an idea or opinion produced by thinking or occurring suddenly in the mind.
Read the definition on the screen.
Yeah, but that supports my idea.
No, read it. You see.
Yeah, an opinion, an idea or opinion produced by thinking or occurring suddenly.
Produced by what?
Thinking.
Hold on. You realize that thinking is conjugated in the present continuous tense. So
what about or occurring suddenly in the mind? You missed the next sentence.
Think about it. It's an idea or opinion produced by thinking, right?
Or occurring suddenly in the mind.
So I will show you how that works. Let's go step by step. So a thought is an idea or opinion produced by thinking.
Or occurring suddenly in the mind.
The idea, because what you are talking about is an idea. It's if you make a singular thought, that's an idea. That's not thinking itself. That's not thoughts themselves, right? So there is a thinking process, a present continuous tense. That's why thinking is put in that state. It's how do you call it in English? I don't know. It's not conjugated. It's
contingent.
Contingent on the present continuous tense. So it doesn't say it's an idea or opinion produced by think. It didn't say it's produced by thought or thought like past tense, right? It's produced by thinking. So a thought is dependent on the process. The second definition says the action or process of thinking. The action or process of thinking.
What do you think the action of thinking is?
The action of thinking is a continuous flow and exchange of information coming into your sensory organ, then your mind, your brain, your body, everything that makes you comparing the new information that is coming in with the old information that's already within your memory bank, manifesting itself through your specific actions. And then once you do it continuously over time, you form habits, you form personalities, and you form characters. That's kind of how it's built up, but it's a process. And one thing that's so difficult for people to understand, I'm glad that you brought this up, right? It's not just about thinking. There's many things, many phenomena that the human body experiences, which is a process, like consciousness. Consciousness and awareness is like thinking. It's a process. So
the thing is I can't read your mind. I can't demonstrate that you're having a certain thought process. I can't demonstrate that because you're not letting me finish. That's why it's so hard to explain. Because if I'm sitting down, right, I could have a million different things going through my mind, and you can't prove any of that. That's the thing. Like all you see, listen, all you see.
I don't need to be able to prove the specific thought. I just need to be able to prove that you are thinking.
Yeah, but that's my point. You can't prove what I'm thinking. You can't actually prove that I'm currently thinking.
Just like you cannot look at a computer and know what apps are downloaded on it. Can you?
Until you open the computer.
Exactly. So
my point is, there's no way to open this computer, so you don't know that anyone else is thinking.
Okay. Just like you open up the computer, how do you open up a person's thoughts?
You can't. That's my point.
Hold on. Okay.
You don't know if anyone else is thinking.
Hold on. How do you get? Okay, a computer has apps that are downloaded inside of it, right? Or a phone, right?
Yes.
How do you know what apps are in the phone?
You open it and check.
Where do you check it at?
You check it in the library.
On what?
In the memories.
On the back of the phone, on the side of the phone, where?
In the memories, in like the memory bank, in the motherboard.
You can look into the memory bank of the phone, or what part of the phone do you see the information on?
The gallery or the app store or something.
Yeah,
like
but what
glossary.
part of the phone is that?
Yeah, but it depends on your phone. It's just the glossary or the gallery.
Have you ever seen a phone without a screen?
No.
Okay, so it's on the display. That's why it's called a display. The screen is the display, right? So that software, the data is inside the phone, but you know the data is there. So you test to see if the data is there by making it come up on the display. So when a person is thinking, if you want to know the specific thought, you simply just have to induce a display. And the display, the way human beings display their thoughts is through their actions. I can simply do it by asking you, what are you thinking? And you tell me. Or I can ask you questions based on my guesses, my educated guesses, and you will tell me.
The difference between a phone and a person, though, is that I can withdraw certain information from you, while a phone is something that you can completely open and explore. My brain is not something that you can completely open and explore or verify.
Oh, I can completely open anybody's brain and explore.
But Kanga, you're saying that like in a different sense. You're saying that emotionally that you can break down people's thoughts. Like, tell me what I'm thinking right now.
If I ask you a question, you're thinking about waiting for me to tell you what you're thinking right now.
Well, I'm not waiting. I'm looking at my computer screen.
Thinking about me telling you what you're thinking right now.
No, but what if that thought changes, or what if I'm distracted?
You're waiting for me to answer what you just said to me right now.
I'm not waiting. That's the thing.
Of course you're waiting. You have to be. If not, what's the point of you asking me the question if you're not going to immediately expect an answer? That expectation.
Yeah, so that's the thing is you don't know the point. You don't know the point because it's in my head.
Check this out. Ask me a question again.
I don't know. What's your favorite color?
What do you expect me to tell you?
I don't know your favorite color.
No. When you ask me what's my favorite color, what's your expectation?
That you tell me it.
How do you expect me to tell you without thinking in your head that I'm waiting for him to tell me?
Yeah, but that's just a moment.
So hold on. It's almost, check this out now, Venus. It's just like me asking you what's your favorite color, then I forget immediately that I just asked you what's your favorite color.
You could. People do that all the time.
That's a brain damage. That's brain damage.
Yeah, you can call it brain damage, but it happens.
Oh, look, if you ask me a question and you immediately forget the question that you asked me, that's a terrible disability.
Or maybe you just were distracted.
It's a disability which was probably induced by that distraction.
To be distracted is a disability, all right.
If you immediately forget something that you literally just said yourself.
Well, if you're having a lot of thoughts at the same time, it's very easy to forget things.
You're just confused, which is indicative of a malfunction in the brain.
Everyone gets confused sometimes. No one's brain
Everybody
works
experiences
perfectly.
some form of brain damage at some point.
Yeah, that you can call it that, but either way.
I mean, it's quite literally that. It's quite literally that.
Yeah, but you haven't solved hard solipsism yet.
Yes, I have. Look, listen, listen, okay?
You understand hard
the scientific
solipsism?
world, in the scientific world, right? People like to make up problems that are purely philosophical.
This is not a made-up problem.
No, it's a philosophical. What you're talking about is philosophical because it's not realistic. Because, like I said to you, thinking and thoughts are a process. You will never have a divided thought, which is not part of the thinking process, right?
It's not about the division. That's not what it's about. It's about the fact that you can't prove to me that you're thinking something aside from your actions. And actions, look, thoughts can, sometimes your actions can be indicative of thoughts. Actions are always indicative of thoughts, but thoughts are not always indicative of actions. You can have thoughts that you do not act upon.
Check this out. Check this out. Venus, do you understand that inaction is also an action, right? There's a reason.
Yes.
There's a reason why someone, hold up. If I'm just sitting still, what action is that?
You're just sitting still.
What is sitting still?
Not moving.
Is it a verb or a noun or an adjective?
Not moving would be an adjective.
Huh?
An adjective describes the noun. You are the noun and you are not moving.
I'm not moving. So what am I doing?
You're sitting still. That's an adjective to describe you.
Okay, but sitting still is what?
It can also be a verb as well.
It is a verb. Sitting still
is an adjective. It's an adverb, if you want to call it that.
Sitting still is a verb.
Yeah. But it's also an adjective because it's describing what you're doing.
No. If you change the word, then it will be an adjective.
Okay.
But a verb also describes what someone is doing. A verb is what someone is doing.
Yeah,
right?
there's both. That's
an
okay.
adjective describes a noun, right? So you say that, hey, she's pale skin. Pale is not an action, right? It's an adjective.
Yeah, I get that.
You say that, hey, the spoon is hot. Hot is not an action. It's an adjective.
Get that. I just don't want to argue on semantics. I want to like.
Oh, it's not semantics. It's not semantics. Even though there are some philosophical ideas which cannot be understood unless you actually dive deep into the semantics. Because language, unfortunately, is not a perfect code of communication, especially in a realm where standardization is not absolute. The English language, unfortunately, doesn't have an absolute standard. It has a pretty high standard, a pretty great standard, to allow people who are properly educated to communicate at the highest level. That's why when some people don't like listening to very intellectual debates, because intellectuals like to use a bunch of big words that most people are just like, you know what I'm saying? Because they communicate at a high level. That's why on my show, I don't necessarily like using big words, right? On my program, the reason why my program is really interesting is that I take really complicated things and I say in everyday language, like everyday slang. Like that word that you just said to me. What was that word that you just said to me?
Before? What word?
The thing you were saying that I haven't disproved.
Hard solipsism.
Okay. I did not know what that word is until you described it to me. And then I understood the concept.
That's not the concept.
No, I'm telling you, listen, I had never heard that word before, okay? Until you described the word to me. And then because I do have the ability to understand your description. But the word itself, I have no clue. I've never heard that word before. And people who talk like that, like I said, at the high intellectual levels, usually you just end up confusing a bunch of ordinary people, because the moment you say that word to me, Venus, you have to be conscious of the fact that 99% of the people on this live show probably don't know what that word is.
I haven't given you what it is, though. That's just an aspect of it. I was just trying to...
But I'm smart enough to be able to understand what you're saying without you telling me all of what it is. Why? Because
what's the next step of hard solipsism? What's the next step I'm going to tell you?
What was the first step that you told me?
We were already talking about thoughts, but this other aspect of solipsism has nothing to do with thoughts.
Let me put it for you this way, right? Let me put it for you this way. This is what I'm really arguing. Whatever it is that you said to me, you isolated a specific thought. You isolated it from the thinking process. Now, in the laws of understanding processes, the moment you isolate a part of a process, you are no longer talking about the whole process. You're now speaking about something which is specific. Now, if that thing is not observably separate in nature, if it's not natural to separate thoughts in the way you've done, then I know now you're now talking in a separate hypothetical context. You have made up an idea And then now you have presented that idea, and you're arguing that idea that you made up, because what you're saying is not actually something that happens in real life. Thoughts are not separate from the thinking process. Like naturally, thoughts is a process. Thinking is a process.
That's fine. That just has to do with identity. That just has to do with the law of identity. What I'm talking about is the presuppositions that we have to operate off of to get the foundations, to get mathematics, to get axioms. We have to, everything that we know today, knowledge has to do with epistemology, and the epistemological frameworks that we have today are all based off of presuppositions. And these presuppositions are called the laws of logic, such as things.
Check this out, Venus. You want me to show you something? You want me to show you something?
Yeah.
I want you to say exactly what you just said without using the words axiom, presuppositions. Say, don't use any big words. Just describe everything you just said in simple language.
Sure thing. Things that are independently true are based off of things that we have to assume without validation.
Check this out. That was my argument. My argument is that whatever you said, that word, I still can't say the word, is an assumption. So it's not realistic. That's an assumption, which is we are allowed to do it. Listen, we're allowed to make those assumptions as long as we both agree that we're not arguing about something which is real. We're arguing about an assumption within a certain ideological framework, right? Then from that context, I really don't need to argue with you. I just need to just keep quiet and let you educate me. As long as we can both agree that it's an assumption. I was just saying to you that, look, that's not the realistic process. I'm arguing for the realistic process of thinking. Thinking in of itself, it's a process. You cannot assume that it's a separate thought. If you assume that it's separate thoughts, now you have made up assumption.
That's fine. That's not the foundation of solipsism. I'm okay to agree with that. But what I'm talking about has to do with the way we obtain knowledge. This has to do with the way we know what we know. I'm talking about the foundations of epistemology.
The way we obtain knowledge is a process.
I know that's okay. You can call it a process, but I'm talking about
the process. It is a process.
I know it's a process. I didn't mean to say it like that, but what I'm talking about is, okay, so you know how Plato and Aristotle went through every single form to figure out which ones have to apply to reality for us to be able to assume that we have the same reality. In order for me to assume that I'm sharing the same reality with you, I have to assume that everything is what it is. So I have to assume that this juice box is this juice box. I have to also assume that you are what you are, and I have to assume that contradictions cannot exist. So you can't be a married bachelor. By definition, you cannot have a married bachelor. By definition, you cannot have a square with 3 sides. This is what we call as the foundation of epistemology.
Check this out. Check this out. Do you know what you've just done with a bunch of big words? You've just told me to be realistic. Let me read to you the definition of reality. Reality is the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic...
You're not getting it.
No, hold up. I'm getting it. You just said to me, like Plato, right? That how do we know that we have the same reality or we're experiencing the same thing?
Yeah, that.
We will have to assume that everything is what it is.
Yes.
Okay, good. So when everything is what it is, what is that called? That's called realism. Let me show you. This is the definition of reality. Reality is the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. So yes, if we look at thinking as it actually is, it is a process. If we look at thinking from an idealistic or notional idea of them, then what you are saying can apply. That's I was telling you that you need to separate the realistic aspect of it from the notional idea of it. That's simply what I'm saying. Listen, this is the definition that's the definition. Let me broaden my screen.
Akanga, the thing is that the thing that you're describing as reality is the thing that we observe. We're assuming that reality is only things that we can observe. That's my point.
That's why it's called reality.
Yeah, but that's my point. It is called...
We cannot observe it. It's not realistic.
Yeah, but you're thinking, like, you're not thinking multidimensionally. You're not like...
I am thinking, listen, Venus, if we cannot observe it, it is idealistic. Listen.
Yeah, or we haven't observed it yet. Or we haven't observed... But Kanga, before we saw things that are outside of our galaxy, does that mean that things outside of our galaxy don't exist?
No, they did not exist. They were just ideas in our heads.
Yeah, but they did exist. We just hadn't observed them.
We don't know if they existed before we observed them. We don't know that.
Yeah, but Okay, I won't use that word then, because I was just gonna say Schrodinger's cat. How that's just about superposition.
That is the definition of reality, y'all. Look, read it on the screen. It's on the screen.
It's a bit blurry, but it says the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic notion. I'm not using that dichotomy.
Now,
it's not just things that we.
Read the second definition.
Yeah, okay. The state or quality of having existence or substance.
The substance has to be observable. Listen, there's a reason why we have dictionaries, okay? Now, like you said, you're not speaking from this specific dichotomy, right?
I can't explain this to you.
It's because what you're saying, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. What I'm saying is that what you're saying is idealistic, not realistic.
It's not idealistic.
As two philosophers, which Plato and Aristotle were philosophers, they were not talking about, they were literally wrestling with reality and idealism.
I'm not talking about idealism. I'm talking about forms. I'm not talking about Plato's allegory, or I'm talking about the forms that we have. The laws of logic, those are the forms. They went through every single form and figured out which ones can be disproved and which ones can't. The 3 laws that I gave you, excluded middle, contradictions, and identity, those are things that we'd have to assume in order to disprove. These are the fundamentals of reality.
That assume contradictions, because contradictions cannot be observed.
Assume contradictions can't exist. We have to assume that no married bachelors can exist. I don't want to do this. Just
take this out. It's not that we assume that contradictions don't exist. We know that contradictions don't exist because they are not observable existences.
Yeah, but that's the problem. You think that only things that we can observe exist.
Say that again?
You think that only the things that we can observe exist.
Yes,
but the things
that's the definition of existence.
Yeah, that's not the definition of existence. There's like 2 ways to think of this.
Listen, Venus, if that's the case, that means anything that anyone thinks in their head exists.
No, it's about things that are it's about things that are hypothetically possible. It's not hypothetically possible.
You cannot use realistic laws within in a hypothetical context, because the reason why it's hypothetical is because it's not realistic anyways. If it's already realistic and it's observable to be so, you don't need to make it hypothetical anymore.
No, but things have to go through the process of becoming a hypothesis before they become a theory. Things have to stem from the mind, then we have to observe those things and draw them to ideas. That's how we get the scientific method. So things have to be hypothetically possible for us to observe it.
In the scientific process, which part of the scientific process defines reality as it is?
What do you mean?
No, tell me. Think about it, right? Because science is a method of investigation. Let me actually pull up the definition of science. That way we're not confused, right? So we understand the scientific process, right?
Yeah, science is the method of observation, but science is not arrogant enough to say that only the things that we've observed are only the things that can exist, because there's things that we haven't observed that we later observed to prove that they exist. It's like you can't... Superman. No, but the thing is, if we look at the laws of physics and we look at things, Superman is not hypothetically possible. If we look at the laws of physics.
Hell no. So you're telling me that you don't think that there could be a planet out there? It might not be Krypton, but it might be a planet out there in a distant galaxy where the people out there, when they come to our planet, the sunlight, the ultraviolet rays affects them to their cellular level and makes them immune to bullets. And bro, it's very realistic.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that, because that proves my point. That not only things that we can observe are things that can exist. Things that we haven't observed yet can exist.
Anything anyone imagines in their head is possible.
No, because, okay, I understand that aspect, but I can't imagine something that is a triangle with 2 sides. I can't imagine that. My whole point is that...
Hold on. Why?
Because it's a contradiction, and to our knowledge... It's a contradiction to its definition.
So you're telling me that if we don't define a triangle as something that has 3 sides, then a triangle would not be something that has 3 sides?
Yeah. Because labels are just things we make up.
Hold on. So if I don't define a square as something that has 4 sides, then something that has 4 sides is not a square.
Yeah, because what is it then if you don't call it a square? You can change its definition.
So check this out.
Labels are just useful.
Hold on. When I define something that has 4 sides as a square, what am I basing that definition on?
Your definition of something that Well, it's like, where do
On
we get?
observation. I'm defining it on observation. It's because I have observed that everywhere you have a square always has 4 sides. And it's
Yeah, but that's because of the definition of a square. What if I change the word square?
But I did not define a square before I observed it. I first observed it before I defined it. You cannot define something before you observe it.
It's about the fact that you called it a square. You could call it something else. You could call it a...
I understand, but it still doesn't change.
And it would still mean that it has 4 sides.
I first have to observe it before I define it.
No one's saying that's wrong.
On the observation, right?
Yeah, no one's saying that's wrong.
Okay, good. I know you're not saying it's wrong. That's why I'm trying to show you how it follows all the way down to what you're saying. The reason why I cannot have a square with 2 sides is because a square with 2 sides is not observable.
Yeah, but that's my point. That's what we call a contradiction.
Yeah, so no, exactly. No one has ever observed a square with 2 sides. Now, people who believe in multiple dimensions, let's say you are able to observe a square with 4 sides, with 2 sides, right? Then bring the evidence, and then all of a sudden we're gonna be like, oh, we have to redefine a square because we found some squares with 2 sides. Like, damn! But you ain't gonna find a square. Reality as it is says that a square, when you observe it at any point, anyone in the world can observe a square and it will always have 4 sides, and you cannot argue with it.
It's not reality as it is. It is what we make up to describe this concept.
But we did not make up the 4 sides of the object.
We didn't, but we made up the thing that we call something with 4 sides.
No. We gave it a nomenclature. You understand what a nomenclature is, right?
Yes, we gave it a definition. We gave it a word to describe it.
No. We did not give it a definition.
We gave it a word to describe it.
Okay, we gave it a nomenclature. We nominated it. So we distinguished it because check this out. We live in a world with multiple shapes. So we saw the shape a square and it has 4 sides. When we compare it to a shape that is a triangle, it has 3 sides. So we decided that how are we going to nominate this shape that has 4 sides? We gave it the name square. In Chinese, they call it something else, right? But it's still consistent with what is observable. In Russian, they call it something else, but it is still consistent with what is observable. So it is not necessarily what we call it that makes it what it is. It is what it is that makes us call it what we call it. So as long as I can see it, it doesn't really matter what I call it. It's still going to be what it is, regardless of what I call it.
I agree. Now, the whole point of this is that we cannot think, the whole point of this is that we have to assume that we can't have contradictions. And now let me tell you why we have to, you're not listening to me. You're being, this is a
choice of word, right? You keep saying assume. We don't have to assume.
Yes, we do, because we're talking about presuppositions. Presuppositions are assumptions.
How can we assume that we cannot have a contradiction when we cannot have a contradiction?
That we've observed. You're assuming that the only things that can exist are the things that are in our observable universe.
Yes,
that's not true.
Because of what shapes are. You cannot have a round square because it's physically impossible to have. It's not because you define it as so. It's because it's physically impossible to have an object that is perfectly 360 degrees and yet has angles.
That has to do with our definitions, as we just agreed. It has to do with what we define it as. I'm talking about what we call the observable universe is just things that we can currently see. That doesn't mean that that is everything that is out there. That's my whole point.
Give me an example of a shape that we've ever seen change, and then we changed what we called it.
But that just has to do with the definition. We can change the definitions of things.
Okay, give me the definition of a shape that changed.
What shape? Like, okay.
For example, give me any shape, right? Whether it's round or square or long or straight.
No shapes have changed.
Exactly. Those are fundamental building blocks of reality. Shapes don't change, right? So no matter how we define those shapes, they fundamentally don't change. So the
That's not what I'm talking about.
Completely different, but no matter how they define it, it's not going to change.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about analytic truths, things that are true by what we describe them. Labels?
No.
Okay, please, if you let me explain, it'll make more sense.
I'm talking about observable truths, things that are true because that's what they are, rather than because of how we describe them. So if 100 people saw something, no matter how they describe it, that thing is still going to be what it is, independent of their description.
Thank you, because descriptions are labels that we use to describe things that are conceptual. Things that are conceptual have certain characteristics, and we put those characteristics under a category. Like, it's like how we know a computer is different from a pillow, because a computer has certain characteristics that a pillow doesn't. We get these definitions in their distinctions. That's how we get definitions. That's not what I'm talking about.
Can a pillow be a computer?
Well, if you change the names around, if you assume a computer is something that has a motherboard, something that has keys, if that's what you call a computer, yes. But if you want to call a pillow,
if I call a pillow a computer and I call a computer a pillow, does a pillow become a computer?
Well, you're just changing the definitions. It becomes.
That's what I'm trying to show you. Even if I change the definitions, it doesn't change what they are.
I know, because I just said that definitions describe concepts. I never said that you can change the concept by the definition.
That's what I'm showing you, right? The definition of reality means things as they actually are, rather than idealistic or notional ideas or descriptions of them, right?
We made that definition.
Who?
We made the definition of reality to be all things that we can observe. But my whole point is that
we made that definition based on what is observable.
Yes.
Consistently.
But there's things that we haven't observed that can hypothetically exist. That is my point.
Hypothetically, because they don't realistically exist. That's why they exist hypothetically. And a hypothesis is an educated guess. That means you are just educationally guessing. It's a guess. You're guessing.
But what makes it okay? But we get this from induction. What makes it educationally possible to exist is because we have to assume that things that exist. This has to do with ontology. Things that exist can't contradict themselves. Things that exist are what they are, and things that exist.
But that's
can't
not an assumption. That's a fact.
It's an assumption because we can't.
What is the difference between a fact and an assumption?
An assumption is something that we can't necessarily prove outside of our observation. A fact is something that we have observed to be true. This is getting into the realm of.
So we have observed that shapes. A triangle cannot have 3 sides, and that's why it's true. And then a triangle with more than 3 sides is hypothetical.
This is not the point. I'm talking about how we know things to be true. You have to, okay, you know, I already talked about the fundamental principles about how we know what we know. Things that we know, number one, cannot contradict themselves by nature. Things that we know can be themselves, and things that we know have to be what they are by definition. Those are the 3 things that we have to assume that we have the same reality.
Those are the 3 things that we know in order to be able to know.
Okay. What is knowledge?
That we have the same reality. So
what is knowledge?
That's what I'm saying to you. We don't have to assume something that is already observably true. We can only assume things that have not yet been proven to be true. For example, let's assume that O.J. Simpson committed the crime because it hasn't been observable that he did commit the crime, right? We're going to assume things about things that we don't yet know. We don't yet have evidence for, so we make assumptions.
What is knowledge?
Evidence that proves that he's the one that pulled the trigger. We really have the blueprints, we have the fingerprints, we have the cameras. He's the one that pulled the trigger. There is no other assumption to be made. You're not assuming anything. The fact is he pulled the trigger.
So you believe that we can be 100% certain about things?
Yes, that's why I'm a realist.
Okay, well,
I'm never deluded. That's why I'm never deluded. And let me tell you something, okay?
I can't help you if you're a realist.
If we did not have the ability to be 100% certain about things, airplanes will not be in the sky. If you're not sure that airplanes are going to fly, you're going to put in the sky.
There's maximal certainty based off of reasonable assertions, based off of evidence, and then there is
I work in the aviation industry.
Okay, but this is not
right now flying in the sky based on any type of assumption. You're not assuming anything because that's people's lives. You assume people die. Assumptions. There's no evidence. Okay. Assumption means that to a certain extent. I think I
do you research philosophy a lot? Do you dabble in philosophy?
I dabble. I'm what I would consider myself a natural philosopher.
Okay, I urge you to research more about epistemology and what knowledge is. Because once you research epistemology and what knowledge is, you realize that a majority of the time, there is a possibility for us to be wrong about certain things. We are not 100% certain about
Give me something that we have evidence for that we are wrong about.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, what do you consider evidence?
Something that is undisputable and there's no evidence to the contrary. The evidence only supports the fact.
When you talk about evidence to the contrary, are you talking about evidence that is possible to exist or evidence that we already have? Because it is possible.
Let me give you an example, right? A man that has a womb and a penis at the same time.
That's possible. That's called a hermaphrodite.
A man that has a womb and only a penis.
Hermaphrodite?
A man that has a womb and only a penis, so he doesn't have a vagina.
Yeah, that's a hermaphrodite.
A hermaphrodite cannot have a womb.
Yes, they can. They can have both. Do you know what a hermaphrodite is? It's someone who can have both secondary characteristics.
It's not talking about the womb itself. It's talking about the genitals.
Yeah,
So-
you can
so-
have both.
so
you can have one on the inside.
A hermaphrodite that has a womb will also have a vagina. But if a hermaphrodite has a womb and only a penis, they're not a hermaphrodite. That's not possible.
So, what do you, Bakanga, do you know what a hermaphrodite is?
Yes, of course. Someone that has both sexual organs.
Yeah, but it can be different combinations of them.
Yes, but the womb is not a sexual organ.
But it is. It's not. It's a sexual organ. I don't know if you consider that to be the same thing as a secondary sexual characteristic, because that's what I'm talking about.
Bro,
things that are used for reproduction.
A womb is not a sexual organ.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, a womb is not a penis or a vagina.
Yeah, but it's a part of. Well, okay.
So is your brain. So is your brain a part of it. So is your mouth. So is your stomach. I mean, think about it.
Just search up hermaphrodite and look. This is like kind of derailing the conversation.
It's not derailing. It's not derailing. It's going down the same path.
You haven't looked into philosophy.
Check this out. Just like you cannot have. Let me think about something, right? Because let me think about something that you cannot have that we know for sure that is not evidence against. You cannot have. You cannot have a salty acid.
Again, that's by definition.
And observation.
Well, our observations
That's
are
actually
things
by
that
observation.
our observations are based off of things that we can distinguish from one another, and that's how we get labels.
Of course.
If I have
So
things
you
that
will
are
never- you will
identical, I
never
call
find
them
an
the same
acid
thing.
That is a base.
Yeah, acid. What do you mean? Yeah, something cannot be acidic
The
and
pH
basic.
the pH levels and the acidic levels have a clear line to separate them, right? The moment that a substance crosses a certain pH level, it becomes a base. And then if it crosses a certain pH level, it's an acid. Even you will never find, even if it's neutral, it will actually be both. I mean,
Yeah,
it will be either or. It will be either or.
Have you ever like dabbled in the realms of metaphysics?
Metaphysics is a philosophy. It's conceptual. It's idealistic.
Yeah. Okay.
Metaphysics is not the same as physics. Metaphysics is idealistic. So,
It's not-
so
look,
something
it
like
just-
Star Wars and the Lord of the Rings and Superman, that's all metaphysics. Just like Jesus and Muhammad and all the people cutting the moon, it's all metaphysics, right? Because those are physical laws that exist within a fictional story. Metaphysics is not realistic. That's not
Yeah,
how
but
physical
the
world
things that we call realistic are based off of our subjective experiences, are based off of the fact that we are limited by our five senses.
Our five
You
senses
need to
don't
you need
limit
to look
us.
into
We're
solipsism.
not
That's what you need
limited
to
by our
do.
five senses. Our five senses is actually what gives us freedom. We are limited when we don't have five senses. Our five senses are
What are
the
you
perfect
talking
combination
about?
of freedom.
You're just arguing with me to argue. You're not listening to me.
I'm not arguing with you. It's your choices of words. Okay, I'm not gonna say in a mean way.
You're just arguing with me to argue.
you need
You're not
listen,
trying to actually
listen, okay.
understand what I'm saying.
Listen, you just said to me that we are limited by our five senses.
Yes, to observe everything in the universe, everything that is made out of matter. We are
Anything
limited
that
by
we
our
cannot
five
observe in the
senses.
universe is not in the universe. That's just an idea. Let me give you a definition of
Okay.
imagination, okay? Check this out.
You just like to play. You like to play definition games. That's
No,
it.
it's not definition game.
Definitions are labels that we made up. If I tell you what I'm talking about, it doesn't matter what we call it, as long as you understand the aspects of it.
But doesn't that mean that what you're just saying is also made up?
Yeah, but words are made up. That's my point.
Okay, so that means that what you're
Languages
saying
are
is made up.
Languages are, yes, it's made up, but it
Okay,
describes
so
the concept.
if everything that we're talking about is made up, what's your argument?
My argument is that things that are made up aren't necessarily invalid because words have a use. Definitions have a
Okay,
use.
so let me give you an example. So Superman
They're made
being
up, but
real
that
is not
doesn't mean they're
invalid.
not valid.
So Jesus being real is not invalid.
Well, I mean, what is
No,
Jesus
hold
to
on.
you?
So Jesus being the Son of God is not invalid, and snakes
What
talking
is
is not invalid.
what is Jesus?
Exactly the what Christians say it is. So that's not invalid, right?
Well, in a sense, there's
No, because you
contradictions.
didn't experience it. Just because you didn't experience it doesn't mean it's not there. So just because you were not there with Adam and Eve doesn't mean snakes cannot talk.
Yeah, but there's contradictions. That's why we know that they can't happen.
Oh, but contradictions is a definition human being made up. It's just made up.
Yeah, that's my point. And if we dig deeper
you're
into
saying
that,
so you're saying that it's possible that Adam and Eve were talking to a talking snake.
yes, doesn't mean we have a reason.
Hey. So you're saying that it's possible that Muhammad split the moon?
You're being hard-headed. It doesn't
I'm not
mean
being hard-headed. I'm
okay.
not being hard-headed.
You're not letting me finish. You just wanna try and be right. You're not listening to me.
You have to understand that I've spoken to you before. I know your train of thought. Unless you're telling me to willingly allow you to contradict your previous ideology.
You know everything. Okay, but let me explain this to you. Let me explain something simple to you. Things that are possible doesn't mean we have a reasonable. That doesn't mean we have a reason to assume that they happened. There's things that are.
But where did you get that idea from? Did you make it up or is that real? Because you said to me that definitions are made up, and yet you're giving me a definition and you want me to take it.
Yeah, because
something that's not
they're
made
up, but they're useful. They're made up, but they have a purpose.
So why is it that when I try to read the definition to you, you use your argument is that it's made up?
Yeah, but that's not my argument that it's made up.
Okay, so let me read to you the definition of imagination then.
That's all right, because
check this out. This is the definition of imagination, right? If you're going to take it as something that is made up but is valid, look and tell me if this is not valid. The faculty or the action of forming new ideas or images of concepts of external objects not present to the senses. So imagination is when you form new ideas or images or even concepts of external objects which are not present to the senses.
Exactly, because we're limited by our senses.
No,
they're not present.
No, that's not what it's saying. We're not limited. We are forming ideas and concepts about things that we haven't confirmed are actually there.
Thank you. That's why we assume, because we haven't confirmed that they're there.
So when you have
we're getting somewhere.
Listen. Not present to the five senses. So the moment it is
doesn't mean it's impossible.
No, listen. Not present to the five senses. That means that anything which is present to the five senses is no longer imagination. So they say there's a clear difference between things which are present to the five senses and things which are not. So human beings only have two ways to experience anything, either by observing things as they are or by making up ideas in their head. So things that really are, you don't have to imagine them.
I'll get you someone who can help you understand this. Do you want someone who can help you understand this? Because you don't, I have a friend who's good at forms.
I am doubting the fact that you actually understand what imagination is, or you actually understand
the
framework of how the human mind works.
You've just explained to me what imagination is.
What is imagination? Tell me, what is it?
Yeah, but imagination is something that we conceive of that is not yet available to our five senses.
That's not what it said. That's not what it said.
What did it say then? Because it said
because you said not yet, but that's not the definition. It doesn't say not yet. It does not say not yet. So when you say not yet, that means that we're assuming that at some point it's going to be there. No, that's not what it says.
Or it could be. Or I'm making...
No, it doesn't say that. It actually doesn't say that. It says, listen carefully, the faculty or action of forming new ideas or images of concepts of external objects not present. So it's a definitive not present. Means there is no evidence whatsoever.
I have a question for you. This has to do with Schrodinger's cat. If you close a door and you're in a room, does the whole house exist if you're just in a room and you're locked in the room and you can't see anything else? Does that mean that the whole house doesn't exist?
If I don't have access to the rest of the whole house, but if I can just walk into any other room in the house, then it exists.
No, you're locked. Okay, you've been beaten up and you've been taken to a place that is just a room with a door. From the outside, I can see that you've been locked in this room, but you can't see me. From the inside of the room, can you say for 100% that the rest of the room, that the house that you're in, that I can see that you're in, doesn't exist? Can you say that?
If I can't see that I'm in a house, but I can see that I'm in a room, then I'm not in a house.
But I can see that you're in a house.
Yes, you can, but I cannot.
So does that mean that you're not in the house, or does that mean that you're limited by your senses?
No, that means that I'm not in the house.
Come on, chat. Do you hear this?
Listen. I'm gonna give you. When a Christian experiences the Holy Spirit and you don't, does it mean that they don't experience the Holy Spirit?
No, it just means they can't demonstrate it to me.
Okay, but does it mean that they did not experience the Holy Spirit? Yeah or nay?
Not necessarily.
So it could mean that they experience the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
So
They
you
just
should
can't
never argue with
demonstrate.
a religious person again. You
No,
are
but
not allowed
let
to
me
tell
let
no,
me.
no, hold up. Check this out. Venus, you
He's
are
not
not allowed to
listening.
tell a religious person that the experience of the Holy Spirit is not real.
Yeah, but let me explain
No,
to you.
based on your
You
current
don't want to
position,
hear the.
you
You don't
shouldn't
want
tell
to
them
hear
that
the
the experience is not
explanation.
real.
You don't want to hear it. So can I explain to you now what I mean when I say that? I mean that there's things that exist and there's things that we have reason to assume exist. If someone, let me explain. Just let me
Venus, I
explain. God, this
understand
is
you. I'm
getting
telling you that
frustrating.
by your definition, we have reason to assume that
You're not
anything.
listening.
No, Venus, I am listening. You should listen to
No,
me too.
you're
Okay?
not.
Understand me, because I don't think you're listening to me because I understand the things you're telling me already. You don't need to break it down. I'm a kid.
Then why
I'm
are
breaking
you
it down to
drawing the
you
wrong
in a way that I'm
conclusion?
assuming that you understand certain fundamental things. By what you are saying, you cannot conclusively say that people's delusional ideas are actually delusional. That's what you are arguing for.
Because I can't be. Okay, let me explain. No, don't interrupt me and let me explain. Just because someone has an experience I can't verify, number one, doesn't mean they didn't have the experience. The whole point of knowledge is that it has to be demonstrable, that you have to prove to me that you had this experience, or you have to demonstrate to me based off of our five senses or based off of induction that you had this experience. That is why we can't be 100% certain of anything. Because what if that person actually has a spirit in them? Who knows? But it's about the reason that I have to assume that they have a spirit in them. It's the reason that I have to take them at face value. Do I have a reason to? Can they demonstrate to me that they're experiencing it? That's what it's about. That's what reality and truth is about. Demonstrability. That is the foundation of epistemology. Things that you can demonstrate to be true.
Okay,
that's what I'm talking about.
By that
There's
explanation,
always room for us
question,
to be
right?
wrong.
Does God exist or does God not exist?
What's your definition of God?
You don't know what God means?
Yeah, but are we there's a deist God and there's a theist God. If you're
It don't
talking
matter.
about
Does God exist or does God not exist?
a deist God can
It doesn't
exist.
matter, right? Because based on your definition, just because you cannot confirm that the Muslim God exists, then you cannot definitively say 100% that the Muslim God doesn't exist.
This
You cannot
goes
say
back
100% that the Buddhist God doesn't exist. So I'm asking you, does God
okay.
exist?
This goes back to what I said. Things that are contradictory in definition cannot exist unless we change those definitions. If a tri-omni God is a contradiction, then it cannot exist. If you have a bachelor,
But you
or
haven't
something,
observed it. You don't know that it cannot exist.
yeah, but that's why we go back to the laws of logic and we examine that they're presuppositions that we have to assume to get things to be true. To understand
But logically,
we have
all
to.
gods can exist logically.
If they have contradictions, they can't.
But an almighty, all-powerful God can overcome a contradiction.
Yeah, but that's why we have to assume that this God follows the laws of logic. Because if you say, can God lift a rock?
Listen.
Can God make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
If a Muslim says that, if a Christian God says that he's almighty and all-powerful, that means he's not limited by contradictions either. So you cannot assume that he doesn't exist just because there are contradictions.
Okay, but the thing is, do I have a reason to assume that contradictions can't exist?
If you're talking about an almighty, all-powerful being, you have no reason to assume that.
Yeah, but that's why I don't necessarily believe in one. But that doesn't mean that it's not a possibility.
No, I'm asking you, can you tell them that their God is not real?
Depends. Again, if that God has a contradiction, I can tell them that we reasonably cannot assume that's
but
real.
you telling them that a contradiction does not limit their God because their God is almighty and all-powerful.
I never said that. I never said that.
But the Christian God is almighty and all-powerful. So it doesn't matter if you find contradictions. It just means you don't understand it the way he understands it.
But that's the thing, is that we have to presuppose it exists. And if something exists within our realm, we know that our realm is blocked by the laws of logic.
But you don't know that because you cannot say for certain.
Exactly. That's why I'm maximally
So you cannot say
certain.
for certain to
and
the Christian that their God doesn't exist just because there's contradictions.
Yeah, I don't say for certain. I say we don't have a reason to believe it.
No, you don't have a reason to believe it because you haven't had their experience.
Yeah, that's my point. And they can't demonstrate their
so that means
experience
you
to
can't
me.
tell them that because of their experience, that you cannot then suddenly say, because I haven't had your experience, that means that I'm going to say your God doesn't exist.
No, I would ask to them, can you demonstrate to me that you had this experience?
They cannot demonstrate it to you because it's a type of it's a type of thing that you have to experience to know. Like you said to me, just because we haven't experienced something, we make these notional ideas of them based on whatever you want to do, right? So you're doing it based on the laws of contradiction. They're doing it based on their experience. There's no difference from my perspective. So if you don't have a way to know for certain, you can't tell anybody that something is not.
The difference is that this is how the world that we fundamentally understand things to work. We have evidence. If you look at the definition of evidence has to do with things that we can observe that raise the probability of something being true. Because if you research epistemology, you'll see that we can't be 100% certain. We can be maximally certain based off of evidence, because then again, our evidence can be wrong. So
But
we
it's
have
not all
evidence.
evidence that is demonstrable. So if a Christian said to you that Jesus
No,
appeared
I'm
to
getting
them
sick
in
of
their
this.
room, listen, if a Christian says to you that Jesus appeared to them in their room, but they didn't have a camera there, how are they supposed to demonstrate to you that they had that experience?
That's my point. I don't know if they had that experience, but I don't have a reason to believe they do if they can't demonstrate it.
But you don't have a reason to believe that they don't either.
Exactly. But I'm
So
saying
you cannot
that
say, listen.
I don't say 100%. I
you
never
cannot
say
be an
100%.
atheist. You have to be agnostic about all things in the world.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
No, you cannot be an agnostic atheist.
Yes, you can.
No, you have
Because
to be pure based on your ideology. You have to be only agnostic. The moment you lean towards atheism, you have now formed a bias based on your own limited view, and you're claiming that you don't know for certain.
What's your definition of atheism?
An atheist is a person who believes that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's not what I go with. I don't go with the classical definition of atheist.
Okay,
Because
you
can't.
see, so you're saying to me here
Now
that
you don't want me to
look up their own
explain.
definition of words.
You don't want me to explain, because there's different forms of, there's classical atheism, and then there's a different kind of atheism.
But
Everyone knows
atheism
this.
as a whole, what do all atheisms have in common?
What do you mean? There's no.
What do all versions of atheism have in common?
They have to do with someone's proposition of God. They have to do with how convinced someone is of the existence of God.
What do they all have in common? What's the one thing?
I don't know what you mean by that.
The non-believing God.
Yeah, but when we talk about non-belief, when I say I don't believe something, I mean that I don't have enough evidence to.
I don't care. Personally, I don't care what you mean, because your definition of what you mean is not the standard. It's not the English language. That's not how the English language is
Let me
structured,
show
right?
you. I'll show you where. Okay, I'll just show you that. That's
Because check this out, Venus. Every time I say something to you and you're like, my definition of this, my definition, you're doing exactly what
atheism
people
says
do.
a lack. Atheism says here, if you Google it, it says a lack of belief in God. Where does it say that God is impossible? Doesn't say that. You clearly
so
haven't
check this
Googled
out.
it.
Why do you lack a belief in God?
Because there's not enough evidence to support the claim.
Okay,
like
what?
I said.
Okay, hold up. Is there ever going to be any evidence that will make you know for sure?
I don't know until it comes about.
No. You said to me that no evidence is 100% certain, right? So
Yes.
if we cannot be 100% certain about something, that means that no amount of evidence will ever be enough.
No, but it can be enough to warrant belief, but not enough to warrant 100% certainty. It's about warranting belief and reasonable assertion.
But you need to be 100% certain in order not to believe, to lack belief, to completely lack belief.
Yes,
To completely
but
lack belief,
doesn't
you need
mean.
to be 100% certain that there is no evidence.
Do you know what it means to lack versus to not have anything? Just because I lack
To lack
something.
means you don't have it.
Yeah, but to lack is to have a small amount of it, or to not be more
No,
lenient towards
that's
it.
not what it means. No, if you lack money, you don't have money.
Or you have a little bit of money.
If you have a little bit of money, that's not a lack of money. That means you have
So
money.
what is it then?
When if I say you lack money, it means you have no money. If I say you have a little bit of money, it means you have a little bit of money. A little bit of money and lack of money is not the same thing. Because money, unless you put a quantity to it, money is money. If I have a dollar and you have $1 million, you still have money.
The difference between belief and certainty is that belief isn't an antonym of certainty. Just because I don't believe something 100%, it doesn't mean that I can't.
Are you certain that you don't believe?
Well, you can't be. What do you? Okay, in terms of certain, you mean?
It's not certainty. Are you certain that you don't believe?
Am I certain that I don't believe? No, I believe that I don't believe.
But you're not certain that you don't believe.
Yeah, I believe that I don't believe.
Venus, so you don't even know. You're confused.
Yeah, but when we talk about knowledge, what's your definition of knowledge?
You want me to read a different?
This is about epistemology.
Venus,
I can't
ask
do
me my
this.
definition of things because
Please.
I did not invent. Venus, hold up. Let me show you something, okay?
Just research epistemology.
You've operated with me long enough to understand this. I did not invent the English language. You are not asking me my definition of it. Like, though I'm going to give you some definition that I.
Okay, let's look at epistemology. What is knowledge? What do you think knowledge is?
Knowledge is simply information that is gained through experience and in fact.
Or our experience that is from our 5 senses.
Knowledge that is gained through experience and in fact.
Yeah. But that just ignore because if we talk about facts, that's like synonymous with knowledge.
Information that is gathered through experience and in fact. So guess what? If someone saw Jesus in their room, unless you can prove that they did not have that experience, that doesn't mean that they did not have that experience.
That's my point, but we don't have a reason to believe that they did.
You cannot be an atheist.
Yeah, but atheist just means you lack belief, and you lack belief because you don't have evidence.
Are you certain that you lack belief?
Well, I'm maximally certain. I believe that I lack belief.
So maximally certain as in you're kind of certain?
Oh, well, no. Matt Dillahunty uses this term a lot. When I say maximally certain, I mean that I have enough evidence to warrant my belief.
But are you certain that you have enough evidence to warrant your belief?
I believe that I have enough evidence to warrant my belief.
Are you certain that you believe that you have enough?
No. I believe that I have enough evidence to believe.
But are you certain that you believe that you believe?
No, I'm not certain about anything. I believe that I have
means you don't know. That means you don't know. That means that means that you're not even sure about where you are. You don't have a place to stand.
This is the thing. You're conflating knowledge with certainty. This is why I keep mentioning epistemology
in context to show you that unless you're certain.
I can't do this with you unless you understand epistemology. I can't do this with you.
You don't understand certainty because if you don't understand Venus, that there are things in this world that you can be certain of, and there are some things that you cannot be certain of. The moment you said to me that you cannot be certain about anything, are you certain that you cannot be certain about everything?
No, I believe that I can't be certain about anything.
So it's not absolutely certain, right?
Yeah, I believe that I can't be certain about anything.
So it's possible that you can be certain about everything, right?
It's possible, but I don't have a reason to believe it.
Good. You say that you're not certain. I say I'm certain. So who's right and who's wrong?
Well, we don't know yet until one of us has enough evidence to conclude that.
But what is enough evidence?
Enough evidence to warrant belief. Evidence is something that pushes the possibility of a claim.
That you have enough evidence to warrant belief.
Well, you can't be certain, but you can believe that you have enough evidence to warrant belief.
What is belief?
Belief is so if we talk about beliefs, belief is something that you're convinced of.
And can you be convinced about something
that isn't true? Yeah, you can be convinced of something that isn't true.
Okay, so is it possible that your conviction that there is no God is not true?
Yes, it's why I talk about lack of belief based off of lack of evidence.
Good.
Because
so
I could be wrong. Evidence could arise tomorrow.
So that means that you ought not to argue because you don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm arguing about whether we have reason to warrant belief.
Other people have reason because the level of reason to warrant belief is not equal for everybody. Is there an equal amount of reason to warrant belief for everybody?
No, because everyone
So if you need 20% reason to warrant belief and some Christians only need 1% to warrant belief, who are you to then tell them that your lack of belief is now somehow certain enough for you to question them when they're telling you that you don't need 100% certainty, you only need 0.005% certainty or belief to know that there is a God, right?
Okay.
So you ought not to be in this debate until you reach a point of certainty.
No, because again, I'm talking about
reasonable
assertion.
When we put people in prison and we condemn people to death, are we certain that they committed the crimes?
We have reason to believe that they did.
Hold on. But are we certain that they committed the crimes?
We have reason to believe that we did. We're not 100% certain.
We're
not certain. People get convicted of the wrong crimes all the time. We're not certain.
No. When Jeffrey Dahmer was condemned to death, were we certain that he committed those crimes?
We had reasonable evidence to conclude that he did. We weren't 100% certain.
But we're not certain?
No, we had reason to believe he did.
You have to learn what certainty is.
Yeah, but my whole point of certainty is that
Venus, are you certain? Are you certain that you're a woman?
I believe that I am based off of my characteristics.
So you're not certain that you're a woman?
I believe that I am.
Are you certain? Yeah or nay?
No, I already told you I can't be certain about anything.
Okay, so you're confused. You just don't know.
I have reasonable belief.
Think about it. Are you certain that you're a black female and not a white female?
I have a reason to assume that I am.
Are you certain of that reason?
I already told you I'm not certain of anything. I believe that I have a reason.
How can a person who thinks that you ever know anything in this world?
That's the thing. Again, you're conflating knowledge with certainty. You don't have to be certain to know something.
I am not conflating knowledge with certainty.
You don't have to be certain of something to know it.
Certainty is one of the characteristics of knowledge.
Okay, what's another characteristic of knowledge?
Facts, information, and skill acquired by a person through experience or education.
Can
The
you believe that
theoretical
someone
or
draws
practical understanding of a subject, awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. One of the characteristics of knowledge is practicality. One of the and something that is practical can be certain because you know it will produce the results that are desired.
So you believe that our five senses are always 100% reliable?
Our five senses, when functioning properly without any form of disability, are always 100% reliable. You're correct.
But the problem with that is no one's five senses are functioning perfect without disability. That's the point. Everyone is inhibited in some sense.
No. That's not true. That's not true. Everybody's
But
five
no one's
senses,
perfect though.
the gaps between disability and ability, depending on circumstances. Some people go through stretches in and out where your five senses are doing exactly what they're supposed to do in every circumstance, and there's no way you can be deceived. For example, if somebody is essaying a girl in front of you, you cannot be like, I'm not sure what I saw, when you were literally there sober-minded.
What if you were hallucinating?
Not if you were sober-minded and there was nothing wrong with you physiologically.
You understand that not only sober people hallucinate, right? You understand that people deprived of sleep.
A person who is sober-minded cannot hallucinate.
So if you're deprived of sleep, would you consider that to not be sober-minded?
Duh, you're under the influence of fatigue.
Okay, so if you have schizophrenia, you're not sober-minded.
Duh, you're under the influence of delusional paranoia.
I thought sober was in reference to drugs.
Sober-minded means that there is nothing influencing your mind to make it work the way it's not supposed to work.
Okay, so if someone, let's say someone doesn't process information as fast as they're supposed to, would you consider them to not be sober-minded?
They are slow. Their cognitive abilities are slow. They are mentally slow. Yeah.
Would you consider them to not be sober-minded?
Duh.
So what my problem here is that you're assuming that if we work to our maximum...
Don't use the word assumption, but what I'm saying is very practically.
Just don't worry about the word assuming. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just using that word because it's easier for me to explain it like this. When I say that you're assuming, I mean that you have reasonable assertion. So it's a compliment.
No, but I'm not going based on reasonable assertion. I'm going based on facts that don't depend on me. You can observe those facts for yourself.
That's fine. But my whole point is that just because we function to the best of our ability, it doesn't mean that we function perfect in terms of acquiring certain pieces of knowledge.
The best of our ability is the perfect functionality of the brain.
Yeah, but the brain
implies that there is
no functions perfectly.
There's no substances, effect, or circumstances that is affecting or impeding your ability to think the way your brain is wired to think.
Yeah, but no one's brain works perfectly.
Everybody's brain who is sober-minded works perfectly.
Yeah, but your definition of perfection is simply to the best of our ability.
Means doing what it's supposed to do. Yes.
Okay, so that's my problem. The definition of our brain doing what it's supposed to do doesn't necessarily mean that it receives things perfectly, or doesn't necessarily mean that it grasps information perfectly.
When it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, but our brains are limited in their structure, so they do what they're supposed to do.
In comparison to what? In comparison to what?
In comparison to a brain that would be able to observe everything perfectly, remember
whose brain?
everything.
What brain do you know? And what is this perfect observation you're talking about? Because now you're talking about something which is not realistic.
Yeah, but my point is...
Unless you have a basis of a human brain, which is functioning based on the perfection that defines how a human brain is supposed to function. Because you cannot be comparing the human brain with a hypothetical idea of what you think other than what it actually is.
Let me get someone who can help you. Because maybe I'm not the best at explaining this, but I have a friend who's great at metaphysics. I might get them to explain this to you if you're happy. If you're happy with that.
What is metaphysics?
Metaphysics is within the realm of idealism and hypothesis.
So what is idealism?
Idealism is something that is conceptual.
How do you come about making ideas? You make it up in your head, right?
Yes, and then you observe them within reality.
Hold up. Do you understand that Christianity is idealism?
Well, a certain aspect of it.
No, not a certain aspect of it. It's completely idealistic.
Yeah, well, things that are completely idealistic are not things that cannot necessarily exist.
I understand that. But the moment that it goes from being not idealistic, it now becomes realistic. So you can always separate the realism from the idealism. You can always separate both, right?
Yeah,
so
that's based off of observation.
That's why Christianity in practice is different from Christianity in idea. That is why Christians often say no one is perfect, because the standards of Christianity is a perfect idealism, but in practice, it's not the same thing. So when you look at Christianity idealistically, are you telling me that Christianity could be true idealistically?
Well, if we talk about the fact that
any reason to say that Christianity is not true idealistically,
if it has no contradictions, then it could happen.
But who defines contradiction? You or the person?
No, we already, like, as a society, or if someone who follows.
But you said to me earlier that definitions are made up. So who?
They're useful though. They're useful to describe concepts.
Who decides what a contradiction is? Because let me tell you what a contradiction is to a Christian. Do you know what a contradiction is to a Christian?
It doesn't matter what it is to them. It has a definition.
Yes, it has to matter. It has to matter because you kept asking me for my definition and you kept giving me your definition. You consistently said to me that I'm not understanding, maybe because you're not good at explaining. Because is it perhaps because you don't understand Christianity that you don't think that Christianity, they have their own understanding of what a contradiction is that might be different from yours?
One gets to understanding by, by observing the characteristics of something. That's how you get to an observation of it.
Is there any characteristic within Christianity that is not realistically possible?
Well, a triomni God.
What is that?
Well, it's someone that is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good. Based off of the current affairs of the world, there's contradictions in that. That's why we have things like the problem of evil. We're not talking about the current affairs of the world. We're talking about idealism. Idealism is not always based on the common affairs of the world. Okay, well, as an idea, it can be, if it doesn't have contradictions.
That's what I'm saying to you. Okay, show me any idealistic contradiction within Christianity that makes it idealistically not true.
Well, the idea of a triomni God.
And the idea of a triune God is not impossible to an all-powerful being. All-powerful being means he can do anything. He can be Trinity, he can be quadruple, he can be duplicity. He can be anything because
that's an internal critique. You have to assume that it exists.
It is still idealistic, so it's not impossible because of the all-powerfulness of the God. The God can do anything, so there is nothing he can do, even including a contradiction. He can exist in spite of a contradiction. That is the definition of God within the Christian realm, right? The Christians will tell you that even if their God contradicts within our logical real world, within their world and their sphere of understanding and idealistically, a contradiction doesn't limit their God. That's why Muslims like to say their God is not within space, time, and matter, even though we know that something cannot exist unless it's
so when they say that, I ask them if their God can make a rock so heavy that their God can't lift it. Do you think that God can make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
Of course, because he can do anything.
Yeah, so if he can't lift it, then is he all powerful?
Of course, he's powerful enough to make himself weak. That's the definition of all powerful.
Okay, but if you're all powerful and you're weak, then you're no longer all powerful.
Well, you need to have the power to be weak.
Yeah, but then that's no longer all powerful. That's just basically
all powerful is not limited to strength. You're comparing strength with power. Strength and power is not the same thing.
So what's power then?
Power is the ability to do something.
Yeah, so what's strength?
Strength is the capacity to lift load.
To what?
To lift heavy load.
Yeah, but strength isn't only used in terms of lifting.
But exactly, and lifting is not always practically lifting something the way you would think about it. For example, if it says, hey, he's carrying a heavy burden, right? That burden, he said, man, he's got the strength to carry that heavy burden. We can use it in that context. Or you can even say he has the intelligence to carry that heavy burden. Or you can say that he has the IQ or the EQ, or he has the power, or he has the energy, right? You can use multiple things, but it doesn't mean that those words are exactly the same. So strength and power is different things. The Almighty God of the Christians or the Muslim has the power to make himself weak or to make himself appear weak. So that's another way to put it. He can make himself appear.
Okay. All right. Wait. Accept a guest, and I'll be right back. Accept a guest. I'll be right back. Is it on, Mom? It's on fans. No, okay. Wait.
You see. Okay. Listen. Okay. The game that Venus is trying to play, unfortunately, it makes it difficult for her to argue against other people, because if she's not certain, then she should never be in the position to tell somebody else that what they think is not true, no matter what your excuse is. I am saying to you that I am 100% certain that there is no God. That's my position. So I'm not on neutral ground. I cannot play both sides. You need to be certain to tell somebody else that what they say is actually isn't. And there are fundamental laws, fundamental principles that allow us to establish certainty. Venus is smart now, but she has a lot to learn still. And one of the things about young folks like Venus, and I see with my homeboy Q-Top too, right? Q-Top, they like to use all these big words that they haven't necessarily invested the same amount of time as these professors in the university to study. And they just come up here and they throw words. And they don't have the technical ability to break it down and to simplify it independent of anything that they've read out there. You know what a genius is? A genius is someone that sees something for the first time and they understand it as it is. When it comes to philosophy and things like that, I'm a genius, right? So if you're going to play with me, I will take you into the semantics. I will take you into the semantics and we'll play around. If you cannot be absolutely certain about something, you are confused. If you cannot establish certainty, and certainty, you are either certain or you're not. Certainty cannot be neutral. You cannot have 20% certainty. You're either 100% certain or you're not certain. That's how certainty works. It's plus or minus. If you're playing in terms of fraction, then you talk about nothing, zero. Zero is the only thing that doesn't carry a charge, right? So certainty works in terms of yes or no. If I ask you a yes or no question and you tell me that, oh, well, my answer is a maybe, you're confused. You are confused. But what she's saying, that's how religious people's minds work. That's why I was showing her how she's thinking like a religious person, so she cannot argue against religious people. The moment you tell me that you cannot be certain, you cannot get up one day and tell a religious person that their experience that they had is not what they think they had. I'm not an atheist, neither am I a theist. I am a realist. I am a realist. That means I don't look at the world based on ideas and concepts. I look at the world as it is. I have the ability to separate the idealistic aspects of the world from the realistic aspects of the world. You know when they say, you know how they say, when you see a spade, you should call it a spade? That's what I am. If I see a spade, it's a spade. I don't need to call it a giant spoon. Some people call a spade a giant spoon. It's a spoon for dirt. A spade is a giant spoon for dirt. You know, a spade is a spade. If the shoe fits, it fits. I hope that you guys were inspired by that conversation, or at least at the very least entertained. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, I hope you guys were entertained. This conversation was quite entertaining. We veered off topics, but I love Venus. I love Venus very much. And she's smart, like I said. She can hang with me. She can hang with me as equals, mentally. But she has a little bit to go. So I'm going to bring you guys up. We'll continue on the topic for a little bit before I leave. What's up, man?
Hey, okay, so you tell me what certainty means in your mindset. You said, I wrote it down. You said certainty works with yes and no. If you don't know, you're uncertain.
If you don't know 100% beyond shadow of doubt, you're uncertain. Yes.
Okay, bet. So I'm gonna ask you a question because your post says you will take nothing with you when you die, not your God or your belief. So are you 100% certain on that?
I am 29 billion% certain, yes.
Okay, so have you experienced the other side of death?
I've experienced death multiple times, yes.
Okay, so how have you experienced death and you still living?
Because I don't have to die myself in order to experience death. Duh.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Because see, that's what the hold on. My bad, dog. My bad. Respect. Go ahead.
1 second. Bro, you understand that an experience is not limited to the self, right? Embodiment. An experience just means that have you witnessed death? So it doesn't have to be my death. It can be the death of a chicken. It can be the death of a person. It could be the death of a fly, right? That's experiencing death.
So you know what's on the other side of death?
That's the whole point. There is no other side of death.
Okay, so how do you know if you never die?
Because I've observed other people and other things die.
So hold on. Okay, so all right. So bro, okay, see, this is what okay, so just give me a second. This is what Venus was talking about epistemology, all right? They got 3 levels of it's information, it's belief, and it's actual knowledge, right? When it says my people perish for knowledge, it don't mean just reading a lot of books, right? I can write a book on how to change a ceiling fan. That's the information. Now you can repeat this book over and over. You can read line for line of this book on how to change the ceiling fan, right? Because you believe the information. But if you never applied the information that you believe, then you will never know, bro.
Bro,
this is what you hold on. Listen, let me.
Doesn't have to be death within oneself. It can be death by observing other people dying. That's how you observe.
No, because listen. No, that's not your experience.
It doesn't have to be my experience for me to experience it.
So hold on. So look. So if I tell you that I experienced how to change an alternator, bro, are you gonna take my word for it?
Bro, if you stood right there and you watched an individual buy a brand new alternator, right? You're a mechanic. You've never changed an alternator before. But you stood there more than 20 times and you've seen someone change an alternator. You can literally tell me step by step. Not only that, you can turn a wrench. There's no reason for me to believe
Yes, I know. Listen, I know how to change it. The person who you watching, who's sitting up there, I know. But you never changed one. So you don't know.
Bro,
listen.
An alternator change.
No, listen. You never changed it.
You know how to change an alternator. That's how knowledge.
Have you changed? Listen, have you changed it though?
Check this out. I literally still have the definition of knowledge on the screen. Read it, bro. What does it say?
Bro, listen. It says.
Please, good brother, read the screen, please.
Okay. Go ahead. Let me pull it up, baby. Give me your phone. I'm gonna show you. Look. No, I'm gonna pull it up on my phone so I can read.
Just read what I got on the screen. You can see the source.
I can't read that, bro. You shaking your hand.
Read it.
Hold on, baby. Pull up the thing. I'm about to read it for you.
Still, bro, read it.
Okay, I cannot see it, bro, because it's light. You shining the phone, bro. It's light.
Can anybody else see the screen right now?
Yes, we can see the screen, but the shit is moving.
Okay, bro, I'm looking at the screen right now. I'm gonna read it.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what knowledge is.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read what I got on the screen. Facts.
Okay.
Hold up. Actually, let me hold it still.
Read it for me, please, because I'm about to show you something.
Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education.
Hold on, listen. By a person. Hold on. No, you're not about to skip over that.
Brother.
Experience. Hold on. No. Listen. Experience by a person, bro.
Bro, experience or what? Or education.
Listen, but you still have to have the experience of that thing.
It's not experience and education. It's experience or education.
Brother, listen. Experience
or education. Experience.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna show you. Because what she was telling you was accurate, bro. But you just so hard headed. You're not listening. Listen, knowledge. Listen, bro. Listen. No matter. Listen. Hold on. No. Listen. No, you listen.
Brother. Please hold up. Listen, bro. Did I just read this thing say experience or education, or did it say experience and education?
Brother, listen to what I'm saying.
No, bro, answer my question, then I'll let you say what you're saying.
What is that? Okay, do me a favor. Look up education. Look up education. Look up education.
Hold up, please. Let's go step by step. Did this thing say experience and education, or did it say experience or education? What does it mean if it says experience?
Look up education, brother.
Well, look up education. But I want you to answer my questions first.
Yes, it did. Now look up education.
Bro, I'm talking to you. Just answer my
question. I said yes.
Bro, when it says, hold up, please listen carefully, okay? It's not long, 5 seconds. When it says that experience or education, what does or mean?
Look up education.
Brother, what does or mean?
Look up education.
Bro, why should I look up education when you don't want to answer my question?
Because I'm telling you, you saying R, yes, okay. Now look up. Hold on.
If it says experience or education, what does or mean?
Look up education.
Tell me
Look
what
up
or
education.
means, and I will look up education. What does
Hold on.
or mean?
See, you bullshitting around, bro.
Bro, what does or mean, bro? If you don't want to answer my question,
Or means either or, bro.
it's
Now look up education.
Bro,
Either
what does
or.
or mean,
Either
bro?
or.
Bro,
Either or.
okay, what does or mean?
Or means either or. And.
So let's be on the same page. So that means that you can either gain the information through experience or you can get it through education, but it doesn't
Now
have to
look
be
up
both, right?
education, bruh.
Bro.
Look
I'm
up
gonna
education. Why you hiding from that? Look
a basis.
Okay.
I'm establishing
Look
a
up
basis.
I said yes. You're right. So look up education.
Bro, you're not just gonna yell and it will go. I'm gonna express myself coherently. You will respond coherently, then I will look it up coherently. If you don't want to, leave.
The process. Hold on. You ready? You ready?
When it says education or experience, it means that you can either gain it through experience or education. It doesn't have to be both.
You cannot experience that from a chicken dying, bro. You are not on the other side.
Experience or education. It doesn't mean it has to be both, right? It can be either
Brother,
or.
what do you okay, so let me ask you this. What have you experienced? Hold on. I'm about to show you this.
Brother,
what have you experienced? Hold on. Okay, bet. We'll go with hey, listen.
Or, right?
Listen, we'll round down your path.
Does it have to be either or?
Listen, we'll ride. Yeah, we can ride down your path. We're gonna ride down your path. So tell me this.
This is common sense,
you said. Hold on. You said you knew what on the other side of that from other people dying. That's what you said, right?
I said to you that there is no other side to death by observation and experience. Yes.
Okay, so hold on.
It's not a matter of knowing what's on the other side. There is no other side.
Hold on. No. You running from the question, bro. You said, okay, so you said experience, right? That's what you brought up. And I'm going to use your own words against you, bro. What she was telling you was right, bro. You never died, bro. That's the only thing that's uncertain in this world. Bro, listen.
Bro. Are you weird?
Listen. Okay, so what aspect?
Bro,
okay, so let me ask you this.
Bro, hold on, bro. You think
hold on. Let me ask you this.
Bro, do you think the person who defined death has died?
Hold on. I want to see what aspects you talking about.
Did the person who defined death die before they defined death, or did they define death before they died?
What?
The person who wrote the definition of death, did they first die to find out that definition, or did they write the definition before they died?
Okay, so this is what I'm getting from you.
Bro,
In all respect. Hold on. Let me. No. I know where you're coming from. You coming from the physical side of death, bruh.
Death is a physical process.
Hold on. No, let me finish. You coming from the physical side of death. You seen death from the. Hold on. Let me finish. You seen death on the physical side, but you don't know nothing about what happens after the death part, bro. So yes, you have experience. Hold on, let me hold on.
You turns to dust,
brother. That's your. Hold on. You gotta understand. That's your flesh, bro.
You are.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you a question. This is a simple question. This is a yes or no question. Be honest with me. All right. Have you ever said to yourself, "I hate that about myself"?
Nope.
Have you ever said, "I love that about myself"?
Nope.
So you never said none of that shit?
No, I don't think like that, bro.
Okay, so you never said, "I hate that about myself," or something that you want. So there's nothing that you wanted to change about yourself.
I have never addressed any type of love or hatred towards myself.
That ain't what I said. I asked you a question, bro. See, you got to understand that you sitting up here. So what you're saying is, what you're applying is, you know death from the physical side, bruh.
Bro,
but hold on. But you don't know.
Look up the definition of death.
Bruh, death can be spiritual or death can be a physical.
Look up the definition of death.
Hold on. Let's go. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it's going to say the cessation of all bodily functions. I don't even have to look it up.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so hold on. So we gonna because we gonna get in this. Hold on. That definitions. You want me to read it?
Read it.
I'm gonna read it for you. Okay, hold on. God damn it, baby. Hold on. All right. The actions or fact of dying or being killed, the end of life of a person or organism.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't say anything about physical or spiritual. I'm pretty sure the definition didn't say nothing about spiritual or physical.
Okay, so you ready? So you ready for this? So you ready? You ready for what I'm about to tell you?
Tell me.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is energy destroyed?
Energy can be converted, not destroyed.
Okay, so it's never dead, correct?
Correct, because it's never
Okay,
alive.
so when you hold on, no. You told me. Hold on, no. You told me no. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. You told me to look up that. So when your flesh goes in the ground, is it destroyed?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's transferred into the energy of the ground.
No, it's not transformed. It's destroyed.
No, it's not. No, nothing. Listen, that's energy, bro. And that's why the maggots come. Hold on, no. Listen. That's why. Hold on. Listen. That's why maggots eat on your. Hold on. That's energy, bro.
No, hold up. Let me show you how the flesh is destroyed. The flesh is not the flesh because of its molecules. It's the flesh because of the specific formation and the temperature that allows it to stay in the state of being a flesh. If you want to destroy the flesh, right, you have to apply heat or apply cold. And when you destroy it, there will be a byproduct that is left. That byproduct itself is not the flesh. The flesh,
brother,
itself,
it don't matter. You're not listening. It's still energy, bro. You listen. That's what the prop. That's what the. Hold on, listen. That's what the woman. That's what the woman was. Listen. That's what the woman was trying to tell you, bro. You are sitting up there and you worried about terms and these definitions. Listen.
Unfortunately, bro, you don't actually understand the meaning of the words you're using. Energy is simply the ability to do work. Energy doesn't mean life. It doesn't mean death. Energy is not a living thing, neither is it a dead thing. Energy is a non-living thing. You get it, bro? It's just that for something to be a living thing, you need a specific formation and combination of organism and organization of molecules and structures put together. When that mechanism is destroyed, then that thing has died, right? That's why to consume energy, you need to eat food and drink water. Food and water are the sources of your energy. When you get tired, you say, I'm out of energy. People say that all the time. When I'm tired, I'm out of energy, but it doesn't mean I'm dead. It means I'm low on energy. How do I replenish my energy? I drink food and water. Food and water are not living things, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so listen what you just said, bro, because that's what the lady was trying to tell you, bro. When my skin, you talking about my skin. When my skin, you say it go back to that's the reason why they started inventing coffins, bro. Cause we eat from, just check it out. We eat from the earth, bro. So they started inventing coffins to rob the earth from what we came from the earth. We supposed to be eaten from the earth, bro. That's why back in the day, they used to bury people in straight ground, bro. Because we used to give back to the earth, bro.
That's what superstition, bro. Different cultures dispose of dead bodies because dead bodies cause disease differently, right?
I understand it. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm about to say. The invention of coffins was actually directly related to superstition, right? There are some cultures that believed that their people are going to get resurrected. So they thought to themselves, if we preserve the dead body in the best possible condition, then the resurrection, they can facilitate resurrections. That's
Mother Nietzsche. Mother Nietzsche, you talk about Kemet. Yes.
In some Asian cultures and some African cultures and some Native American cultures.
You're right.
They cremate the dead bodies. They cremate the dead bodies. It's a way of hygiene, right? We don't let dead bodies hang around to cause disease. So even when you plant it in the ground, sometimes you feel a connection to that person. So it's a way of psychologically making yourself comfortable. Coffins have nothing to do with feeding the earth, bro. I'm pretty sure.
So, okay, so let me, so this is what I want to ask you, bro, because see, you got to understand, man, I swear that the lady who came on, she was speaking some real shit, because you got to understand terms. So I'm going to ask you this question. When it says that God is spirit, what does spirit means?
Spirit simply means things that you imagine in your head.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you again. Can you give me because you brought up the definition. You told me to look up definition of debt, bro. So now you sitting up there and I'm going to ask you again, what does spirit means, bro? Now, if you're going to ask me to bring up a definition.
I'm going to look it up for you, bro.
Okay. Go ahead.
Spirit definition. Don't worry, bro. I got you, man.
You good? Respect, bro.
As this internet works, what's going on with this thing?
And bring Venus up. Bring Venus up while I'm up in here, please.
Relax, bro.
No, we good. I'm relaxed. I'm passionate about this, bro. You gotta understand. I studied Hebrew, Greek, and all of that stuff, bro.
Relax, bro. You study things good for you.
No. See, you trying to be sarcastic,
bro, I'm talking.
All right, go ahead. What's spirit mean, bro?
I said to you that spirit is the stuff you make up in your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character.
You ready?
That the second definition is those qualities regarded as forming the definitive of typical elements in the character of a person, nation, or group, or in the thought and attitude of a particular period. So spirit is not just limited to persons. It can actually be a combination of persons. For example, the spirit of a country is defining your personality. If you, bro, go and read the word. Go and read the word.
Listen. What is your spirit, dog? You jumping. Listen, you going too far. No. Let's stay right here.
Hold up. I got something to tell you, but just hold up. Bro, look up the whole Bible. You will never find the word mental in it. You will never find the word personality.
Yes, you will. Hold on. Stop.
Bro.
See? Hold on. No. See, hold on. See, hold on. No.
Bro, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
You cannot pull up one Bible scripture where there's the word mental.
False.
The actual word mental.
False.
Find that word mental. Okay, then give me one Bible verse that way we can find the word mental.
You ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, show me one Bible verse where there's the word mentality or mental.
Where it's dealing with mental? Okay, hold on.
Not dealing. I want the mention of the word mental.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm gonna hold on. I got time.
I'm gonna give you a bunch of them, homie. Okay. I'm gonna give you a bunch of them, homie. Okay. Read that. 1 Corinthians 2:16. You want me to read it for you?
1 Corinthians
2:16. Hold on. I'm gonna give you some more.
1 Corinthians 2. Oh, don't worry, bro.
2:16. 2:16.
What does it say?
You read it. I want you to read it.
For who has known the mind of God so as to instruct him?
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
But we have the mind of Christ.
Okay, is that mental?
That did not mention the word mental. It doesn't say
no.
Bro,
So I'm gonna ask you a question. Hold on. No.
Light work.
Hold on.
Light work. Hold up. I think you completely misunderstood what I said. I said you will never find the word mental used. The word mental itself, not mind.
2 Corinthians 10. Hold on. 2 Corinthians 10:4-6. Bro, I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of stuff, bro.
Bro, hold up, bro. The first verse you just gave me did not say anything about mental. It said mind. The word mind is used, yes, but the word mental is not used. I don't think if you understand what I'm saying, bro. 1 Corinthians 10 verse what? First Corinthians 10 verse what, bro? Where did you go? You're not going to find a verse in the Bible where the word mental or mentality is used. The word mentality and mental is the word that they use spirit for. Wherever you see the word spirit in the Bible, that is the word mentality. Spirituality is mentality, and mental means spirit. Show me his mind. Where did he go? Where did he go? Of course, the word mental is a synonym for the word spirit. It's just that in modern English, the word spirit actually means mental. You guys just don't know. You're a bunch of superstitious religious individuals. You just don't know. When it says God is spirit, it means that God is mental. God is an imagination. I'm going to bring you back.
Hey, you see? Oh, don't cut me off. I'm here. I will never run. 2 Corinthians 10, 4 through 6, bro. You blocked me.
Okay. Bro. Listen,
No,
please stop wasting my time. So you're telling me that I'm gonna find
Don't block. No. Don't block me. Don't block me and act like I just left, dog.
Brother.
I'm here.
Brother, stop talking bullshit. I did not block you.
Okay, yeah, my shit cut off, bro.
Yeah, your shit cut off because your internet probably sucks, but don't accuse
No,
me.
my internet, I'm in the same spot, dog. Don't do that.
Okay, so now
Stop it.
listen. Like I said, the word has to be mental, not a synonym. So the word mental. So we have to find that word in here.
Dog, mine is mental, yes or no?
No.
So mine is not dealing with the mental?
The mind is a synonym, but it is not the word mental. I mean mental, literally the word. I mean literally that word. I'm talking about the literal English language.
Okay, so look, okay, bet. So if you want to do that, so if you want to do that, okay, if you want to do
let me finish what I'm saying, bro. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish what I'm saying. The word mental is a synonym for the word mind. It's also a synonym for the word spirit. So when the Bible says spirit, it's talking about the mind. It's talking about mental things.
Hey, no, all bullshit. I agree with you.
Exactly. That's why.
No, hold on. Listen.
Bro,
listen.
The number one faculty of the mind is imagination. So when it says God is a spirit, it's saying that God is something you imagine.
No, that's not.
That's exactly what it means.
No, hold on. You confusing. Listen, bro. You mixing up the things. When it says God is spirit, in Hebrew, that's ruach. It means breath.
I don't speak Hebrew.
Listen, bro. Listen.
I don't speak Hebrew. Why you always, bro? I don't speak Hebrew. I don't understand Hebrew. I speak and I understand English. So let's stick with the English language. Is that not enough?
Listen, bro. And that's why. And this is why you listen. This is what I'm trying to. This is what the.
Bro, you know that Hebrew that you're reading is the original Hebrew. You don't know.
Listen, brother. Listen.
Brother,
this is what.
Brother, I'm gonna listen. I've just said to you, don't go to Hebrew because you're the only one over here that know that stuff, and we don't know have a way to confirm what you're saying.
No.
Listen to the English language.
Listen. Just hear me out. That's what the lady was talking about earlier, bro. I'm gonna ask you a question, bro. Have you ever seen the little bitty bug that roll up? You call it the roly-poly. The little bitty black bug. It roll up. It roll up. It's called a roly-poly.
If you're thinking about like the little beetles that roll up, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. We call it the roly-poly, but it got like 12 different names depending on where you're at in the world, right?
Sure.
Okay, so when you got to understand what's being described for you to understand the whole message. Because if I call it a roly-poly, but you call it something else, then if we don't understand the definition or the understanding of that, then we gonna get confused. Because I'm gonna say, hey, you ever seen a roly-poly? And you call it, let's say you call it something else, and you gonna be like, nah, what's a roly-poly? And then what it don't come, the understanding don't come across until you describe it. So when we talking about, so look, this is the thing. I asked you to read the English version of spirit. But when you read in Hebrew, it's the same goddamn definition. The word is changed.
Bro, what are you arguing against? That's not what I said to you. I said to you, the word spirit is not talking about a physical or a touchable or a tangible thing. It's talking about something which is imaginary. It's a faculty of the mind. So the word spirit, in ancient times, bro, hold up, bro. In ancient times, they would say spirit over body. Today in 2024, we say mind over body because it's the same thing. Bro, hold up, bro. Bro,
you're right.
Bro, let me finish talking.
Go ahead.
In the ancient times, they would say spirituality. In 2024, we say mentality. Mentality, mental health, and spiritual health is the same thing. It's talking about your freaking brain and the shit that going in there. So when the Bible says, and listen, the definition of spirit that I gave you says is the seat of emotions and feelings, right? What is God? God is love. Is love not an emotion? It's feelings, bro. All the descriptions of God in the Bible is feelings.
No, I'm with you. I agree.
So what?
No, I'm with you. Hold on. No, I'm with you. Because that's why I brought up the word ruach. But you got mad because you said nobody read Hebrew. But I'm telling you, in ruach, it means breath and it also means mind. So when we talk about
And
spirit,
in the old English language, spirit also meant alcohol.
yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, you're right. You know why? Because alcohol changes the mind.
Duh! It fucks with your imagination.
Okay. We all right. So we on. Cause see, even all right. So this is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. Because what you just did is connected. What you got anger about or just trying to destroy is the dogma that Christianity and all that stuff is talking about. That's what you're trying to do. What I'm trying to do.
That's not what I'm trying. Let me show you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people distinguish between the things that they make up in their head and the things that are actually real in the real world. There are some things that are real in the real world that you can imagine in your head based on what you've observed in the real world. And there are some things that you make up in your head without any basis for observation. Things like Santa Claus, things like Superman, and things like God. That's why in every civilization they got their own version of God, because anyone is allowed to make up their own shit. There is no true God because God is something people make up. Just like there's no true version of Superman because Superman is something people make up, bro. That's just
okay. But see, this is the reverse of your argument. Nothing physical in this world that was physically formed, from the TV to the car, that didn't start in a man's head. Imagination. No, listen. Imagination was the beginning of this cell phone. Imagination was the beginning of the chair that you sitting up there rocking back and forward, dog. That's not false, bro.
That's false.
So you telling me that that the car wasn't an idea first?
No.
So you're telling me that the car wasn't the idea. When the people sit up there, when the people who invented the plane, you telling me that the way that they made a plane, it wasn't the idea first?
No, because you already had birds flying in the sky. So they observed it and they simply replicated what they were observing to the best of their abilities. A chair was first a rock. A house was first a cave, right? That's how it works, bro. I'm telling you, a car was first a horse. Bro, think, man. It was
bro, but it still started as an idea. Listen to what I'm listen. Hold on, listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said. There is nothing. Listen. Okay, so hold on. So tell me, what was the idea of a cell phone?
So a cell phone, the first cell phone was simply me talking to you and you hearing me. So human beings could talk to each other and hear each other. Right?
Nigga, you're not making no sense, dog. Come on. I'm about to destroy you on this shit, dog.
Just listen carefully. I'm educating you, right? I'm giving you some.
You're not educating me. You guessing.
If you listen, I'm gonna.
So hold on. So is this knowledge or this your belief?
Stop interrupting me. I will give you facts. I'm giving you facts because.
So how you giving me facts?
If you listen, you're gonna get it.
Okay. So give me the facts, dog. Give me the facts. I like you, dog. Give me the facts.
It's not a cell phone because we say it's a cell phone. A cell phone is a cell phone because of what it does, right? So the idea of a cell phone, bro, if what a cell phone does began as an idea, that means that you cannot observe what a cell phone does anywhere else in nature, but that's not true. Human beings could already talk to each other before they made a device that they
That's an idea.
Bro, let me finish talking. Bro, it does not begin with an idea, it begins with an observation.
Bro, listen what you saying. No, hell no. Listen what you saying. You said no. You said no.
Stop interrupting me.
Bro, you full of shit, bro.
Bro, stop interrupting me.
You're not about to do me like you did that. Old girl was telling you that shit, and you didn't want to listen.
Stop interrupting me. Let me articulate myself.
Bro, I swear this.
Stop interrupting me. Let me articulate myself.
So we used to talk through ideas.
The light bulb, what you're calling, let me give you an example. The light bulb, right? What you call a light bulb did not begin with an idea in man's head. The sun was already in the sky shining light. You understand? Man did not make up that idea in his head brand new. He saw the sun in the sky and he replicated it. So he was copying If you draw something and I see what you drew and I make a copy of that drawing, but the drawing comes out slightly different, but it works for me, that idea does not originate with me. It does not begin as an idea.
So tell me why kids come out and draw shit that they never seen before, bro.
Listen, kids are not drawing shit they never seen before. They're trying to replicate what they're seeing, and they're doing a horrible job at it.
No, dog, no.
Yes,
no.
Yes.
Hold on, bro. You're not about to do that, dog. No, hold on. No, nigga. No. You full of shit, dog. No, hold on. You full of shit, dog. You full of shit, dog. Listen, bro.
Stop doing that.
So, hold on. So, do you know that? So, hold on. Do you know that?
Bro, stop doing that, bro. Stop doing that.
So, do you know that?
Stop doing that. Let me educate you.
Oh, you believe that?
Stop doing that. Let me educate
you. Believe that?
Stop interrupting me, bro. You want me to block you, bro? I'm gonna block you for real, bro. If you keep interrupting me and being disruptive.
You're right. You know what? You're right. Respect, bro. Respect. I apologize, dog. Go ahead. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Biological.
Hey, respect to you. My bad, bro. Go ahead. Do your thing.
It's okay. Apology accepted. Human beings are biological entities that grow by observing and imitation. Everything a human being does is by imitation. From the time you were a baby, you first started observing before you even started doing anything. You observed and you imitated. From learning how to, the only thing that human beings do not have to observe in order to learn are certain biological functions, such as your heartbeat, your breath, and the thinking process. So your thoughts are just in the brain of a baby. A baby cannot even quantify the thoughts going through his mind because it's just shooting. So he's just confused. Anything he sees, he just don't get it. So he's reacting to it. But once the baby begins to put one and one together, the baby begins to imitate what he sees. The idea of walking does not begin with the baby. The baby did not learn how to walk by forming the idea in his head. He observed what he saw in the world and he copied it. And human beings begin to grow like that. And that's how all of our technology is. Everything we do is literally reverse engineering. We are literally reverse engineering what we observe around us. That's how we form ideas in their head. Now,
I feel you. Are you passionate on your shit? Do a baby understand love, or do we have to show a baby love?
We have to show the baby love.
So the baby don't know love. The baby don't know none of that.
No clue. Pure instinct.
So baby don't. So hold on. So hold on.
Bodily functions. Yes, a baby operates based on.
So hold on. So we gotta show the baby what hungry is.
That's an autonomous body function.
Okay, so do we have to show the baby what love is?
Yes.
So how do you show? So you telling me that babies is come in this world and we gotta teach babies what love is?
Why you think the Vikings used to go around killing everybody, bro? Because that was their idea of how you should live life. When you hold on, bro. Let me finish talking, bro. When you grow up in the Muslim world, love to you is based on what Islam teaches you. You grow up in the Christian world, love to you is what the Bible teaches you. Nobody just gets up and begin to pop something.
No, we talk about pure babies, bro. We talk about pure babies. Hold on. We talk about pure. Hold on, listen. Check it out. We talk about pure babies, bro. Babies who sit up there and don't even much know the name of the parents, but still cry out and understand. Hold on. And understand. Hold on. No. Listen. And understand what warm feel like. Understand what being held feel like. When you sit up there and you hold a baby, dog. We don't teach. Hold on. We don't. No. Hold on. I'll let you talk,
brother. Those are all characteristics of autonomous bodily functions.
Brother, and that is installed in a baby, bro.
That is biological by nature. Yes, it doesn't begin idealistically.
By nature, hold on. By nature, dog. Listen, what you saying is
the baby doesn't sit down and say, "I love my parents." No, if you don't feed that baby will not be comfortable. So that baby is reacting to you. It's for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? That's kind of what is happening. If you care for the baby has the ability to recognize safety based on its instinct, almost like an animal, right? Your dog will bite you if you beat that dog and you kick that dog every day. But if you take care of that dog, the dog will react. The dog doesn't understand love in the same capacity as a human being because of its brain functions.
So you teach animal what love is? You teach a dog what love is?
Yes, you can teach an animal what love is, but the animal will never understand because the brain is not wired like yours.
So tell me, so tell me how you teach love. Tell me how you teach a dog or a monkey that you ain't never been around. Cause you remember, monkeys choose. Like that's the thing that what people say, that monkey don't have a choice. Monkey have a choice of their enemies. They got their friends. They got their brothers. So how the hell are you telling me that you sitting up there teaching a monkey that you never seen how to love, nigga? You not making no sense, bro.
Let me show you how. You can teach a monkey by domestication. That's what they're called domestic animals.
We're not talking about domesticated monkeys. I'm talking, no. We talking about lions. We talking about the lioness pick the lioness. And they love, and they love their child. And and they protect their child. Dog, what you talking about is bullshit, bro.
Let me show you something, okay? It's not that the lion loves his child. The lion naturally takes care of his cubs based on.
So how you know? How do you know?
I will show you, bro. Just relax.
Are you a lion, bro?
Have you never heard of the term survival of the fittest? Animals instinctively understand that they are more likely to survive.
That's a belief
of their kind, bro. Let me finish, bro. Among those of their kind, and because they are of the same kind, they can communicate. So the older animals have the ability to interact with the younger animals, and instinctively they imitate and they copy almost in the same way that human beings do. You understand? That's why you never see a lion hanging out with a gorilla.
That's your belief,
bro. That's a fact, bro. Have you ever seen?
You're not a lion, bro.
Have you ever seen a lion hanging out with a gorilla?
That's what old girl was trying to tell you, bro. That's a belief, bro.
Hanging out with a gorilla, bro.
That's your belief.
Have you ever seen a gorilla?
Yes. Hold on. I have seen. Hold on, and you can actually look this up. Hold on, where a leopard hunted the mama, killed the mama, seen the baby, and started nurturing the baby, but the baby died.
It's food because the leopard is not stupid. The leopard knows that it's gonna grow. He's gonna eat it later, bro.
Oh my goodness. So hold on. So they got videos. Hold on. They got videos, cause dog, you going off. They got videos where a person found the lion, nurtured the lion, set him out in the wild. And when they came back, see, the thing that you not understanding, bro, is you still stuck, you arguing the dogma. When it says that every man will fall to the name don't mean a physical name. I do not agree with the Christians when they sit up there and they say that in the name of Jesus. It has nothing to do with Jesus, bro. It has nothing to do with none of that. Name in Hebrew and Greek in the etymology means a physical nature or characteristics. When they talk about everybody will fall to the name or bow down to the name, it's talking about love, bro. Because everything understands love, bro. The vibration of love, bro. From the animals to the humans to the plants. It is known fact that a woman who's speaking to her plants and saying that you will grow or whatever will make the grow. This is science, bro. I'm not none of these Christians that's trying to argue with you and tell you that Jesus is the way. Cause I understand, I read a whole bunch of stuff from listen, Hebrew, Greek, Sikhism. I read Satanism. I read Buddhism. I read Hinduism. I understand the message, bro. And we all have that same thing within us, bro. So what old girl was trying to tell you was understanding the knowledge, understanding and applying the knowledge. Because I can sit up there and give you some information, and no matter how much you sit up there and you can keep repeating the information, it don't mean that you know. You just know of the information.
I don't even understand what you're even arguing about, bro, because I don't even think you even understand my entire stance and what I'm trying to say. I was just telling her that, look, in this world, there are things that you can be 100% certain of. And when you're not certain of something, you're in doubt. That's uncertainty.
And you're not certain of that, bro.
Hold up, let me finish talking. All you need is 0.001% of doubt for you to have uncertainty.
And you're not certain of that, bro.
For you to be certain, you need to have 100% evidence. It needs to be repeated. If you repeat it every time, you get the same result. right?
And you not certain of that, bro.
When people die, we get this exact same results every single time. And we have never observed a person continuing to be themselves after death. Because practically what makes a person is the combination of their bodily functions and how they work, right? So the cessation of all bodily functions is the condition we call death. It is consistent across all living things.
That's why she brought up the house, bro. Because what she was telling you about the house, bro, is you on the other side of the house, bro. You gotta. She was really speaking some.
About the house.
Hold on, bro. Listen, bro.
Hold up, bro. You hold up, bro. Her analogy about the house said, if I was kidnapped and I was blindfolded and I did not know where I was and they locked me up in the room, right? I have no reason to assume that I'm in a house or that I'm in a room. I'm in the room. That's what I am in. I'm not in a house. I'm in a room. I don't need to. I'm in a mansion. I'm in a cave, bro. I could literally be in space, right? It don't have to be a house. Now, if you're from outside and you see that house, unless you saw me being taken into that house, you don't know that I'm in a house either. So only the person who took me into that house, but prevented me from knowing that I'm in that house. If I don't know that I'm in that house, I'm not in a house.
Bet. So hold on. Listen to what you said, God. Respect to you, bro. All bullshit aside. Respect to you. Listen to what she said. And you just said it. If you in the room, you don't know how the other side of the house looks, bro. So for you to sit up there and you saying you will take with you when you die, not your, let's say you in the room and the other side of that room is dead.
If I'm in that room, do I have the ability to open the door?
No, you locked up because you still alive, nigga.
Hold up. Do I observe people walking in and out of the room?
No, you only see, listen.
No, bro. Do I observe people in that room, leaving the room?
Yes, you only observe that side of that, bro.
Bro, do I observe people leaving the room, yeah or nay?
Yes, you only observe.
If I observe people leaving the room, I can see through the door as they leave what's on the other side of the room.
No,
yes,
bro.
Listen. Yes, I can.
Listen.
Yes, I can.
You cannot. Okay, listen. You can only observe that person taking the last breath. You can only observe the skin turning a certain color. Bro, I didn't seen people die before, bro. You can only observe that part. But
bro,
what she was,
that's all there is. There's nothing more, bro. I already told you.
How do you know,
because
dog?
We studied the human body, and there is nothing else in the human body but the body.
Bro, you hard-headed, dog. Listen to what I'm saying.
You're caught up in religious dogma. You're the one who's caught up in dogma because you're
listen, bro. I'm the last person who caught up in dogma, nigga. I could tell you about Buddhism. I studied Satanism. I'm the last person you talk about some dogma. I'm not no Christian sitting up there telling you, hold on, no. I'm not no Christian. Hold on, no.
Hillary Clintonism. It doesn't matter what you study, bro.
Listen. I'm not no Christian sitting up here telling you Jesus is the only way. I done read Buddhism when they talk about truth. I done read Buddhism with I studied Hebrew, Greek. Listen.
I studied Trumpism. I've studied Bidenism. I've studied Obamanism. It don't matter what ism you studied, bro. What I'm telling you have nothing to do with the isms.
Dog, everything has to do with you, bro. See, that's why I know you don't understand the text. Because from the Bible, hold on, no, listen.
In as much as I love continue talking to you, bro, I do need to give another person a chance, man. But this is
but you ain't do that. But see, dog, give me a second, 5 minutes.
No, not 5 minutes. 5 minutes is too much. I give you 20 seconds to make the last.
No, see, 5 minutes. See, 5 minutes. Hold on, 5 minutes, bro.
Light work. With all due respect, bro, you got 20 seconds to make a concluding statement. Then I'll
go. Listen.
20 seconds, my good brother.
You never experienced debt, bro. So what you experience, what you trying to say is your belief on what's on the other side of that, dog.
Brother, sure. Congratulations.
You only experience on this side, dog.
Is that
you only experience the skin dot. Come on, dog.
Good job.
Go study some more, bro.
Congratulations, brother. No issue, no problem. Okay.
Man, listen, dog. You a joke, dog. Go ahead, do your thing, man. Go ahead, tell me I'm fucking lying, bro.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm talking about, man? Why these dudes? Listen, baby. Why these dudes be hating?
Thank you for your
man. My woman laughing at you right now because you sitting up there and you know truth, bro.
And a lot of people laugh at Donald Trump, but he's still the president. He was still the president, ain't it? You can laugh.
Hey, I ain't worried about Trump. Where the fuck Trump come from? Dog, we talking about. Dog, go ahead, man. Go your Trump ass on, dog. You on some bullshit, dog. We talking about some real. That's why you smiling, nigga. You smiling because you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
This dude ain't never gonna stop talking. All right, look, y'all. I don't want to talk to no single person for that long again, so you go straight to your point and stick to the topic upstairs. I wasn't even supposed to stay up this long after Venus left. So talk straight to your point so I can go on I can move on. What's up, man?
Peace, bro. How you feeling?
Yes, sir. Please go straight to your point.
All right, so a lot was said. So when it comes to your subject matter, right? I don't know what context are you explaining it, because
in every context possible, you do not take anything with you after you die, because death means the end. Death is a true end. Unfortunately, most people's brains are not wired to comprehend that simple fact. Death is a true end of a living thing. There is no life of any shape or form after death of a person. The person ceases to be. It's almost as though you were never born. That's what death is like. Death is the equivalent of never being born, other than the impact that you left in the world while you were alive. Once you're dead, you're dead. That's it. It's just simple. It's really not. It's not that hard. Human beings just cannot handle thanatophobia, which is a medically diagnosed condition called the fear of death. Right? So they conjure up all these ideas in their head to console and comfort themselves due to their fear of death. When you observe death, death is a true end, just like a broken glass. Once you break that glass, you will never drink water out of it again. Period.
How did you come to that conclusion that it's like the true end? You talking as far as just your physical state? That's it. After your physical state,
you can observe it, bro. It's called physics. It's physical. We live in a physical world, bro. We don't live in any other type of world. This is a physical world. There's nothing here which is not physical.
Right. So you don't believe in a spiritual world? That's what you're saying?
No, a spiritual world is the equivalent of the imagination, which is a product of biological functions.
Right. Okay. So, the point I would make, right, when it comes to taking with what you can take with you when you physically die, you can take your God being your beliefs, your works, the definition of God being force and power, right? The works you did on this earth while you was here, right? That could be transferred to families to come. Meaning, right? If my works, my morals, if I'm a good father, right? I love my wife. I treat my family right. I teach them how to be honorable, how to live, how to do for self, how to do the right things versus the wicked things, right? When I die physically, right? I'm taking my God with me, like I'm taking my works with me, meaning that what goes to the grave with me is the things that I've done while I was physically here. And then that's transferred. That energy is now transferred to my family. And now they take the belief, that passion, that energy, right? And then they do the same work. So it's a continuum. Make sense?
Do you go anywhere out of this world with it?
What you mean by what other world are you speaking of?
Exactly. So once you die, where do you go?
I can't tell you where I go after this, because anybody who told you what was after death was alive when they told you that. Bro, so I can't say I physically know where I'm going.
When you break a glass, where does it go?
It breaks. It goes down on the ground. What you mean?
Where do we put dead bodies?
It depends.
Bro, right? Why do you put a broken glass on the ground?
Well, I mean, can you explain? What's your point?
No, I'll ask you a simple question. When you
said, why do you put a broken glass on the ground?
When you break a cup, right, a glass cup,
you clean it up and you throw it away.
Why do you throw it away?
Because the use that I've initially had it for is out of its form, so I can't use it no more. So it goes to get recycled.
Facts. So what does it do in the ground when you put it in the ground?
It gets recycled.
Can you put it in the trash? Can you turn that glass back into a glass?
Absolutely.
Nope.
Absolutely.
You cannot turn glass back into a glass.
What's the point?
Because glass.
You saying that you can't take the same
from crystallized? Yeah, you cannot reconvert a glass, crystallized glass that's already been crystallized. You cannot turn it back to sand to remake it back into a glass. That becomes waste, right? You throw it away because it's useless. Just like the remains of a human body, that's why we call them remains, because that person ceases to exist. Nothing. What is left is remains which are useless. So we put it in the ground. It's as good as trash. It's like I said to you. It's almost as though you were never born. Now, what you were describing is the impact of what you did while you were still alive. Of course, that doesn't go anywhere. That stays right here, right? That impact becomes visible in the world according to how you impacted the world. But it doesn't take long before human beings forget. No matter who you are, it doesn't take long before human beings forget. That is why in the ancient world, they used to tell you that when they said...
Bro, if I may when you're done.
Yeah, of course. Check this out, bro. I'll give you a chance. In the ancient world, right? They used to tell you that there's two types of death. When you die, it becomes as though you were never here. The only evidence that you were here are the things that you do. If the things that you do were impactful, people will always remember you and your memory will live on as long as people remember you. But the moment people forget you, your soul has died. Your soul being the memory and the impact that you left in the world. That is why you ought to live what people consider a good life. If you live a good life, people will remember you. But the reality is that if you actually live a really, really bad life, people will remember you just as much as they remember the people who live a really, really bad life. That's why we remember Hitler as much as we remember Mother Teresa, right? So at the end of the day, your memory is what is left. For as long as people remember you, you remain valid. But all people, all memories soon become myths, because they become full of exaggeration, hyperbole, and people forget them. The stories changes, and before you know, the story itself is a shell of what really actually happened. And before long, people completely forget and move on. That is the nature of the world. That is how the world works. That's the cycle of life, unfortunately. You know, we human beings, we have become addicted to this phenomenon called life, and we don't want it to end. We are drunk off of it. So when we think of it ending, it overwhelms us with sadness. So we form this delusion that allow us to go on day to day. If not, we will go into despair. Hence, if you go into every human community, they got some type of poetic explanation for death to bring comfort to those who cannot handle the despair that comes with losing life.
Right. Okay. So my response to that one is, glass definitely gets recycled, bro. It gets recycled and it's turned into plates. It's turned into food containers and all that good stuff, right? Secondly, right, when it comes to the idea of life, right, heard you speaking about how we're biological, right? And yes, we do have a biology, right? However, the difference between man and animals, right, is the levels of reasoning and the levels of intelligence, right? Meaning that the man being the best creation, it can control everything under it, the fish of the sea, the fowl of the air, right? The animals, right? We have controlled, mankind has manipulated it, right? So with that being said, man has power over these things, right? Man is the God over these things, right? Man and woman, right? So I say that to say, these biological beings, right, need to live. Y'all were speaking about this, needs air, right? It needs sun and it needs food to exist, right? My argument to being a spiritual being, spirit being the root word of breath, you need breath. You can last a month without food, right? You can last a while without the sun. You can last probably 7 days, don't quote me, without water, right? But if you don't got breath, I don't know and you could be the best swimmer, right? The breath is the most expensive, the most important thing that you need to continue your life, right? And when it comes to the word spirit, right? The word spirit is the same word that comes into the word inspiration, right? And when you transition, the doctor says what? Sorry, your loved one has expired, meaning they took their final breath, right? So the inspiration factor comes in when you say your spirit lives on. Meaning, if the work is a great work, right? Meaning, when you were physically alive, because you can be dead, You can be dead, right? And still be physically here, like a vegetable state. And guess what? You can have full functioning body parts, right? And be a shitball. You can be a couch potato. You can not do nothing. You can have a whole bunch of children, not take care of them. You can have a whole bunch of money and not do good with the world. You're still considered dead, right? Because in your physical act, when you had all of the functionings, when you could control it, meaning not afterward, because you can have your definition of death. I can have my definition of death, right? But we don't know. We can't, like you said, no one's certain what happens afterwards. So all we got is now. That's why they say the present is a gift, right? So don't let that go over nobody's head. So in the present, if you decide to be passionate about a point, it's because you suffered. Did you know the word passion? And I'm time enough, bro. And this is with all due respect. The word passion, the word patience, right? Comes from the root word patty, P-A-T-I. Someone go to it. The etymology of patty means to suffer. You ever tell a woman you acting petty? Because it comes from the word patty, right? But guess what that word patty come from? That word passion and that word patience come from in its origin. It came from the word, it came from Jesus suffering, meaning that he died for a cause, right? So the passion that we got comes from a suffering, meaning whatever made you feel like you needed to express that is nothing after that is because you went through something and you had an experience and say, you know what? This is my point. Nothing happens after death. When it's people out here, right, that says, I don't know what's going to happen after death, but while I'm here, I'm going to enlighten people. I'm going to show love to people, right? I'm going to give them knowledge. I'm going to help them. I'm going to treat my fellow man. I'm going to treat the janitor like the CEO. It's people out here that's really living like that, right? I'm going to help the homeless, not for the clout, right? Not for the photo op, just because I want to serve, right? And the thing is, in that present is how you qualify your life. And the people who witnessed that transfers forever. That's why they say faith without works is dead, right? In the beginning was the word, right? But if you got your word, you got to make your word bond. That means you got to live the word you speak. And it's a lot of people talking, a lot of people that can jump into semantics, but are you a good person, right? If you're not a good person, all you got to do is take the O off of good, and then you got what? God, right? So if you're talking about this God that you take with you, it's your being of doing the right thing, right? And doing it for the right reason. And that's transferred. And you do take that with you because guess what? All you got is now, right? So, and I'm going to digress right here. So when we get off of this live, right? You may go to the store. I can go to the store, right? And I can see somebody trying to mug an old lady, right? Now I got a choice. I could call the police. I could try to stop the man. I could fight the man off, or I could lose my physical life, right? However, say I make the choice to say, you know what, I'm gonna fight for a lady, right? And say the other person say, I'm making a choice, I'm not gonna do nothing, I'm gonna mind my business, right? One could say, all right, well, if I lose my physical flesh, my life is over. I would disagree, right? I would say that the belief that allowed me to make that decision to fight for that lady is the epitome of life itself. And we all qualify what's the right thing, what's the worthy of suffering, what's taking our God with us, because like you said, nobody knows what happens after physical death, just like me and you, right? So whatever you're willing to suffer for, bro, right? You feel like that's your purpose to justify your existence, and you're willing to take that with you. So much so that you're saying, I'm not pushing Jesus, I'm not pushing Muhammad, I'm pushing what I believe. Well, if you believe something, right, that means you want to put your life on the line for it, right? And then putting your life on the line for it, that means that it's a chance a creep, a troll, or anything can take that physical being, but your physical is not your life. I'm gonna ask you a question. If the ocean is unmeasurable, right? Let's say we don't know how to measure it, right? But we're gonna just say it for this. Say the ocean is God, right? And I take a glass of water, right? And his name Bakanga. And I dump that glass of water in the ocean. Is that cup not God? Does it have God in it?
You can say it does.
What do you think? Does it have God in it? If the ocean is God and it takes the cup and I dip it in the ocean and I take that cup and I take it, take it outside of the ocean, outside of the sand, into a different environment, does that cup have God in it?
Sure it does. But brother,
Sure does, right?
you got to kind of land, bro, because I do need to go on to the next guest. I was waiting for you to come to a conclusion. I didn't want to interrupt you.
The conclusion is this.
I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to land, and then I'll go.
Absolutely. I've been landed it. I was just willing to go wherever, to really build on the truth that you can take your God with you when you physically transition. But the idea of death, no matter what we say or what you say, what I say, no one really knows, right? Bro, because like you said and I said.
Are you certain that no one really knows?
Yes. And what I mean by I'm certain, I'm talking about people that physical. You agree with the same thing? You said the same thing, did you not?
No. I don't say no one really knows. I know what happens after you die. Nothing.
And what?
Nothing happens after you die. Nothing happens after you die. That's the bad news. The good news is that life is fun. The good news is
I get what you I get the process.
Life is
so what's life then? So if nothing happens when you die, that means living is worth nothing. That means living is nothing. That means living has no purpose, that you're saying?
The purpose of life is within itself. So when it ceases to be, there's no longer a purpose. So
you said the purpose of life is what?
Is within itself, within the moment of life. So
I agree with that, the present.
In the moment after life has ceased, there's no purpose. But a life cannot have a purpose before it has begun to live, and it will not have a purpose after it has ceased to live. That's why life can only be experienced from moment to moment. So the moment the person has breathed their last, they can no longer participate in what it is that makes life, right? They don't have any suffering, neither do they have any enjoyment. They have no pain, neither do they have any joy. They have no love, neither do they have any hatred. It's almost as though they were never born. Thank you for your time, though, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you for having me, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Peace.
There is a storm that rages like a river. There is a flower that flames like burning fire. The wind that moves with the majesty of a king. There is a day as dark as night, and there is a night as bright as day. There is a man that walks like a woman, and there is a woman that walks like a man. There is a man that cries like a child, and a child that smiles like a man. Poetry is beautiful. And despite all of this, when you die, you take none of it with you. If you don't like it, you can always cry about it. If you don't like it, you can weep about it. I'm simply telling you the truth, the bitter truth, the unbelievable truth, undisputable truth, unreconcilable truth, unchangeable truth, unshakable truth, indispensable truth. Like I said, if you don't like it, you can cry about it. Cry until your tears dry. I'm going to give you a maximum of 1 minute each. 1 minute each, because if I let people just talk, you will just run to Wakanda. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, bro, how's it going?
Let's get to your point. Good, Robbie.
Yeah, I just was asked by Venus just to sort of address the your understanding of certainty when it comes to knowledge, and I'm just curious as to how you've rationalized that.
Certainty must be 100%. Any percentage less than 100% is doubt enough to make the whole situation uncertain. Uncertainty, it's like corruption, right? If I want distilled water, it needs to be purely H2O. Any other substance that I add in it by any percentage makes that water no longer distilled water. So certainty is a pure function of the mind when something is known and known in fact and indeed. When there is any doubt whatsoever, you are no longer certain. You are now dealing with uncertainty. Human beings function a lot within the realms of uncertainty. And that's fine. But there are many things in this world we can be certain of. If you know how to distinguish between both, you probably will be inventing and bringing about many new things into the world. The reason why everyone is not an inventor is because most people dwell within the realm of uncertainty. They don't know that they don't know, but sometimes they think that they know. But when you know what you know, you can always do what you say you can do.
May I ask?
LeBron James has no uncertainty that he can dunk. He knows he can dunk. Every time you give him a chance, he will dunk. There's no uncertainty in there. There's no doubt there. He will dunk. You know, Lionel Messi can kick a soccer ball. There's no uncertainty there. He's 100% certain he can score. You want to try him out? Put it to the test. If you drink poison, a deadly poison, it will kill you. There's no uncertainty there. That's 100% certain.
Actually, I would object to that, but I'm just curious as to, like, would you regard scientific knowledge as being something certain?
Scientific knowledge, due to the scientific process, we reach points of absolute certainty about certain things. Yes, sir.
I would say that that's a false statement to be making there, because when it comes to any measurement that we make, there's always a degree of uncertainty, even if we are...
Units of measurement.
Yeah, units of measurement, and even our models themselves. So, like, even the models themselves.
If you measure a mile and you measure a kilometer is always going to be a kilometer. You will never find 1 kilometer that is longer than another one. Bro, I'm telling you, it's certainty. I am certain that a mile is a mile, bro. I'm certain that if I measure temperature, 50 degrees Celsius is 50 degrees Celsius. I don't need to be uncertain or have doubt about it. I'm certain that hot water is hot water. I don't need to be uncertain about it. I don't need to have doubt about it. I know what cold water is and what hot water is.
Sure, but what I'm telling you is that this is still an approximation to what a kilometer is.
Approximation.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you make a measurement.
So tell me, bro. So tell me, what is the boiling point of water?
So we'd say 100 degrees. But any measurement that we make on this, so I'm speaking specifically in degrees Celsius here, just so I don't know if those units actually go across the board there, but wherever you're located. But what I'm saying is that all of our models are still approximations of what's going on. Do you recognize that?
No, sir.
Right. So
they are approximations, but our growth is not due to the approximations. Our growth and the discoveries we've made is due to our certainties. I will give you an example. An airplane. There are some things in the airplane known as MELs, minimum equipment list. Those are things that we are absolutely certain that if they work, there is no condition that can make the airplane crash.
So what I want to say there is that we're building models that they're approximations, but they are reliable approximations that we can have a high degree of confidence that they will work, but we can definitely not say with 100% certainty that they are mapping onto reality.
We can actually say with 100% certainty that that's what's going to happen.
In the scientific community, we don't use 100% certainty because we recognize. In the
scientific community, they do use 100% certainty about things that we're 100% certain about.
So even the models that we have, we can be wrong about our models. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Science is not entirely completely only models. It leads from one thing to another. When it comes to science, we do end up with facts. We do end up with facts.
So we make observations about what's going on in the universe, but even our ability. So what I'm trying to say to you is that we have 5 senses, right? So we've got our eyes, our ears, and taste, feeling, yada yada, blah blah. But what I'm trying to say to you here is that our brain doesn't interpret the universe for what it is. It's evolved in such a way that it helps us to survive. So what we have to do is use technology to try and probe and understand the universe at its fundamental core. Do you understand what I'm
saying? Right? Because I don't want you. I like to be a very simple guy. Scientifically, if I cut off a person's head and gouge out their eyes, can that person continue to live?
If you gouge out their eyes,
if I cut off their head, complete clean cut, boom, like the Vikings used to do, and gouge out their eyes and plug out their heart, can that person continue to live? Yes or no?
So given all of the evidence to support that, I would say that they couldn't live. But what
100% certain that they are dead. When we cremate the person, why do we cremate the person? Do we have any doubt that the person is dead?
No. So what I'm trying to say is you're basing that knowledge off the fact that we've observed in the past that everybody that's had their head removed and their eyes gouged out that they had died.
That is how I'm telling you that we come to certainty. We come to certainty about things.
But that's not certainty.
No matter how we test them, they produce the same results every single time.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. We have a high degree of confidence that will happen, but we can't be certain about this.
So you're telling me that all the dead people that we put in the grave were not certain they were actually dead?
No, I'm saying that that's evidence to support that that when you do remove the head, that they will die.
No, what I'm saying to you, not just the people who put the head. I'm just telling you, when the doctor makes a decision that someone is dead, and they take that person's corpse and they literally decapitate that person, if we had even one doubt, one possibility that that person is still alive, do you think we would bury that person?
I'm not. That's not my dispute here. I think you're missing my argument.
I'm using that example for me. Falls within the realm of science, because we use science to determine if people are dead, right? We don't use our beliefs, our imagination.
I think you're missing my point there. What I'm trying to say is, yes, I agree. I would say that there's a high degree of almost 99.9999999% chance that person will be unalived if we remove the head. What I'm saying is that we can't be absolute certain.
100%.
No. This is what I'm trying to say.
There is more than 8 billion human beings in the world today. Give me one scenario where a person ever had their head chopped off and remain alive.
This is not what I'm saying. I agree with you that I think that this person will be unalived. What I'm trying to say to you is that we're basing this off our past, off the evidence that we've collected over the past.
Not just evidence that we've collected over the past, but practical evidence that can be applied to the present moment.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Given the current evidence up to this date, it is pointing towards that person will be unalived. What I'm trying to say to you is we don't know that the universe will continuously. I have no, in my head, I believe that the universe will continue to remain the same and things won't change. What I'm saying is that we can't be certain about the fact that tomorrow the universe will operate in the same way that it's operating today. I have good reason to think so, but I can't be certain of that fact.
But that's not the point of science. The point of science is not to figure out how the universe is going to be operating tomorrow.
Yeah, the point of science is
to figure out how the universe operates right now, so we can make utility out of it. That's not. We don't use science to guess. We use science to figure out facts.
We use science to make predictions, and we
don't use science to make prediction. A prediction is like a hypothesis, right? That's just part of the scientific process. A hypothesis is an educated guess. That's a prediction, right? You're guessing what something would be. But when you end up with a theory and a fact and a law, that's a fact. That means it is true.
It's a model. I think this is what you're not recognizing. When we're making scientific models, we're trying to find out, and we collect evidence to see what is most likely to be true. Because the thing is that we can't be certain about these models that we're making. They're just the best. It's just our best ability to try and quantify the universe so that we can understand the world around us. But our inability to have access to everything that's fundamentally going on is what's keeping us from actually having 100% certainty.
Brother, what is certainty?
What's that?
What is certainty?
It's our degree of confidence of what's most likely to be true if we're constructing models that represent reality.
Let me just look up the dictionary definition, so I'm not even dancing left and right. Certainty.
And
a certainty is a firm conviction that something is the case.
Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. Is that when we're dealing with scientific knowledge, we are so let me ask you this.
No, bro, listen. Certainty is the firm conviction that something is the case. So you can have a questionable conviction. You can have a doubtable conviction. But when the conviction is firm, bro, you understand the meaning of the word firm?
I understand this.
That something is the case. We have a firm conviction, right? That if you are born with a male sexual organ and with certain levels of testosterone, You are a biological male. We have
I understand.
There's so many things that we have firm convictions about.
I understand what you're saying.
We have certainty about.
But I understand what I understand what you're saying, but I think you're applying too much certainty to things we're not certain about.
Like what?
And this so for example, what I want to ask you is like, before we had, do you know the difference between like the Bohr model and then the model that we have for like an atom right now?
I've never said that we had certainty about atoms.
No, but I'm just telling you, we have scientific knowledge, and all the evidence is pointing towards.
I never said that we have certainty about everything. I specifically said there are some things in this world that we have certainty about, and there are some things that we are uncertain of.
So this is what I'm telling you. Can you give me an example that we can be absolutely certain about? The one with the head off, you can't be certain about that. I gave you my objections to that and why I can doubt that.
No, you did not give me any reasonable objections that will make it uncertain that if you cut off a person's head, the person is dead. The person is dead.
No, because you would have to demonstrate and show that the universe will continuously evolve in how we see it in the present.
It's already been demonstrated multiple times. You can go and practice it out there right now with a chicken, right? Cut off the head of a chicken and see if that chicken keeps walking around like a chicken, bro.
So if you are giving a claim, what I'm trying to say to you is that we can't be certain about that, right?
Yes, we are.
And the reason why we can't be certain about someone with their head being pulled off, for example, is because we can't show that the universe will continue to evolve in the same way that we see it today.
So let me ask you another question. When we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, were we certain that we killed people?
This is an event that happened in the past.
But it's still scientific. It's still science. No, hold on, bro. Just answer my question. I think you're not getting my point, bro. My point is that there are some things in this world that we can establish certainty because it has happened and it is the way it is. It's a firm conviction. Means there is no objection to it. It is what it is, right? Okay. And then there are some things that are questionable. Yes.
Let me explain it. Let me explain this. Can you show me that last Tuesday I wasn't created last Tuesday with all of these memories that make me, or even yourself, that you weren't created last Tuesday with all of those memories stored in your head that Hiroshima happened? Can you show me that?
I can show you evidence of me doing things beyond last Tuesday. You can go on my TikTok and see videos that were made last year.
What I'm saying is that you can point that out, but so I can argue. And this is just a hypothetical, so what I'm trying to do. Just so
the conversation didn't go too long, you keep making up examples that I didn't bring up to say we're even certain, right? There are some things that are uncertain. Yeah, you can bring up all that.
No, I understand that. I understand that, bro. What I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to get at is that all of these things I can provide examples to explain a different universe to actually demonstrate that we don't. That the universe didn't exist before last Tuesday. We've been put here by God. I'm just hypothetically speaking. I'm not a theist.
It makes no logical sense that we were here. We were not here before last Tuesday.
You were created last week with those memories stored inside your head, thinking that you actually existed prior to last week.
In order for you to even be able to articulate the word last week, that implies that we know what a week is. So if it hasn't even been up to 1 week, how do you even know what a week is, right? So you keep giving all these unrealistic examples. Come on, brother, check this out. Check this out. Please do me a favor, okay? If you're gonna give me an example of uncertainty, don't give me an unrealistic example that you just made up. Give me something realistic. I give you something like, bro, listen.
The reason why I'm giving you this, because this is a thought experiment to show that how.
No, it's not a thought experiment, bro. Because you're taking it outside of what I'm saying.
You're not letting me finish.
What I'm saying, Robbie. You're taking it beyond what I'm saying. I'm not talking about stuff people make up in their head. I'm talking about day-to-day life. Day-to-day life. There are things that we can be certain about.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to ask you is that the reason why I'm trying to ask you that is because I can have doubt in my head about the claims that you're making about Hiroshima, and I'm trying to show you that I can doubt anything you present to me.
No, you can doubt it. You can doubt it. That's just indicative of your mental functions and your lack of understanding of the world. It has nothing to do with you if something is certain in fact. Certainty is a firm conviction that something is the case, right? That's the definition of certainty. It's not subjective. It's not dependent on people. It is simply observable. And anyone that has the cognitive and intellectual ability to analyze a situation would come to the same certainty. If you don't have certainty about something that is certain, it's indicative of your lack of education. It doesn't have anything to do with the case itself. It's you. It's a
No, this is the thing, is that why this is difficult to understand is because what I'm trying to push to is there's probably only one thing I can point to that I can't doubt, and this is probably what Venus was trying to bring up to you before about solipsism, right?
Brother, I hate to do this, bro, but let me give you this example. So you're saying that we can never be 100% certain, right?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. In science,
hold on. Are you certain that we cannot be 100% certain?
I think that
for that statement to be true, for the statement that you just made to be true, you have to be certain that that's a true statement, right? So if you're uncertain that we cannot be 100% certain, that means that you don't even know what you're talking about. That's indicative of a lack of data. You need more data to know that even what you're saying is true. Are you certain?
You didn't listen to what I was saying. I didn't say. So what I was saying to you is, I can point to one thing that I can be certain about, or one thing that I can't doubt, and that would be my experience here. My experience, I can't doubt.
Bro, if you can even point to one thing that you can't doubt, then that proves my point. There's no need for you to argue with me.
No, but that's the one thing, and if we agree on that, then that's fine. But what I'm trying to...
If we agree on it, that's literally my point. My point is that there are some things in the world that you can be certain about, and there are some things you cannot be certain about. There's two things. There's some things that you are not certain about, and there's some things you're certain about. If for you, there's just one thing in your life that you can be certain about, that's you. But it still proves the fact that you can be certain of something.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that you're holding this certainty towards scientific knowledge, which I think is irrational.
Bro, you can think whatever you want to think. You're not the one that made up the definition of the word science, bro. What's the definition of the word science?
Actually, it's just a method that we use to try and...
What is the product of... It's a method that we use to do what?
It's a method that we try to do to accumulate knowledge about the world around us.
Oh man, let me give you the dictionary definition. So when you guys just come up here and you're arguing with me sometimes. Listen. Science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Yeah. And so we're in that doesn't say that we have to...
When we do a test, when we perform a test and it produces a result, we are certain that that result is the result of the test that we perform. Certainty is necessary for consciousness, bro. Certainty is necessary for intelligence. It's literally...
That's literally... Did you listen to what I was saying? That's what I said, and I'm asking you, where in that does it say that science has certainty?
Within science itself.
No. Within science itself, it doesn't say that.
Listen, okay. Science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Yeah, and where is certainty in there? I didn't hear the term.
Hold on, bro. When you're testing something, are you certain that you're testing it?
Well, this is precisely my point, right?
Just answer my question. Yes or no?
So
I believe testing something, are you certain that you're testing it?
I believe that I'm testing it.
You believe that you're testing it, so you're not sure that you're testing it.
So what I'm saying is, I build up a work.
Bro, just relax. When you are testing something, are you sure that you're testing it?
What's that?
When you are testing something, are you sure that you're testing it?
So in my experience, I believe that I'm testing it.
Are you sure that you're testing it?
So can I elaborate, please?
No, I don't want elaboration. I want direct answers. Yeah or nay?
Okay. I believe that I'm testing it. And if I believe that, then I will say that...
That is not what I asked you. I said, when you are testing something, are you certain that you are testing it? Yeah or nay?
No, I'm not certain.
Okay, do you know what that means?
What does that mean?
That's the fundamental ignorance and a lack of skill in the testing ability. Because testing is a process that can be replicated, especially if it's instructional, step by step by step. You get it? If you're not certain that what you're doing is what you're doing, you are wasting time. What you're doing is useless.
No.
Listen, bro, hold up, bro. That is why we have such things as standardization, right? That's how our medical system works. That's literally how we make progress. We don't even go to the next step unless we are certain that the step at which we are, things work the way we want them to work.
So I think what you're not recognizing here is that I have my degree of confidence in the fact that I believe and I am close to knowledge that I am conducting a test is different from me saying that I am absolutely certain that that's occurring. What I'm saying to you is, depending on, like, we could be brains in a vat. This is another thing that I'm trying to point out to you, is that there's different concepts out there to describe our existence here, and so I have the same worldview as you. So when it comes to these ideas, when we're testing, what I'm saying to you is that if you were to ask me just as a regular person, I'd be like, sure, I'm doing this test. But what I'm trying to say to you is that I'm only operating in a framework where I'm not pushing everything to absolute certainty, but a high degree of confidence.
Brother, a high degree of confidence and a firm conviction, what's the difference?
So this is what I'm saying. You don't need absolute certainty for knowledge.
Hold up. A firm conviction and a high degree of confidence. You see, you're playing semantics here, and you're playing it very badly, bro.
I'm not playing semantics. A high degree of confidence isn't 100% certainty.
Okay. But that's why I said to you that I don't even know why you're arguing with me if you already told me that there is something in this world that you have no doubt, your experiences. If you can even find one thing in this world, bro, Robbie, that you have no doubt about, you and I are already on the same page. That's my point. That's my point. Means there's no reason for me and you to argue.
That's different to saying absolute certainty. There's a difference in our positions here.
Bro, it doesn't matter. That's my point. My point is that you can be certain about things in this world beyond shadow of doubt.
Yeah, I think what you're confusing here
No, I'm
is
not
that
confusing anything, Robbie. I simply said there are some things in this world that you can be certain of beyond shadow of doubt. That's all I said.
there's one thing I can point to. Yes,
Okay, for you is one. I can tell you a million things that I'm certain of beyond shadow of doubt. That's just indicative of our different levels of cognitive abilities and experiences, right? Period.
Yeah, I think the problem is, man, is that you're not.
Listen, bro,
you're
I
not
don't know
so what I really want to point out to you here.
Hold on, bro. What's your discipline in life?
I'm an astrophysicist.
Do you perform any work?
Yeah, I engage in statistical analysis
Okay, so
on
let me
data.
tell you what I do for a living, okay? I put people in the sky. Let me tell you something. If I am even 1% uncertain of what I'm doing, I can kill people. So the way my job is structured, there's no room for uncertainty. You get it, bro? Like when I fix
I understand.
Bro,
I think you're missing my point.
Bro, hold up. When I fix the airplane, I have to be certain. In fact, there are measures put in place, not only for me to check my work, somebody else has to check my work. And another person checks the work that the other person has checked. There's like 4 layers of checking for every average job to make sure that when that plane is in the sky, it stays in the sky. You understand? I think it just comes down to people's practical jobs, right? For example, if you're a doctor and you're performing surgery on someone, and it's a little tiny surgery that 100 doctors out there can do, and you have done it 100 times, and then you're not certain you can do it, why are you doing the surgery? That just means you don't have the expertise. When you become an expert in something,
dude, you're completely missing my point here.
You reach certain levels of certainty.
You're completely missing my point here. What I'm trying to say is that we're trying to minimize.
How can I be missing my point?
Do you understand? Do you understand? No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Within the framework of, like, when we're dealing with these systems that you're talking about, we're trying to minimize any error or uncertainty. We're not. The problem is
minimize any error. We completely minimize error and we completely remove uncertainty. So you are not working.
Yeah, that's bullshit, bro. Not like that's literally bullshit.
For error.
Yeah, I understand that you're minimizing it. We still know that airplane accidents happen,
no room
right?
For error. And
airplane accidents still happen. So there is no certainty there. And so what I'm trying to say to you is that yes, you can have with a high degree of
Robbie, relax, my brother, relax. Because I can't keep going with you back and forth, okay?
But
There
I
are
think
some things in this world where there is no room for error, and human beings actually perform it without error. So, and when you perform something without error, you arrive at a point of certainty. Some things, there is room for error, and that thing can still work, right? There's something that can work with a little bit of wiggle room, right? Some things have wiggle room within the scientific world and even outside the scientific world. It goes both ways. I am acknowledging both.
Bro,
You are sitting down here trying to argue with me. I don't even know what you're arguing about. When I told you that, bro, listen.
Because you're not getting what I'm saying, bro. That's the problem. What I'm trying to explain to you.
Are you saying something that is in contradiction to what I'm saying?
Yes, I am. You're saying that there's absolute certainty, and I'm saying that there's not.
Direct question. I'm going to ask you a direct question, okay? Are there some things in this world that we can be certain of?
There's one thing I can be certain of.
I'm not asking you about you. I said, is there anything in this world that we can be certain of? Anything?
Well, I can't be certain that you can be certain of something.
Brother,
this is my point.
Is there anything in this world that human beings can be certain of? Yea or nay?
I think. Do you want to listen to what I'm saying? Dude,
do you want
what
to
I'm
listen
saying,
to, do you want
what
to
I'm saying to you,
answer my question, brother.
So
is there anything in this world that human beings can be certain of?
I cannot be certain that anything in this world humans can be certain of objectively.
Brother, I'm going to ask you a question again. I don't want an explanation. I want a yea or nay. Is there anything in this world that human beings can be certain of? Yea or nay?
So I'll answer you.
Yeah, only.
I can only for me though.
Brother,
I can't be certain for you.
No, listen, brother, don't give me an explanation, right? Think very hardly about what you say and give me just a yay or a nay. Is there anything in this world that human beings can be certain of? Yay or nay?
So you're asking me, let me show you. You asked me a question about the collective of human beings.
Brother, that's not what I'm asking, brother. Please, I don't want to go into argument.
How can I answer that?
Or a nay. If you give me a yay or a nay,
okay,
we can end the conversation.
I will say no. I will say no.
So you just told me that you are certain of your experiences. Were you lying?
Yeah, but you didn't want to accept that answer when I was giving it to you. Now you're saying you just told me that.
Brother, you said to me that we cannot be certain about anything in this world, but you're certain of your experiences. Isn't that a contradiction?
No, because you didn't want me. I was trying to tell you that. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Nah, bro. I don't have the time, bro. Come on. You're dancing in circles. I told you that if you can even be certain about one thing in this world, we're on the same page. What are you arguing with me about? Damn. All you need is one thing. It doesn't even have to be 100 things. Just one thing that you can be certain of. What's up, man?
Hey, Bakanga.
Your experiences is not a combination of one thing. Your experiences is a combination of multiple things. So if you're certain of your experiences, that's a lot of things. Like, damn, that's not even that complicated. What's up, bro?
Hi, man. It's nice talking to you finally, man. I've been watching you for the past over a year now, actually. And probably you're one of the reasons why I actually grinded 2,000 followers so that I can be on this live, to be honest.
I appreciate you, brother. Just tell me what brings you here today, or what has stimulated your mentality.
Man, first, you know, I think I rightfully have earned, I would say, my 1 minute to tell you what I've always wanted to tell you. Is that
I'll give you at least 2 minutes, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, man. It's that, man. Like I even though I do not really agree with what you have to say all the time, but I do really, really admire your reasoning ability, your analytical and linguistic, philosophical, theologic. All your knowledge is just it mesmerizes me to even think that a brother knows this much, or like it actually it goes beyond you. I really want to know who in your life is the person, either your mentor. I'm pretty sure your parents or whoever raised you have made sure that you went to school, because I can see that, and it is quite fascinating to even hear you debate. It doesn't even matter, even when you're wrong.
I can tell you how it started for me.
Yeah, please.
This might be more than a 2-minute conversation anyway. So forgive me if I talk for slightly long. I would give you an equivalent amount of time to talk.
Hear that. Please go ahead.
So everything began for me when I was around 5 or 6. I cannot pinpoint the exact time, but I had asked my mom. I was growing up as a Christian. I asked my mom a certain question, and it was her answer to that question that set me on the path that led me today. I can draw a straight line from all my experiences and all the knowledge I've gained and my ability to think the way I think, all the way down to what my mom said to me when I asked her this question. I asked my mom, who created God? I was young. I know for sure I was younger than 6 years old because we had not yet moved to Yaoundé. We were still in Banso, the town where I was born in Cameroon. And we left there when I was 6. So I had asked my mom this question. My mom was a Sunday school teacher when I was very young. From the age of 2 years old, I used to attend her Sunday school classes. She would teach us all these Bible stories. And I was so curious from a very young age, who created God? And my mom said to me, when you get to heaven, you can ask God. At first, I was deeply disturbed because I was thinking to myself, man, I have to wait until I grow old, until I go to heaven to know who created God. So that question had always been in the back of my mind. From that young age, I concluded that the only way to know who created God before I get to heaven is to be the best possible Christian that I can be. So God can come and talk to me the way he used to talk to the prophets in the Bible. So I actually began to genuinely walk the path of Christianity to the best of my ability. I was perhaps the best that you could have had. And that curiosity led me to the point where by the time I had read the Bible multiple times, listened to all types of teaching, I came to the point where I realized that there was only one thing left to do. I have questioned everything except the fact that if God actually does exist, except the fact that if the Christian God was actually the true God. I had condemned every religion, I had condemned every book, but I had never questioned the Bible. I just took it word for it. When I got to the point where I realized that I should question the Bible, it was very difficult to cross that bridge because at that point I had to go and start reading the Bible again from scratch, but reading it not like someone who wants to believe, but someone who's actually thinking and trying to see if there are any holes within it. I needed to have the courage to acknowledge to myself that if I found an error, it really was an error, and stop myself from letting my beliefs force me to deny the errors that I saw. And sure enough, it wasn't long, man, before I realized that Christianity was just as bad as all the other religions that I had condemned. That's when it dawned on me that I had condemned all these other religions without actually looking into them. So naturally, Christianity fails the test. I look into the next religion. It wasn't long because you practice one religion good enough, you look at another religion, there's too many similarities, you find the same types of error. By the time I went to all the religions of men, the answer was obvious. All religions and all gods are the product of human imagination. In fact, not only that, the existence of a God is an impossibility as an almighty, all-powerful being. You can't have such a God in existence. The only gods, the most realistic gods are the pagan gods, the gods of the Eastern world, because those gods are just men, glorified men, men that had wealth and riches that impose their wills on others. Those are the most realistic ideas of God that you can see in the world. But these supernatural, almighty, powerful beings that create worlds and do such beings cannot exist. It's an impossibility. It's logically, idealistically, is realistically impossible. I also came to the understanding that in this world, there are some things that are possible and there are some things that are impossible. And I need to have not just the courage, but the ability to distinguish between both. Once I had that blueprint, bro, it was easy to break down any situation. And I also came to this understanding that English is not a language that I fabricated. So if I want to understand the English language, I need to stop making up my own definition for words. I actually have to study the language as it is designed to be studied as a method of communication. And that will give me the ability to understand any idea as long as I can read. So I went back and fine-tuned my English skills, learned the laws of grammar, the laws of punctuation, all that stuff. I relearned them, not the way I used to learn in school to go and pass a test, but learned it with the true intention to actually understand that algorithm of communication. Now, it doesn't take, there's no English text that I cannot interpret. I even dare say with my mechanical skills, if you give me a book written by a doctor on how to perform surgery, it wouldn't be long before I know how to perform surgery because I actually do understand the language well enough. you know, and that is how I ended up where I am today. Most people that come up here and they're talking to me, I'm listening to them. I'm actually listening to them. And what most of them have in common is they don't know the meaning of the words that they're using. Most people think, that's why you see people come up here and say to me, oh, what's your definition of that word? The moment someone asks me what my definition of a word is, I just understand that they don't know how to speak English. Because human beings, if you didn't invent the language, you don't make up your own definition unless you're going to coin it and put it in the dictionary. So that's
talking about language though. Earlier, you know, I just saw this topic that you've written here. It says you will take nothing with you when you die, not your God, not be your beliefs. Which actually I kind of smiled a little bit when I saw it. I said, okay, but if you're going to God, how are you going to take God when you die to God? Like, you know, the English, it's just, you know, I was like...
You see, that's a very good logical question you've asked, right? If you're going to God, how are you taking God to go with God? So even if there was a God, you can't take God to go be with God, right? And if you were born without God, if you were born without believing in God, how could you take anything from this world to go and see God when God himself says that from dust you came, to dust you return? He didn't say from dust you came, to heaven you shall return, or to hell you shall return. No, the Bible says that from nothing you came, nothing you shall get. Nothing that you get in this world will you take with you. Well, you get all your beliefs, you get all your faith, all your theologies, all your doctrines, everything you get it from this world. You can't take none of that, even based on the Bible itself. You can't take none of that with you. Even if you were going, even if there was a heaven, even if there was a hell, you can't take none of the things that you gained in this world with you. It's just impossible if you understand the linguistics. It's actually very simple. It's not complicated.
Exactly, that's what I thought. It simply is correct. Whatever you said here, you'll take nothing, because I thought, like, guess what? Even when you go to prison, guess what? You take nothing. You don't even take your hair. They make you bald, right?
Right.
So even to go to prison, you take nothing, let alone to when you die. I mean, honestly, you basically take nothing. But talking about earlier, I had a question. When you were a believer, and then after you started non-believing, man, I believe it must have been hard on you, especially with the cognitive dissonance.
Okay, yeah, I am a non-believer, not an unbeliever. So I'm not an unbeliever. I'm a non-believer. So
no, non-believer. That's what I meant. Sorry for my English. English. I speak English as a fourth language, bro. I speak three local Ethiopian languages.
Yes. So an unbeliever and a non-believer and a believer are two different things, right? Yeah. Three different things. Yes, I am a non-believer. So I don't participate in the belief that God exists.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. But what I meant is that because you say like you were like a devout Christian, I've heard that from you.
Yes.
And I believe to come from that level of believing to, coming to whatever makes sense. Really?
It wasn't hard on me.
Can you share how it was for you?
No, once I actually reached enlightenment, bro, you should have seen the way my eyes glowed, bro. Listen, people don't get it. Once you actually realize that God doesn't exist, you automatically take responsibility for everything that makes you you. Like, there is no longer a reward for living a good life, nor is there a punishment for living a bad life. So if I actually choose to be good, all the glory comes to me. So in that moment, I can actually know what I am, because I am not under the threat of death and punishment, neither am I under the seduction of reward and heaven. So what I am is what I am. And I do also now understand that whatever I am, at some point, I will cease to be. Let me tell you a mantra that I practice daily. Every day I look at my hand and I admire it. And I say to myself, damn, one day I will die. But not today.
That's a good one.
One day I will die. You know? Look at how beautiful my hand is. It's amazing. One day I will die. But not today.
But I have another question for you. I've always wanted to ask you. I mean, we're not arguing here, so I'm just wanting to get your best answer or honest answer. Has there been any time in a day, at any day, that at the back of your head that, because when I hear you here, like debating people, bro, I've had so many atheist friends, trust me, and I've debated with them so many times, but I've never seen somebody like you who is just not only so sure, but who, you know, who is just so adamantly, like, you know, just righteously non-believer, in a sense. It doesn't even seem that, not even for a microsecond, that you'd ever consider the possibility of God's existence. But I want to hear it from you. In any day, in any moment, does that thought come to you even for a microsecond, the possibility?
Of course, I do think about if God does exist. And if God does exist, I actually also found the antidote to that. So I came to the comprehension that an almighty, all-powerful being is impossible. True. But a powerful, mighty being is possible. Now, perhaps Jesus exists, and he could be, this is just a hypothetical that I run in my mind, and he could be a mighty, powerful being. Not necessarily almighty, not necessarily all-powerful, but just mighty and powerful. He might be the most powerful and the most mighty, perhaps, because when I compare the intelligences of men, we're not all on the same level. So perhaps there could be some human out there with a longer lifespan, with a more accumulation of knowledge, and a more pure sense of morality based on their experiences and observation, just due to their experiences and long lifespan. So if I was to encounter such a being, whether it was the Christian God or the Muslim God, I have nothing to fear. I have absolutely nothing to fear. Do you know why? Because such a being would not be a fool. Such a being would possess intelligence. I will be able to reason with such a being. Listen, I only have one question for God, and I don't care how smart that God is, that God cannot send me to hellfire or punish me for not believing in him. Because if you are so smart and you understand the laws of communication, don't you understand that communication is best receptive when it's done face to face? If you were so adamant on me knowing your existence, at what point did it occur in your head that I'm supposed to believe human beings who are not even sure about what they believe, who can't even practice what they believe, and you think that I'm supposed to lower myself down to follow the ways that men made up with all the inconsistencies? All you had to do was pull up in person. At that point, there would have been no doubt that you are who you say you are. But look, perhaps there is a time for everything. This is Judgment Day. For some reason, you've decided to make yourself known. Well, now I believe. And you cannot hold me accountable for willingly keeping me in ignorance, for willingly setting me up for failure. If you would unrighteously punish me for something that I did not cause, I'm glad to take whatever punishment, vindicated by the fact that you are indeed not holy and you are indeed not just. You are an evil creature who has set me up for the failure from the beginning. So why should I argue with my failure if you, having the power to create me, made me and designed me to fail? Please send me to the hardest part of hellfire. Please. I'm telling you, such a God will not be a fool.
Yeah, you know what I just said? Look,
I'm not going to send my 5-year-old to hellfire because my 5-year-old didn't understand the dangers of what a gun is. He's never seen a gun or understood or used one. God is not a fool. Christians like to make it seem like that God is some gullible fool that likes to play hide and seek. No, if God is an intelligent being, I will reason with him. So until such a being finds it necessary to pull down here, and I am not compelled to believe what none of these delusional, confused believers say. Especially when I can observe that most of their beliefs is a product of their imagination. They cannot even agree among themselves. If I was to concede that the Christian God is the true God, which Christian God should I believe in? By the time I'm done going through all the denominations, my life would have expired. I'm not a fool. If you choose to be a fool, you're a fool. Because listen, you can be a good Christian and God ends up being the Muslim God. You're still fucked.
Now, you know what? I just said, look, God, dear God, look what just you did. You know, like, that's what I see in you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're implying that their God is just this sadistic, foolish person. Now, if your God is smart, I have nothing to fear. If that God is really bent on persuading me, he will not send human beings to convince me. An
Yeah, but
intelligent being
also
will never be
they say
convinced.
humans, our nature is like we like our nature is sin, right? Humans, we sin, so that means you're doing your job basically. You're doing what you were sent to do, Bakanga. So
The same
pretty
Bible
much.
says that, can the pot ask the potter, why did you make me this way? Well, shit, bro, you made me to sin and I'm sinning. Why you punish me for something that you made me to do? You got mental issues or what?
Just like Apple makes it to do the job, so it does.
And the Bible God is so amazing that he wanted to persuade me in his existence by sending a bunch of people to come and colonize, steal, kill, and destroy and pillage my land in order to convince me that he exists. I'm supposed to be that gullible and that foolish? So he didn't know how to bring Christianity to Africa without colonization.
I have another question though. In terms of that, first I want to talk about that, like colonization. You said how Christianity came to Africa. So I'm from Ethiopia. So in Ethiopia, you know, we're Orthodox. We got Orthodox Church, which was, you know, even we got Christianity. Even we got Islam before Saudi Arabia did. Actually, you would be surprised. Even Christianity, we got it before Europe, and we've basically never been colonized. So I think how would you see that in terms of you know, saying that colonization is what
My
brought
good brother, Ethiopia was colonized.
with who? By
It's a
who?
weapon and a tool of colonization. They were the first African country to be colonized. And they embraced Christianity long before any other African country, to the point where they
But
decided
that's not textbook definition of colonization, though, brother.
No, think about colonization and how it works. It's not about just textbook. It's also
Well,
about
you say, like, I mean, we gotta agree on the definitions, right? But we gotta go by the
agree on the
book, right?
definition. And even within the textbook context of colonization, okay, you have to think about how the Romans used to colonize. The Romans were not out to exterminate the groups of people that they colonized. Almost kind of like what you read in the story. There's a reason why Pilate was the governor of Jerusalem, and yet you still had the king of the Jews, King Herod, ruling. The Romans were trying to assimilate their culture into the culture of the people that they have colonized, so they can use those people as resources, and those people can pay taxes to Caesar. Their goal of colonization was not military only, it was ideological, and it was also philosophical, right? So the Romans did not have a problem with the gods of other nations, as long as those gods of those other nations also acknowledged Caesar and the Romans' gods as gods. In fact, at some point, Constantine decided that, look, all these many gods is actually causing confusion. What if everyone in my kingdom believed in a singular God? That became the model. Almost like in the United States today, when the United States was founded, they were like, we don't need to write multiple books of law. We can just write one constitution. And if everybody sticks to that one constitution, we can govern ourselves better. That's the same thing. That's the same way. So yes, Ethiopia, as long as Jesus was not an Ethiopian, as long as the apostles were not Ethiopian, as long as there's not a single book in the Bible written to Ethiopia, at some point they were colonized. Somebody brought it and gave it to them, because before they ever got to Ethiopia, Ethiopians would have had their own religion already. No group of people willingly convert to another religion just based on speech, right?
But the thing is also, right, so we have to understand our history. They say even that we've had, for example, you know that there are a lot of Jewish people in Ethiopia, right? Ethiopian Jewish people, and they've had their religion for. Yeah.
I apologize to anyone that might be offended. So-called Jewish people.
So we do have like Jewish people in Ethiopia, and
so-called Jewish people.
What's that? I don't understand what that means. But
that
anyways,
means that they are not Jews per se, the way we would define it based on what is written in those books. Because you are not a Jew if you're not a direct descendant of Jacob, precisely from the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin. If even one of your parents are not directly descendant from Judah and Benjamin, you are not a Jew.
So who, by your definition, who are those?
Well, read the Bible. The kingdom of Israel was divided into two nations. Judah and Benjamin formed the southern nation, while the other 10 tribes formed the upper nations. The upper 10 tribes came to be known as the Samaritans. That's why when Jesus met the lady at the well, the lady said to her, this is the well that our father Jacob dug, that we may drink from it. And Jesus said to her, if you come to me, I will give you living water, and springs of living water will flow out of you, and you will thirst no more, right?
Okay. Let's change the subject. Let's change the subject point. This is not quite interesting for me anymore. What do you think about in terms of So you know that at least 6 billion people believe in this world, I would assume, or practically there's a statistics that about 6 billion believers, Christians, Muslims, all combined. So does it make sense to you to think that this amount of people would be at a wrong side while you are certain?
Absolutely. When you consider what was happening, listen, let me tell you, okay, the spread of Christianity and Islam from a pure observation perspective, from a very neutral perspective, that is the work of a genius individual. The individuals that have propagated this religion mastered the art of domesticating human beings. They are masters in the art of domesticating human beings. So yes, these 6 billion human beings who believe in God are human beings who have quite been domesticated, the same way you have wild animals that do not need to depend on anyone for food, but you have these people that have to depend on someone for hope and for satisfaction in order to freely live in the world. You have to understand that when a dog wags his tail at his master, it's in the same capacity that a religious person prays to his God. You understand? It's the same psychological process taking place in their head. The Romans and the Arabs were quite an impressive people in the art of colonization. And the fact that they were able to colonize a huge amount of people without completely exterminating them, that is a work of art. Every king, every ruler should try to assimilate these people if you want to gain absolute control over the people you rule. In fact, it is in like manner that the belief in God spread as the idea of democracy, constitutional democracy, has now spread around the world. You notice that even in Muslim countries, they now have constitutions. Countries that used to have kings now have presidents and prime ministers. Where do you think that system of government originated? It originated from the West, and it's proved efficient. So people are copying it now, especially people who were under the influence of these colonial powers. The same thing is true with the belief in God. People usually use, the old people in the past, emperors, used the belief in God in order to colonize and unite the peoples who had been under the influence of their colonization. And new generations have been born who don't understand that history. So that's all that they know. They don't know anything else. You're raised in a Muslim country, you're not even exposed to anything else but Islam. Imagine you grow up to be 30 years old as a Muslim and someone comes and tells you that Islam is not true. You can't even begin to comprehend it. It takes a high level of curiosity. It takes a high level of tolerance for pain because they are extremely allergic to other ways of thinking. Look at it. What do all believers in God have in common? The moment you suggest that there's another God, but other than their God, they become extremely hostile. Even if it's not physically hostile, they become verbally hostile, mentally hostile. They cannot even tolerate the thought. And yet they are all claiming different gods with different capacities, all claiming them to be true.
Yeah, and doesn't that particular thing that you've mentioned, which is quite impressive, the fact that you are actually able to identify that, which is quite true, and I cannot deny the fact that people tend to be, defensive when you challenge their belief. But at the same time, you earlier mentioned that the Arabs and the Europeans used religion as a colonization tool, but like what you mentioned right now, the same people also, you see them being defensive about their beliefs. That means they actually believe it. I don't think they've used it as a tool like politicians to colonize or to control people. They're even believers themselves. So how would you make peace with that?
You would have to understand how religion penetrates the mind of a person. Religion is not simply a belief. Religion goes to the core of a person's identity. They target your sense of self. The moment you identify with a religion, if I attack that religion, you almost begin to feel like I'm attacking everything that you are. Why do you think you have suicide bombers in Islam? You don't think that they have brains to think for themselves? No. They feel a genuine attack against themselves because they have no other way to identify themselves. Let me give you an example. Go to any Muslim country where there are no Arabs and see how many people they have Arab names. Have you ever wondered why Africans name themselves after Arabs as though they don't have their own traditions and cultures? I can understand you loving Islam, but why do you now have to suddenly discard your own tradition that's probably even older than Islam and begin to name yourself Muhammad, Yusuf, When you're in your tribal language, your name can be Mutombo. Why do Christians in other countries, in African countries, name their children John, Peter? Because it goes down to identity. And that is the genius of religious colonization, right? If you can switch a person's identity and make them think that they are what you say that they are, they will forever remain subject to you. That is why the biggest beneficiary of Islam is the Saudis, Mecca, with the Holy Land. All Muslims converge in Mecca. It is an economic, it's a political, and it's practically wealth, right? Eternal wealth. Because you don't just go to Mecca, you pay to go there. The same thing is true with the Vatican. The Roman Catholic Church is the biggest beneficiary of all Christians around the world. As long as there's even one Christian in this world, the Roman Catholic Church will always have power. That's the genius of it. That's why they were amazing conquerors. They did a magnificent job colonizing and taming all these wild human beings. Let me tell you, human beings are wild. If you let every man do what he wants to do, they will ravage, they will pillage, they will destroy, they will kill as they please, right? So of course there has to be some form of order. And the kings of old simply used imaginary divine beings to put things in order, to organize people in barns, the same way that they do with dogs, with sheep, with goats. Think about it, man. A dog is a canine, like a wolf. He has his natural wild instincts. But when you tame a dog, you attack the core of his identity. You make him forget that if he stands tall and stands strong, there's not many that can physically overcome him. That's why he wags his tail as you, because he doesn't know that. But you're not doing that to a wolf. A wolf is not so easily fooled. A wolf doesn't like to be on a leash. A wolf cannot tolerate being on a leash.
While you're there, what do you think the first when the religion starts, either Islam or Christianity, do you think that the starters, the people who started the movement or the religion, has ever thought it would get this big and would go this far in this world?
Those religions are quite new, and there are many civilizations that have come and gone, and that blueprint has been practiced across just about all of human history. Now, we're not certain exactly some of the things that took place in the past. There's many speculations that at some point the gap between the rich and the poor was so vast that the rich pretty much made themselves divine. They were quite worshipped. That's why people bow to kings in the same capacity that they bow to God. If you notice, right? Kings demanded prostration. People still prostrate to kings today. They bow. That's why you notice that the titles of all these gods are usually the titles of the kings of where these gods originate from, right? Jesus is called the King of Kings. Well, the King of Kings is the King of England. The King of England was a king that conquered all the kingdoms of that island, right? There were multiple kingdoms. You had Mercia. You had Wessex. Most people don't know the history of England. You had Wessex. You had Northumbria, right? You had these different kingdoms that were fighting over power on this island. And there was one English king. His name was King Alfred. He was the first to unite all the kingdoms of England. And he crowned himself King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and the Alpha and Omega. It is the same blueprint that is now used, and the same titles are given to Christ. Because when he crowned himself King of Kings, he was still a man. He could still bleed. So how would his descendants continue to benefit from his power? What they had to do was create an undying being, an undying deity. So they borrowed from the Roman Catholic Church, who had previously colonized them, and they said, this is our version, right? Christ our Lord and Christ our King. A lord is simply a landowner in England. So they made this entity who will not die. So as long as the kings claim that they get the authority from this Lord, they will always rule. Hence, when the United States of America was formed, they wrote in their constitution, we find this truth evident, that all men are created equal, right? And they have certain unalienable rights given to them by God, because the kings of England and the kings of Europe used to claim that the peasants were created to be peasants. Don't try to be a noble. Don't try to come out of your poverty. You'd be lucky that God put us here to rule over you. They used to claim rulership by divine power. The same thing is true in all these theocratic countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia, where religion rules. Even in the East, in the Hindus and the Buddhists, they used to practice the same thing, even in Africa. Now, let me tell you how religion originated. In the ancient past, human beings did not quite understand how nature operated. So superstitions and speculations began to be born between different peoples on why lightning strikes, why floods come, why hurricanes come, why earthquakes come. And then you had certain individuals, the most knowledgeable individuals in the societies were usually the one people will go to go and ask for answers. These individuals soon realized that because of the ignorance of the masses did not have a way to investigate the claims that they made. So these people became what is known today as the priesthoods of every country and every civilization. People will go to the priesthood to ask them, why did the hurricane come this year? They'll say, well, the hurricane came because you guys have not been worshiping the gods. So the gods send the hurricane. In fact, not only did the gods send the hurricane, but there will be a sign 7 days from now. At midday, the gods are going to cover the light of the sun with the moon. They won't even say with the moon. They said the gods will cover the light of the sun and it will become dark. Such people were the ones who understood nature. So they will use their understanding of nature to exploit the ignorance of the people to make them do their biddings. When kings came, kings were not necessarily like the priest. Kings were those that gained power through military power, right? They were the strongest people who had the strongest men on their side. But even kings could not hold their power for long enough. So the priesthood and the monarchies united together. So as long as the priesthood would acknowledge the king would revere the priesthood, and the people would revere both the king and the priesthood. That is why you will find no civilization today where there is a king or where there used to be a king, where you didn't have like priests and the shamans and the native doctors and the witch doctors being the part of the nobility. Like almost like the Roman Catholic Church, right? You have kings. The Roman Catholic Church used to have power over all the kings of Europe before the Church of England rebelled against the king. The reason why you have the king of the Church of England is because the king of England didn't want to take orders from the Pope, who is himself a king. So that's how you need to understand how government works. It's all government. It's all politics fundamentally. Hence, even in today's world, in America, churches don't pay taxes. The government understands the use of religion in order to control the minds of the people. You cannot rule over a country like America without having a way to control people and to control information.
And yeah, and I have one more question that I've always wanting to ask you, because I have never heard you talk about it. So it has nothing to do with the religion or God. So if you ever heard about this theory, it's actually a hypothesis about simulation. That is called simulation theory, which basically, to the people in chat, it is a theory or a hypothesis that claims that there is a good chance that we might be in a simulated world or in a simulation, just like a video game, where just how we create video games, we could be in a video game where we are sentient beings, but are programmed by a higher being, which others in religion would call it God, but the scientists that actually drafted this would call it a super programmer or a supreme being that runs this simulation. And they try to bring the concept.
I'll put it for you this way.
Yeah.
The simulation theory is 100% fiction.
How's that?
Because there's no evidence that was simulated, and there's too many mistakes within the framework of our natural world to show that there's actually a code that governs the pattern by which living things are living things. It's too haphazard. It's too haphazard. It's too haphazard. And when there's just too many variables, right? To the point where when you look at the world, you see that the world is not the product of intelligence. It is quite the opposite. In fact, death is evidence of it. Because if the world was a simulation, people will literally be able to die and regenerate. It's a code. It's a computer code, right?
Well, yeah, but the video game, as you see it, video games are not perfect either. They're actually intentionally made to be.
Think about what I just said. Mm-hmm. When a character dies in a video game, can you reboot it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you die, you don't know it. It might be rebooted.
No. Can you reboot it within the same?
Yeah, but it doesn't know it's getting rebooted. The code is eternal.
Of course, it knows that it's being rebooted. Think about it carefully, okay? When you reboot the character, how does the character come back in the game? Does it come back to a process of development, as in being born?
No, it gets respawned.
Okay, So if we're in a simulation, then even space, time, and matter has to be a simulation as well. And
Yes, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to follow our game rule, right? God is different than us, right? It's a different programmer,
it's
right?
not that it cannot follow. If it's not following our game rule, then it's not a simulation. Because where did the idea of simulation come from? It comes from video games, which is our attempt to mimic nature. And I actually am convinced that the idea of a simulation is not so much an idea of what the world is. It's an idea of how people want the world to be in the future. Something like the metaverse, right? We'll create all these simulations where you can lay down in your bed and somehow connect devices to your brain that allow you to be in this simulated reality, which is not necessarily the real world.
Well,
And-
yeah, that's different though. But what I meant that the whole world could be a simulation, right?
It's not different if you understand the real world and what makes the real world real.
But it cannot be scientifically disproven. So at least it cannot be disproven though. It hasn't been disproven yet.
Can you scientifically disprove Santa Claus? You can't scientifically disprove Santa Claus. You can't scientifically disprove Superman. You can't tell me right now that there's not a planet out there with a bunch of.
There are theories, actually well-established theories that were debunked. Like, for example, Einstein's the constant universe or the still universe. It was a well-established theory that was later found to be not true because the universe is expanding, as they say.
No, the universe is not expanding.
That's what they say, though. It's expanding. That's what they say, though.
Yeah, that's misleading. I'll explain this to you, okay? The universe, the way we understand it, is made up of space, time, and matter. Space in of itself is unquantifiable. It's an expanse. The universe cannot be expanding into nothingness.
Well, that's what Einstein said.
They don't think it, bro. There's a reason why Einstein did not invent flying cars. We glorify people in the past and we forget that we're smarter than them. It's just basic common sense. Think carefully.
So Bakanga, if we were to be born 5,000 years ago, would you think that the Earth revolves around the sun? If you were to be born 5,000 years ago, would you think that?
I still don't think that the Earth is revolving around the sun, bro.
Okay.
I'm a realist, okay?
What do you believe about that? I want to hear that, though.
I don't need to believe anything.
Okay.
Within 100% of the framework of my experience, the sun revolves around the Earth.
The sun revolves around the Earth?
If you don't know that, bro.
Really?
Listen carefully.
Uh-huh.
Within the framework of our day-to-day experience, the sun moves around the Earth. The Earth is stationary.
How does it? The sun doesn't. Why is it nighttime? Right now it's nighttime where I live, but back home when I call my mom, it's daytime. How is that possible?
Because the sun is moving.
Yes, but if it's on the sky, it gotta shine to the whole Earth, right? If the
not if the sun produces light like a flashlight. So it's focused. It's focused light. It's focused light, so it's not.
We're talking about a really big sun, brother.
It's not an orb. That is the framework of my experience. Like I said, I'm a realist, bro. I don't need to form beliefs, and I understand. I know how to distinguish between beliefs, theories, and scientific facts. Understand that, right?
You could be realist, but I'm pretty sure you did not go to the top stratosphere and then see the Earth and see the sun.
And who exactly has been up there to go and see it?
At least people with rockets, I guess.
Yeah, and those people with rockets have also acknowledged, because I'm saying this is not bullshit, right? That all those images we see from space are computer generated. We have never had a pure image, unedited image of the Earth from space. I would really love to see that. I'm waiting for the day that NASA will give us that. I would be really excited.
Bakanga, you actually believe we didn't go to the moon, eh?
I don't need to believe that we didn't go to the moon.
We did not.
I don't have reasonable evidence to believe that we went.
Okay.
And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. When you consider human greed, there is no way we went to the moon. You're telling me that the USA went to China, to the Middle East to go and fight for oil, and yet we can just send rockets to the moon to go and drill down there? Bro, can you imagine what type of germs and resources we can find on the moon, bro, if we could actually go to the moon? The moon is made up of earth as well, right? Rocks and stone. Bro, since when have you ever had earth without resources? Why the heck are we not going there every day, bro? You're telling me that we could have taken a computer, which is the size of a room, and turned it into a device by hand, but we haven't yet mastered the technology on how to go to space and come back just like a taxi? Use some logic, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I did not dispute you, man. I'm just listening, brother.
Let me tell you how I think.
I did not dispute you.
Very well what I'm taught in school. It makes sense within the framework of what we've been taught in school. But I'm a realist. You cannot use science to fool me. You cannot use science to fool me, because the scientific laws that govern the education that they teach us in school is the same thing as the scientific law that governs space travel in Star Wars. In Star Wars, there's an explanation for every single thing that happens in that Star Wars universe. How those devices are able to warp through space. You understand? Have you ever watched an outer space movie? Have you ever watched it? They don't just bullshit you. They give you real scientific explanations, which if you're scientifically illiterate, you might think it's true, right? So as far as we're concerned right now, there's enough doubt. There's enough reasonable doubt. So it's not impossible that it could be what they're telling us it is, but it's also possible that it's not what they're telling us it is. So I choose to just be a realist. The day I can feel the whole earth moving around me, I'll be 100% persuaded.
All right. So how do you choose the truth? At least how would you, like, is it a common sense to you, or how would you pick what to choose, what information to be true to you? I mean,
let me give you this way. Let me tell you to this way. I always teach this to people. You can solve any problem in your life using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So when I have a problem, I need to see if I can solve that problem by a combination of addition and subtraction, or perhaps some multiplication. That's what mathematics is, bro. Mathematics is an algorithm of calculating problems. The problem of whether we went to the moon or not doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Like the problem is not 1 + 1 = 2. There is too many inconsistencies. There's too many unknown values. So we still need to solve that problem. So I'm actually looking forward to the bright future where we will have absolute confirmation beyond shadow of doubt. I am not gullible. I'm not a preacher of science. I'm not over here trying to make you believe scientific stuff by faith. If it's not demonstrable and experienceable by everybody that has access to it, if there's only an elite group of people that have access to that science, I can call it bullshit. I can call it as much bullshit as you telling me that Jesus Christ walked on water.
Yeah, but also, what would you say if I claim that as much as you think, like, just because it's owned or it's controlled or it's accessed by few people, it sounds bullshit to you, just like how your thought is about God? Do you think the 6 billion people could say that's bullshit? Or 7 billion people on Earth?
As soon as they can agree on which one is the true God, then they can call me bullshit. But they are confused as confusion is confusion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these 6 billion people don't all have the same imagination of God in their head. So yeah, if you can get all the Christians in the world to agree, then maybe we'll start talking about some real shit. But really, Christians are the most confused entities in this world. That's why there's a different church on every street and they don't talk to each other. Go down the average street and you see the Baptist, the Presbyterian, the Catholic, they don't talk to each other. You think it's by mistake? Since when have you ever seen people who believe in the same God who don't hang out together and talk to each other?
Yeah, but that doesn't stop them from calling you bullshit, right?
Bro, they can call me bullshit, but that's fine. Anyone can call anything bullshit. But if you're not going to provide evidence beyond shadow of doubt, you're just bullshitting. That's what bullshit is, right? Bullshit is when you're just saying shit that without any reasonable evidence to a thinking person, it's gibberish, nonsense. Like I said, if Christians can agree, then Christians will have a solid argument. So I'm sitting down here just watching the show, watching them fighting each other, calling each other false prophets, assassinating and killing each other, and throwing all types of hateful words towards each other because they're confused.
Do you have sympathy, for example, because since you think that you have the truth and certainty and that you have the knowledge and the actual fact, do you actually have sympathy or sort of empathy towards people that you think are in the wrong?
I don't necessarily think that they're in the wrong.
Not in the wrong, but I mean, like, they're just like not seeing the truth as you see it.
Brother, I empathize and sympathize with all domestic humans.
That's good.
They have no clue what freedom is like. They have had a leash around their neck for so long. I broke my leash. And I'm trying to let them know that, yo, guys, we can live in the wild. We can hunt. We can feed ourselves by ourselves. We don't need to depend on these scammers called pastors and spiritual leaders.
Don't you think people also would swear that they have freedom by following Jesus?
Of course, a dog has freedom. A dog has freedom to run around the yard until you put him in the wild and you would tuck his tail between his leg and go and hide because he becomes food for a lion.
Yeah, but at least what matters is the fact that he thinks he has a freedom, right?
So does a cow. A cow has freedom in the barn. And so does a sheep. A sheep has freedom in the slaughterhouse. Bro, do you know any domestic animal that doesn't think it has freedom? A dog is excited when he has his cage. In fact, he barks at the other dog across the street and says, look at my cage. My cage is better than yours. But the dog doesn't know what freedom is like because he has never lived as a wolf.
Okay, let's say everybody, if you had, like, for example, let's say a button, a red button for you to press and make everybody believe the way you believe, or make everybody non-believer on earth, 8 billion people at the same time, how do you see the world? What would happen? What would you think would happen?
Oh man, bro. Ooh. In fact, it's not that I want to or I have to. It's going to happen. It's the natural progression. So human beings are growing. That is why we don't ride horses anymore, bro. It's just a slow process. So unfortunately, I might not live for the next 500 years or for the next 1,000 years. If it's up to me, I want to live that long. But it's going to happen anyways. Everyone is deconstructing from generation to generation. Have you ever seen any older generation which doesn't think that the younger generation is wild? They think we're wild. But the only thing we're wild because we don't think the way they think and we're not trapped the way they're trapped. Right? So our parents' suffering actually set us up for success. The God bullshit is going to vanish very soon. It won't be long. With the advent of artificial intelligence, when people begin to interact with machines at the same level that they interact with each other, it's going to click a button in most people's heads. And the older generations will be the ones that will have a hard time to understand it. That's why you have kids who are 2 years old, 3 years old that can use an iPad more than a 60-year-old can use a computer. They understand. Yeah. Naturally, it's a natural process. What would the world look like? What will happen, bro? What will happen, bro, is most of the problems that we face today, bro, in the world will be child's play for them. Like, people will be living to be 200, 300 years old, 400 years old. The medical system will be so good. I mean, people won't even have to work too much. Machines will be doing. People will spend their time discovering and inventing new things. And if there are new worlds out there to be discovered, like planets, they're all going to be habitable. Human beings are going to colonize everything. At the high level of human functionality, imagine if everybody was thinking like Einstein. Imagine if every doctor was a smart doctor on the same level as Einstein. You think that there's any surgery that would not be able to be performed? Imagine if every engineer was a smart engineer on the level as Einstein. Do you think there's any machine we cannot build? The future, bro, I'm telling you, they will be living in a future that we cannot even imagine a heaven as good as the future that they will be living in. Just like people 2,000 years ago could not imagine the future that we live in right now. Let me tell you, just the instrument that you call a piano. If I pull up in the streets of Jerusalem right now and play a piano, people would think that was heavenly music. Do you understand the creativity that went behind making a piano? Have you seen the evolution of a piano?
Yeah, there's a lot of strings in there.
Okay, good. Yeah. But now pianos are mostly not even string instruments anymore. Pianos are purely digital, you know?
Yeah, I can play it like in a second.
Bro, look at the way I'm talking to you right now, bro. People used to call this a black mirror in the past. They used to go see soothsayers to talk to the family members. Imagine that, bro. Imagine that future, bro. Like,
but they say though, religion instead of like religious conservatism is going to flourish in the future. Even they say that how like the states like Florida and
so there is
like
another possibility. Yes, there's another possibility that in the future religion might actually become more powerful. There's another realistic possibility. The people that rule the world right now understand religion is necessary to control people. If we allow them to program machines to enforce religious biases, the future is fucked. Because human beings, the best technologies and the best medicine will only be available to a select group of people. And they will be living way longer than the average human being. And any human being who doesn't have that access to that technology, you might only be able to live to 70 years old. But you'll be living in a world with people who are living to be 300, 400 years old. Those people will make themselves gods, literally.
I have an interesting question for you. So I'm from Ethiopia, right? My country is going through shit right now. It's been going for the past 3 years. And you know what? The crazy part is that I personally also believe in God, but my people, man, they believe while they're going through hell. I'm talking like hell that you cannot even fathom. And their belief in God always like, you know, it's just breathtaking. And while coming here, I've met a lot of people that has everything going for them, and they don't even care about God. They don't even think about God. And for me, I always wonder, why do the people that actually suffer the most are actually devout believers, and the ones that are not?
Because people who suffer the most are also the most hopeless. That is why they need a higher power, because they're in complete despair. You get it? They have reached a point where they've given up on life, and they just wish that something greater than them would change it. It becomes addicting, right? And the priesthood understand that. That's why you exploit human despair. Think about it, bro. The way the religious system is set up, your religion will give you hope and take that hope away and give you despair. When you're in despair, you will come to them for hope. They will give that hope to you in little doses. They'll give you just enough to make sure you come back next time. When they see that you're starting to become happy, they put despair upon you. That's why the threat of hellfire is very essential. The threat of punishment is very essential. If you don't obey God's law, the punishment is usually severe. That is why you notice that the punishment sometimes is not even equivalent to the sins and the crimes. Why do you need to punish someone forever for something that they committed in a short lifespan? The fact that there is not a number of years of sentences in hellfire, different sentences, it's kind of, how's that even justice? That's weird as hell. But that's how you know it's man-made.
Yeah, I mean, plus if it's your fate to do the things that you do on earth, I mean, why? I don't know. Why would you be punished?
Brother, man, I wish I could keep talking to you, man.
Man, thank you so much. It was a time, man. I've been waiting for this like for a year and more than a year, man. Like I always watch you, man. Like that's why I had to get 1,000 followers just fucking be here, man.
Listen to me, good brother. Listen to me, good brother.
Yeah, man.
The most important thing is that you are here right now and we have spoken. And it has brought me tremendous joy to be able to talk to you in this capacity. This was the best way to end my show today anyways. I appreciate your ingenuity.
Thank you so much,
I do
man.
know that you are a
really admire you, man. I look up to you, really.
I do understand that you're a believer in God, but your character is worthy of praise. So I don't have a reason to fight with you because you have demonstrated a respectable character and dignity. Thank you, okay?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Bye. Bye, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, to everyone who's waiting in line, I wish I could talk to you guys, but I want you guys to see how long I've been online. I've been online for about 5 hours. I've been online for about 5 hours and 53 minutes, almost 6 hours. So I'm going to try to upload this on YouTube. Today's show was actually really amazing. Go and watch it on YouTube, y'all. Thank you so much. If you just got here, you can see this on YouTube, y'all. I'm out of here. Thank you so much. To everyone who was not able to come up, just come back tomorrow, okay? Keep it. Make sure you're following me here and you're following me on YouTube. My YouTube is up here at Bakanga Land. Write it down right now and go and follow me. I have a bunch of my live shows uploaded on there. And if you like them, share them. But I'm not really too concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to share, that's your problem. If you don't want to like, that's your problem. If you want to watch it, that's good. If you don't want to watch it, do what you want to do, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing what I want to do. That's why I'm here. That's why I can do that. That's why I'm investing my time in this. I appreciate you guys. Of course, we're getting there, bro. September 16th this year is going to be special. It's not yet time to talk about it, but we'll get there. Everyone, lekete. Lekete means it is what it is. I'm out of here, y'all. Have a good night.